The Doorstep, Part 2.
Chapter 16. Minister Cole. The house above Geneva had been built for a man who slept, and Marcus Cole, at 90, mostly didn't. He had learned long ago to stop fighting it. The body that had once held a chair through a 4-day running engagement at Junction 23 now woke him at the hour the lake went black and gave him back nothing but the ceiling. And rather than argue with it, he came down to the study, where the relay wall ran the night's frontier traffic, the way some men kept a fire lit. His physicians disliked the habit, and his detail had given up on it. An old man watching the war he was responsible for and could not fight. There were worse vices for a minister to die of. So he was awake, in a chair that was not a command chair and never would be again, a cup going cold at his elbow, and the causeway region laid out on the wall in the amber and green of a frontier killing itself by degrees, when the ledger chimed. It was the wrong sound. That was the first thing, before the words, before anything. Just the wrongness of the tone in a room he had spent 2 years learning the sounds of. The seam ledger had a voice for routine, and a voice for priority, and a voice for the rare flagged thing a minister was meant to wake for. Cole knew all three the way he'd once known the Resolute's drives through the deck. This was none of them. This was the tone the network used when something had arrived it had no category for. And Cole had heard it exactly twice in his life. He set the cup down, without looking at it. "Read it," he said, to the empty room, and got no answer, because it was not that kind of message. It had not come to be read aloud by a house. It had come to be seen, and under the priority flag, the ledger told him the second thing, the thing that put a cold finger down the center of him before he had parsed a word. It had come to him personally, on his own private channel that perhaps 40 living people held, and it had also, in the same breath, posted itself to the public ledger, the immutable one, the one no government on earth could take down. Both at once, a secret and a shout, sent by the same hand in the same instant. Cole had spent 70 years inside institutions that did one or the other, and never both. And he understood, sitting very still in the dark, that whoever sent this had wanted Cole to know it first and the species to know it forever, and had not trusted Cole, had not trusted anyone, to choose between those two things for them. That told him more than the message would. Here was a man who had learned, at some cost Cole could not yet imagine, exactly what silence was worth. The room did not stay his. He had perhaps a breath of it, and then the comm wall woke under the message, light stacking on light, because the public copy had reached the places that watched the public ledger, and those places had all at once begun to come apart. His night line came up first. He took it. The annex duty officer would not have used it for anything smaller. "Minister," a young voice, held flat over something that wanted to be panic. "You have a priority transmission on your private channel. I can't open it, it's yours, and the same packets on the public ledger, propagating. Every board inside the minute. ICSA's night desk is asking for you. Geneva Ops wants a secure bridge stood up. The Admiral's annex is on the other line." A breath. "We need a direction, sir." "Stand the bridge up and hold every one of them on it," Cole said. "Frontier Command, I'll take myself. And nothing goes to the public ledger or to the partners. No statement, no holding line, not a comma, until I've heard this through. Clear?" "Clear, sir. The bridge is forming. 2 minutes, maybe less." "Then I've 2 minutes." He closed the line before the young man could hand him more machine to run. Every instinct of 70 years told him the next hour would belong to the institutions, to the bridge and the partners, and the careful managing of a thing too large to manage. And before all of that reached for it, he wanted to hear the dead ship's voice once, by himself, the way it had been sent, to him. He brought it up on the wall. It was a voice. Only a voice. No image, the carrier too thin or too broken to render a face. And the first thing Cole's old ear did, before his mind had caught a word, was measure the exhaustion in it. Because Cole had spent a career listening to men talk on the far side of things no one should have to talk on the far side of. And he knew this wear. The flattened, used-up sound of a voice with nothing left under it. Not the wear of a hard week, the wear of a man who had held something up with his own spine longer than a spine was built to hold, and had only just been allowed to set it down enough to speak. "Minister Cole." The voice steadied on the name the way a man steadies on a handhold. "This is the Endurance." Cole did not move. In the study above the lake, an old man sat with his hands flat on the arms of a chair, and on the wall a name he had read once, years ago, in a status sweep of dull places, a single gray line, search suspended, presumed lost, the moment the institution he served had stopped spending hope on a ship that had gone out past the maps and not come back. That name spoke to him out of the dark in a living man's voice. 5 years. The Endurance had been 5 years gone, and Cole had signed off on the downgrade himself, or on the paper that signed off on it. Somewhere in the great machine of his portfolio, a clerk had moved a survey expedition from missing to lost, and the only mourning the institution could afford had been the small mercy of no longer looking. And here she was, home, a ghost talking on his private channel and on every public board in human space at once. "We are home, and we have brought the worst news in the history of the species behind us. Listen, because I'll say it once and put it where no one can take it down." Where no one can take it down. Not a threat, not even quite a warning. A man explaining plainly why he had taken the choice of silence out of a minister's hands before the minister could be tempted to make it. "I will not let you bury this. I am sorry, and I will not." Cole, who had spent the last decade learning how much could be buried, and how easily, and by men who told themselves every time that they did it for the good of the thing, Cole felt something move in his chest that was not fear, though fear was in the room with it. It was closer to recognition. Good, he thought, the way he had thought it once across a relay link at a younger captain holding a hard thing well. Good, you don't trust us, you're right not to. He realized his hands had closed on the arms of the chair and made them open. The voice did not perform the news, and that was its own kind of credential. A madman, a hoax, a desperate man inventing salvation out in the dark would have built to it, given it weather and shape. This man laid it down the way you lay down something you have carried so long you no longer have the strength to dress it. But Cole had not stayed alive in the high rooms for 50 years by letting the first true-sounding thing pass the door. And the old habit moved in him now, cold and methodical, before he would let himself be moved any further. He made himself try to break it. A forgery, then. The Combine had the relay craft to spoof a carrier and the motive to want the fleet hauled home off the causeway lanes. He had seen them do subtler things. He turned it over, and it would not take. A Combine psyop would have come to him alone, on the private channel, quiet, where a frightened minister could be worked. It would not have nailed itself to the public ledger in the same breath, where every signals officer on 3 blocks could pull the carrier apart at leisure and prove it false by morning. No one ran a lie into the one room they could be caught in. The dual channel was the wrong shape for a deception. It was the shape of a man who wanted to be checked. Cole let the habit finish its work and find nothing, and only then let himself believe. Not because the voice was certain, but because it was the wrong shape for every lie a frightened species tells itself in the dark. There is a network on the far side of the span, and it is dying of exactly what we are doing to ours. Cole's eyes went, without his deciding it, to the wall, to the amber and green of the region he had watched all night, the small, vicious human war he had spent 2 years managing, one crisis at a time. The far side. He had no frame for it. Nobody did. The expedition had opened a road. The road had become a front. He had fought over the front for 2 years as though it were the whole map. And a man 5 years dead was telling him in a worn, flat voice that the map had an edge, and beyond it a thing they had no word for yet, except the one he was about to give it. The people there are us, given a pocket of dark and 1,000 years to forget. The cold finger that had touched his spine at the chime pressed flat against it now, the whole length, and would not lift. Us, not an enemy out of the dark, not the clean, comfortable monster a species could organize itself against without having to look in any mirror. Us, given a pocket of dark and 1,000 years to forget. Humanity run forward through some other history, come home to its own past with a need. One of them is coming. His name is Marek Tan. A name. Cole held it. 90 years had taught him that the moment a thing had a name, it was real in a way it had not been the breath before. Marek Tan. He would carry it into the rest of his life, however much of it there was. The door is shut behind me. A better man than any of us aboard shut it with his own life, and it will not hold. Cole closed his eyes. A better man than any of us aboard shut it with his own life. The captain, for it was a captain talking, Cole had no doubt of that now, the burden in the voice was a captain's burden, did not say who. Was saving the names, Cole understood, for the proper telling, for the time there might not be. Was spending the burst of his strength on the warning and not the eulogy, because the warning was for the living, and the eulogy could wait for the ground. Cole knew that arithmetic. He had done it himself, on a worse day than this, deciding which dead got named now and which when there was time, learning both that the choice was necessary and that it never stopped costing. Months, minister, not years. The word sat in the dark study and did not move. Cole did not hurry them. A man does not take a thing of that weight and turn it straight into a plan. That was the very reflex that had built the silence the captain was breaking. The reflex to manage a thing before you had let it be true. So Cole, who had spent his life turning hard facts into ship movements, made himself for once simply hear it. Months. The junction a dead stranger had sealed with his life would open again, and through it would come something human, and dying, and coming for what the dying need. Not years, months. He did not reach for the relay, not yet. The old captain in him wanted the comfort of doing, the reflex that turned dread into the manageable shape of an order. But he was not a captain, and had not been one for 25 years, and he had spent the last 2 of them learning, against everything in his nature, the difference between the man who raised the alarm and the man who gave the order. Cole raised alarms now. The order was Hannah Whitfield's to give, and she could not give it on a minister who had not yet finished listening. The endurance came on again, and the worn voice gathered itself for the ask. Raise the alarm. Recall the fleet. And there it was, the thing the captain wanted, laid down as plainly as the threat, and not one thing more. Raise the alarm. Recall the fleet. No demand to be believed, no begging. A captain handing a brother officer the situation and the necessary action and trusting him to carry both. Across 5 years and a sealed junction and the whole width of a dying war, the Endurance had reached the one living person it judged most likely to do what needed doing, and told him, simply, to do it. Cole had been honored past the point of meaning by every institution that could honor a man, and he sat in the dark and was moved, simply and wholly, to have been judged that, the one a drowning captain reached for, the one who would not bury it. And it was a captain he knew. The name came to him on the certainty of the voice. Julian Mercer, the honorary captain, the expedition gone out past the edge. Cole had read the file years ago and signed the line that let an old explorer keep his honorific into the dark. He had given the man a title. The man had given him the end of the world and the trust to do something about it. And tell them the truth this time. Cole's chest closed. He knew before the rest of the sentence came what truth. He had known for most of his life that there was one. Not its shape. That was the whole architecture of the thing. That men like Cole were given stature and ceremony and a chair that was not a command chair, precisely so they would never quite be close enough to the center to see what the center knew. But he had felt the edge of it for 40 years, the way you feel a draft and cannot find the gap. Clearances the thin just short of the room that mattered. Files that ended a sentence early. A career of small silences in a row, each one explicable, each one defensible, each one, he had told himself, for the good of the work. Geneva has known what a fold costs since before I was born, and I have flown through what the bill looks like when it comes due. The old man in the chair above the lake bowed his head. Since before I was born. Mercer was no boy. The voice was a man past 60. A century, then. Geneva had known for a century what the network cost, what the folding of space took out of the universe to give back a road, had measured it and kept it close among the 30 or 40 hands that history let hold such things, and had let men like Marcus Cole spend whole careers in the high rooms believing they were trusted, when all along the one thing that mattered had been kept just out of reach. And he had suspected it. That was the part that would not let him be only angry. He had suspected it for decades and had not pushed, because pushing was uncomfortable, and the work was good, and a man who had spent his youth reprimanded for insubordination had learned, the hard way, the cost of being the one who asked. And he had been wrong. A captain 5 years in the dark had just flown through what the bill looks like when it comes due, and come home to tell him so. And Cole sat in the ruin of 40 years of careful not asking, and understood that the silence he had let stand out of wisdom was the same silence, exactly the same, that had now to be broken, or it would help kill them all. The voice frayed for the first time. Not toward weakness, toward grief. The grief of a man who knew what the next hours might cost a ship that had survived 5 years only to come home into a war. I'll bring the rest in person, if there's time. The carrier held a moment longer on nothing, on the open dark behind the words, on a man and 100 and some living souls Cole would likely never meet, crawling home through a region that wanted to take them, and then it dropped, and the study was only a study again, an old man and a cold cup, and the amber and green of the wrong war glowing patiently on the wall. Cole did not move for a while, not the management reflex, he had got past that, but the necessary pause before a man who has decided to carry a weight bends his knees to it. The lake was going gray at its far edge. Somewhere below the house, the city he had lived above for 2 years was still asleep inside the small war, the blocks and the lanes, and the dead in their cold, even columns, none of it knowing yet that it had become, in the space of one broken transmission, a rehearsal. That was the word that came to him, sitting there. Rehearsal. 2 years he had managed the Causeway War as the great crisis of his last office, and it was nothing. The real thing was out past the sealed junction a dead stranger had bought with his life, and it had a name now, and a clock, and Marcus Cole had been chosen, out of every living person, to be the one who said so first. There was the public ledger to think of. The post was out there already, untake-downable, the warning riding the network into every board and relay and quiet study in human space, whether Geneva willed it or not. Cole found he was not afraid of it. He was glad of it, fiercely and without reservation, the gladness of a man who has spent too long downstream of other men's silences and has just watched one broken open by a better man than himself. Let them try to take it down. It was simply the one place no government could lie about. That was the whole of what anyone saw in it that morning, and the morning kept its other counsel to itself. Cole stood, slowly, the body that did not sleep arguing with him the whole way up, and crossed to the relay. 2 calls to make, and they were not the same call, and the difference between them was the one he had spent 2 years learning. He could not order the fleet home. The chair he had given up at 70 he had given up for good, and the man who told himself otherwise in a moment like this was the most dangerous man in any room. What Cole could do, the only thing, and the thing Mercer had asked of him precisely because it was the thing Cole was for, was raise the alarm, lend it the whole weight of 90 years of stature, and put it in the hands of the one serving officer who could turn it into ships. He keyed the priority channel to Admiral Hannah Whitfield's flag, and while it reached for her across the relays, Marcus Cole let himself feel, one last time before the work took it from him, the full size of what had come home in the dark. A captain he had given a title to, a network dying of itself out past the edge of the maps, a century of silence he had helped to keep, now his to break. Months, Minister, not years. The channel found her. Whitfield's voice came on, sharp with the alertness of a senior officer woken before the hour by a minister who never called before the hour. "Marcus," she said, "what's happened?" Cole looked at the amber and green on the wall, the small war, the rehearsal, the thing he had managed and would not be managing much longer, and found that his voice, when it came, had dropped clean out of the ministerial register into something older and plainer, the Charleston in it that only came up when the institution had finished with him and only the man was left. "Hannah," he said, "the Endurance has come home, and I need you to listen to me the way you'd listen if I were still allowed to give you an order, because I'm not. And this is bigger than the war you and I have been losing sleep over, and we have months." A silence on the line. Hannah Whitfield doing what Cole had just done, taking a fact too large to lift in one motion. "Tell me," she said, and Cole told her. Chapter 17. Borders. Close up, the Endurance was worse than the long-range optics had let anyone believe. 5 years had been spent on her like weather on a headland. Her survey booms were folded wrong, not stowed, broken and lashed, mended with material that did not match the hull and had never been meant to bear load. Her flanks were scarred down to the structural members in long gray furrows, and someone had welded plate over them that was the wrong age and the wrong alloy, taken off something else, off whatever there had been. The great forward array Delgado had called a cathedral window was a socket of cracked dark glass, patched at the center with a disc of plain metal, as if the people aboard had stopped trying to see out of her and only wanted to keep the dark from coming in. She crawled, a hull built to carry a species' curiosity out past the maps, dragging herself the last few kilometers home on whatever she had left. And she had so little left that the Lodestar's rangefinder kept losing her against the cold and finding her again. "She's not under power so much as under intention," Delgado said low. "Half her drive signature something I can't classify. The rest is a deep explorer plant running at about 9% and held together with, Captain, I don't know what. I've never seen a hull do this and stay a hull." "Then she's a hull until she isn't." Cross stood in the well where a captain stood, and made himself hold the whole battered size of her without flinching. "Venter, bring us between her and the sundog. Whatever the geometry of that is, find it." "Aye, Captain." Venter, in the flight chair Salazar could not fill, with Salazar's voice patched live into his ear from a medical cot 2 decks down, advising, not flying, laid the Lodestar over and slid her down the dark toward the place where the wreck and the blade were about to meet. The boy flew the middle. He had learned this season the hard way, the same way the man who taught it to him had learned it, and he flew it now with none of the old swagger and all the discipline the swagger had been hiding. "There she is," Salazar said from the cot, watching with eyes that had nothing left to do but watch. "Quint's not slowing. Look at her line. She's not coming to fight you, Captain. She's coming past you. She wants the wreck. Venter, she'll try to put herself on the far side of the Endurance where you can't shoot through the hull you're protecting. Don't let her round the bow. Crowd the bow." "Crowding the bow," Venter said. The sundog came in hot and dirty, and exactly the way Salazar had said she would. She did not fire on the Lodestar. That was the first thing, and Cross read it the way he read a missing word in a sentence. Quint had not come to win a fight with a fast cruiser. She came down the Endurance's flank at a speed that should have shredded her against the wreck's mended hull, threading the narrow-lit channel between the two ships, and out of her belly she spat boarding craft, 4 of them, stub-winged grapnel pods, ugly and purpose-built, burning for the broken places in the Endurance's skin where the patches had not held. "Boarders," Cross said. "She's not taking the ship, she's taking the people." "Confirmed. 4 pods, 2 more in the rack," Delgado said. "Not aiming at the dock, Captain, the habitation rings. She wants whoever's alive aboard her, not the hull." And then the Endurance fought back, and Cross understood in one cold instant what he was looking at. She did not turn. She did not bring guns to bear, because she had none. A Meridian carried survey instruments, where a warship carried armament. And 5 years out past the maps had not improved on that. What came off her instead were Oxcraft, 2 small, ungainly survey shuttles, built to ferry geologists to a moon's surface and pressed now into the only fight their crews had left. They came off the wreck's broken spine in a spread that had clearly been drilled, putting themselves between the inbound pods and the habitation rings, and the man flying the lead one threaded a relief run through the closing gap with hands Cross would have known anywhere as a pilot's, even at this range, even in a shuttle that had no business making the move it was making. "Captain, that's the Endurance's own craft running interference," Delgado said. "They're covering their own rings, with survey shuttles. They're flying combat in a thing that masses like a brick." "They've been doing this 5 years, Cross said. "Nobody flies like that unless they've had to." A voice came up under the jamming then, broken the way the wreck's first hail had been broken, stretched and eaten and rebuilt by the Lodestar's optics. A man's voice, exhausted past the far side of exhausted. The voice of someone who had been holding something together for a very long time and had decided in the last hour he would hold it a little longer or not at all. "ISV Endurance, do not let them aboard. Brant, the lower ring, The lower ring is coming open." "That's the captain," Cross said. He had read enough of them to know one. "Delgado, clean it if you can, dirty if you can't. Vinter, the bow, now." Vinter crowded the bow. The Lodestar came over the Endurance's broken nose at a speed that put a hard line of stress through her own frame, close enough that Cross could see, through the canopy, a name board scoured down to ghost letters, and a single intact viewport in the forward habitation ring with a light still burning behind it. He had time to think, someone is alive in that room, and no time to do anything with it, because 2 of Quint's boarding pods had cleared the Sundog's shadow and were burning for that exact ring, and between them and it there was nothing but the Lodestar arriving. "Salazar," Cross said. "Talk to him." "He's reading it the same as me," Salazar said, fast and flat from the cot. "Listen to her, Captain. She's seen it more than I have." It came up off the wreck on the carrier Marsh was holding open, a woman's voice, older than the captain's, steady in the way of someone who had been narrating threats to her own people for so long the fear had been sanded off it. Aldridge, the captain had called her once in the broken first hail, and Cross hung the name on the voice now and kept it. "2 pods on your low side, 2 on the high. They'll split them," Aldridge said, every word costed out against the jamming. "That's their pattern. We've watched these raiders work 3 systems. The high pair's the bait, flashy, fast, makes you spend your gun on it. The low pair comes in slow and quiet under the noise, and that's the one that's coming through your hull. Kill the low one. Whatever it costs you, kill the low one and let the bait waste itself." "You heard her," Cross said. "Point defense is yours, Commander. The high pod's the bait. On it, Ackerman, at the rail, already moving it. Imeth, the high pod. The Endurance says it's the bait, and they'd know. Don't chase it. Sit on it. Vinter's got the low one." Vinter took the low pod. He did it the way he did everything now, without flourish, reading the closing geometry the way Salazar had taught him to read a lane. Find the middle. Hold the middle. Let the other man fight the wall. The Lodestar's forward battery reached out, and the low pod came apart in a hard, silent bloom of structure, and the high pod, the bait, ran straight into the Lodestar's point defense where Imeth had sat the guns waiting for it, patient, exactly where the woman on the wreck had said it would go, and it ceased to be a pod and became debris fanning past the canopy, bright and brief and gone. "2 down," Delgado said. 2 more inbound, and the Sundog's racking the last. On the plot, the second wave of boarding pods bent in toward the lower habitation ring. "The lower ring is coming open," the wreck's captain had said, and one of them was going to make it. Cross could see the geometry of it, could see that the Lodestar could kill one and only one before the other reached the hull. And then a survey shuttle that had no right to be there dropped into the pod's path. The lead one, the man with the pilot's hands, and put itself between the boarders and the ring, and the pod's grapnels fired and took the shuttle instead of the hull. Bit into its flank, hauled it in, the 2 of them locking together in a tangle that spun off the Endurance's spine and away into the dark, the pilot throwing the whole mess off course with the last of his thrust, so that the pod that had wanted a ring full of survivors got a brick full of one stubborn man instead. "He gave them himself," Cross said quietly. "He's still under power," Delgado said, almost too fast, almost relieved. "The shuttle's dragging the pod. He's flying it away. He's not dead. He's towing the boarders out of the fight." "Then somebody go and get him when this is over." Cross did not look away from the plot. "Vinter, the last 2. The last 2 pods came in together and did not split, because Quint had worked out by now that the man on the Lodestar's guns would not take the bait. So she sent them both at the lower ring and dared the Lodestar to be in 2 places. And Cross watched the arithmetic of it and saw they were going to lose one. One boarding pod reaching the habitation ring of a ship that had crawled 5 years to come home, putting paid blades into rooms where the people kept alive that whole way were waiting to be saved by someone, anyone, who had finally come. "Brant's got the helm over there," Salazar said suddenly, fast. "The rings are moving, Captain. Look, the lower ring's rotating off the pod's line. Somebody's walking the whole habitation section out from under the borders by main strength. They can't fight you off, but they can turn the wound away from you. Vinter, you don't need both. They're buying you the second one. Take the near pod and trust the ship to take the far one." "Trust the wreck?" Vinter said. Not quite a question, his hands already committing to it. "Trust the wreck," Cross said. "Do it." Vinter killed the near pod. And the far pod, burning for a habitation ring that was no longer where it had been a moment ago, hauled off its line by someone aboard the Endurance, spending the last of a dying ship's attitude control to turn a wounded flank away from a knife, overshot the lit viewport and the burning room behind it by the width of the margin Salazar lived and died by, and slammed instead into a scarred patch of hull where there were no people, and stuck there, grapnels biting into empty plate, a blade in a wound that had already healed shut. Whatever was in that pod cut itself into a survey ship's cold storage and found nothing to take. "Boarders hung up on dead structure," Delgado said. "No breach. They missed." "They didn't miss," Cross said. "She moved." And on the open channel, ragged, jammed, rebuilt out of static, came a different voice, a woman's, hard with effort. The voice of someone who had just turned a 5,000-ton wreck on its axis with attitude jets meant to nudge it into a parking orbit. "Lower ring's clear, Captain. I walked it off them. I walked it off." And under her, fainter, a third voice, working a signal board against the jamming, steady where the others were spent, calling clearances in the clipped private shorthand of people who had been a crew so long they had stopped needing whole sentences. "Handshake's holding. Marsh has the handshake. Keep it on this carrier." Cross let it come at him in pieces, the way it was arriving, a captain begging for a lower ring, a pilot towing the boarders out by his own thrust, a woman walking a wreck off the knife, a signals officer holding a thread of clean carrier open through the jamming by sheer refusal, and out of the pieces, under fire, with no one telling him anything in order, the shape of them assembled itself anyway. 5 years past the maps, written off, mourned, and then quietly stopped being mourned, and they had come home flying survey shuttles into boarding pods and turning their own dying ship by hand to keep the knife off the last room with a light still on in it, and they fought for each other in the shorthand of people who had no one else left to fight for. Captain Ackerman at his shoulder, low. "The Sundog's rack is empty. She's out of boarders." "Then she's out of it," Cross said. "Vinter, show her the cruiser." The Lodestar came around the Endurance's bow and put herself, whole and fast and undamaged, squarely between Mara Quint and the thing she had spent a winning fight to reach. There was a moment, Cross felt it as a held breath across the whole plot, where the Sundog did not break off, where Quint sat in the dark with her boarders gone and her prize behind a warship that had beaten her here by the better road, and weighed, the way the proud always weighed, whether the wanting was worth the dying. Cross knew her only second-hand, through Salazar's account of a race over Brightfall, and it was enough to know she was doing the arithmetic now and hating every figure of it. "Don't," Salazar said softly, to no one, to her, from a cot she couldn't hear him from. "Mara, don't. You can't have it. Don't die finding out." The Sundog lit her thrusters in a long, hard burn and peeled off. Not the showy, crowd-pleasing burn Salazar had described from Brightfall, but a wounded one, ragged at one flank, where Imeth's point defense had caught her threading the channel, trailing a thin, bright wake of venting atmosphere she was clearly trying to hide and could not. She went, and she went angry, and Cross watched her go and understood, with the cold clarity that came at the wrong moments, that this was not the last of her. A blade denied a prize did not put itself away. It got sharper and came back. "She's running," Delgado said. "Damaged. She'll need a yard." "She'll be back," Cross said. "Log it. She'll be back, and she'll bring more than boarders. Nobody spends a winning fight to reach a thing and then forgets it because she lost a flank." He turned from the plot to the wreck filling the canopy. Scarred gray hull, ghost nameboard, the single-lit viewport with whatever was alive behind it. "Vinter, take us alongside. Gently, she can't take a hard dock. Petrov to the boarding lock. Whatever's over there has been 5 years getting home, and I'm not going to be the one who jostled them at the last meter." And then, through the jamming, on the clean carrier Marsh had refused to let close in, the captain's voice came up one more time. Mercer, Cross would learn the name within the hour, the man who had crawled a tomb home. And it was not begging now. It was the voice of someone laying down a weight he had carried so long the muscles had grown around it, saying the thing he had kept himself alive the whole way home to say. And it came in pieces, because everything came in pieces here, under fire, with the sundog's wake still cooling on the plot. "Not salvage, Captain. Whatever they told her, we're not salvage." A swallowed run of static, and then, with a terrible flat clarity, the way a man speaks when he has stopped having the strength for anything but the truth. "There's a network on the far side, and it's dying of exactly what we do to ours. The people there are us. One of them is coming. His name is Tan." The carrier guttered, came back. "The door's shut behind us. A better man than me shut it. It won't hold. Months, not years." On the bridge nobody moved. They had just been handed something none of them could yet hold. "Captain," Delgado said, and there was nothing professional left in his voice, only a man saying a number out loud because saying it made it real. "I'm reading her muster on the handshake, the count of people alive aboard her." He looked up. 158, Captain, out of a Meridian's full complement. 158 came home." The handshake came across in a flood. 5 years of a ship's life dumped down a thread Marsh was holding open by his fingernails. Muster, medical, the dry bones of a logbook, and somewhere in the flood a woman's hand on the Endurance side was sorting it as it went. "Marsh, I'm appending the drive logs to the muster packet." The same steady older voice from before, Aldridge again, working her board. "Captain wants the journey on the record with the people." Then a half-beat, a snag in the steadiness, a younger woman's voice cutting in over hers, sharp, the Endurance's own engineer flagging a thing she'd lived with too long to let pass unmarked. "And tell them about the offset. It's on every environmental log. Thermal. It tracks every junction we crossed, and it never once came back down. I want that on the record, too. Hale, off the Endurance, flagging it to your board." And the carrier ate the rest. "Delgado," Cross said. "What was that?" "Their engineer, flagging telemetry residue off the environmental plant. It came in riding the muster packet." Delgado had it on his board already, a thin gray scribble where there should have been flat baseline. "A standing thermal offset across 5 years of crossings. First read, it's a calibration ghost." He frowned at it, the way a careful man frowns at a thing that does not fit the easy word. "Except a calibration ghost drifts. This one climbs. Every junction they passed, a little higher, and it never settles back." He shook his head, already pulling himself back to the fight that was still happening. "Not now. Hale's flagged it. I'm logging it with her name on it and setting it aside. If it means anything, it'll still mean it when we're not being shot at." "Set it aside. But keep it. Whatever they bled to bring home, I want all of it, down to the ghosts." Cross stood in the well where a captain stood and made himself hold it. All of it at once, the way he had made himself hold the size of her on the plot an hour ago, and found this time that he could not. For 3 weeks he had been fighting a war he understood, a clever, vicious human war, fought over lanes and grain, and a hand he was close to proving, a war that fit, that a man could be careful in if it would only give him the time. and now a ship 5 years dead had crawled out of a forgotten junction with 158 survivors, and a pilot who towed boarders away by his own thrust, and a woman who turned a wreck off a knife by hand. And the captain of her had used the last of his strength not to ask for help, but to name a thing coming. Cross's hand closed on the well rail. Through the canopy, the one lit viewport held steady, and everything he had been standing on tilted under it. This is the wrong war, he thought, and did not have anywhere to put it. I have been fighting the wrong war. The hand on the lanes, Castellan, Quint, the timed murders dressed as Tuesdays, that's real, and it's not the war. The war is on the far side of a junction a dying man begged us not to let anyone seal, and it has a name, and it has a clock, and the clock is in months. Awe and terror arrived in him together, the way they had not since he was very young, before he had learned to make a face for the frontier. Awe at the 158, at the survey shuttles flown like fighters, at the refusal of a crew to die where the record had decided they already had. "Get them aboard," Cross said, when his voice would hold level. "Every one, 158, and not a soul short. Petrov, you'll have more than you can carry. Pull whoever you need off whatever they're doing." He did not take his eyes off the one room with a light still on, the people who had kept it on for 5 years. "And somebody find me the captain. Tell him the lane behind him is held. Tell him nobody's sealing anything today." The Lodestar came alongside the wreck, gently, the way you come alongside a thing that has crossed a great distance to reach you and might not survive being reached. Out past her, the sundog's wake had gone cold, and the dark beyond the quiet junction gave up nothing. And somewhere on the far side of it, a clock Cross could not see and could no longer unknow had started counting down in months. He had wanted, 2 days ago, to know who was shaping the war. He knew now he had been asking too small a question, and that the true one had just crawled home to find him, scarred and patched and impossibly alive, with 158 people aboard who had already seen the answer and had spent 5 years and a better man's life trying to bring it back in time. Ensign. Chapter 18. The Order. Admiral Hannah Whitfield had been a flag officer for 20 years and had learned, somewhere in the middle of them, that the worst news always came in on the quiet channels. 82 years old, and she ran Iska Frontier Command from a fortified relay annex under the Geneva Basin, 200 meters of rock between her and the sky, because a fleet command that could be seen could be hit. The annex was not large. It had been built for one admiral and the 4 watch officers who answered to her directly, and tonight it held only Whitfield, a single comms rating who had drawn the late watch, and the cold blue of the regional plot turning slowly above the table. Whitfield liked it at this hour, the way she had liked the back of every watch since the academy. Fewer people, fewer performances, the work undressed. The frontier on the plot was a quarrel her command had been managing for the best part of her time at this post. 3 blocks, 8 contested corridors, a privateer war wearing the costume of trade disputes. At this hour, it was at least a quiet quarrel. Then the priority chime came in on Cole's private relay, the one that went around the watch and straight to her, and Whitfield put down the weak black coffee she had been drinking and did not pick it up again for some hours. "Minister Cole," she said, "it's the back of the night here. Tell me it's worth the chime." Cole's face built itself out of the relay's long delay. Earth to Annex was nothing, but he was routing through 3 encryption layers, and it cost him a half second she had learned to read around. He looked, she thought, like a man who had been handed something heavy and had not yet decided where to set it down. Marcus Cole was 90 years old and had spent the back half of his life being the calm voice that steadied rooms. And the calm was still there, but it was being held up tonight rather than worn. "Hannah," he said. He did not use the rank. That, more than the chime, told her. The Endurance came home tonight. Whitfield held that against everything she knew, and everything she knew told her it was impossible. The Endurance was a search status line her command had downgraded years back. The Deep Explorer flung off the map on her shakedown, written off when the looking got too expensive and the answers too unlikely. Humanity had stopped looking. She had signed the order that stopped them, or one of the orders. There had been a stack of them, the slow paperwork of giving up on a ship, and she remembered the weight of her own signature on it, because giving up was the part of command she had never made peace with. You did not unsign a thing like that at the back of the night. "Say the rest," Whitfield said. He said the rest. He played her the message raw, not a summary, not his read of it, the actual burst, a man's voice coming off 5 years of dark, exhausted, and exact. "Minister Cole, this is the Endurance. We are home, and we have brought the worst news in the history of the species behind us." Whitfield listened to all of it standing, with her hands resting flat on the edge of the plot table in the specific way her old crews had learned meant she was thinking, and not to interrupt. She listened to the part about the network on the far side. She listened to the name, Marek Tan, and to the count of the people coming, and to the line that did the most damage of any of it, the one she would think about later in her cabin. "The people there are us, given a pocket of dark and 1,000 years to forget." She listened to the part about the route being shut and a man dying to shut it. And the word that mattered most for her purposes, the only number in the whole transmission that her command could act on. "Months, Minister, not years." The burst ended. Cole's face came back over it. "That's Mercer," he said. "Julian Mercer. He took the chair when their captain was killed out there. He's not a man who panics, Hannah, and I have known him a long time, and that is a man who has stopped being afraid because he ran out of room for it." "I heard him," Whitfield did not say, "I believe you," and did not say, "prove it." Both were beneath the moment. She had run too many crises to spend the first minutes of one on whether the messenger was sane. She spent them instead on the only question a fleet admiral could afford. "Where did she come through, Minister? You said home. Home is a large place." "The Causeway region, a junction off the certified gate, quiet, under-mapped, the kind of thing your charts call dormant." A pause she recognized. He was choosing the next words for her and not for himself. "It's where the road from the far side opens. It's where they'll come." Whitfield looked at the plot. The causeway sat at the head of it, the bright certified thread the expedition had been so proud of, and around it the corridors her command had spent a decade keeping warm. And now somewhere off the certified gate, one quiet mark that her charts had been ignoring because it carried nothing, that was about to become the most important point in human space. She found it, and did not name it yet, because it had no name worth the wait, and a thing this size needed a name her officers would say without flinching. "All right," she said. There was a version of this conversation that Whitfield did not have, and she was aware of not having it, even as she stayed out of it. The version where she argued, where she asked Cole how sure he was, made him walk the chain of it, played for the hour or two it would cost to be careful. She had the seniority to demand that hour. She had, in 20 years, learned exactly what an hour was worth at the front of a thing, and it was never worth what it cost when you spent it on your own comfort. "Minister," she said, I want to be clear about what you're doing and what I'm doing, because in an hour it's going to matter who said what. Say it. You're telling me there's a war coming that makes the one I'm running look like a tantrum. You're telling me Geneva knew the cost of all this a long time before tonight. She watched him not deny it. She watched, in fact, the thing under his face that was almost gratitude at being asked it plainly. A man who had carried a suspicion his whole career and was being handed, at last, the proof and the permission. That was its own answer, and it told her Mercer's burst was true in a way no analysis could, because Marcus Cole did not look relieved at bad news, unless the bad news confirmed something he had been afraid to believe alone. She set the fury aside to spend later.
That's the alarm. That's yours. I heard it and I take it as real. She straightened off the table. But you can't move a ship, Marcus. You're a minister. You can fund the fleet, and you can stand in front of a relay and tell the species the truth, and God knows somebody should. You can't recall it. No, Cole said, I can't. And there was something in his face that was almost relief. The relief of a man handing a weight to the one person built to carry it. That's why I called you, and not a podium. Then here's what I'm doing. Whitfield turned to the rating at the comms board. Wake the watch, all 4 officers to the annex now, and route me a command channel to every flag officer on the frontier and the home stations both. Not a briefing channel, a command channel. I'm going to give an order and I want it received, not discussed. Aye, Admiral. The rating was already moving, gone pale and steady, which was the right order to go. You understand what that is, Whitfield said to Call while the channel built. You convinced me. That part's done. From here it stops being a conversation. From here it's ships, and ships are mine. I understand it. I've been waiting 40 years for someone to be able to give it. Give it well, Admiral. I only know the one way. The 4 watch officers came in, pulled out of sleep, and Whitfield gave them the shape of it in the time it took them to reach their stations. Not the whole of it, not the us given a pocket of dark, not the part about Geneva's century of knowing. They did not need that to do their work, and grief was a luxury you handed out after the orders, not before. She gave them the actionable spine, a returned ship, a confirmed external threat, fleet scale, inbound, a clock measured in months, a point of arrival. She watched them take it the way she had hoped they would, not with alarm, which was useless, but with the sudden total focus of professionals who have just been handed a problem worth all of them. Her senior watch officer had the deployment board up before she finished speaking, the 8 corridors and every formation in them, the whole sprawl of the Cold War rendered as movable mass. That was the difference between Cole's relay and her annex, and she felt it settle into the room as a kind of grim relief. Cole could tell the truth to the species. Here, the truth became vectors. It became which hall turned first, and which corridor went quiet because she had ordered it quiet, and which supply train had to be retasked from a war that no longer existed to a war that did not exist yet. A minister moved words, an admiral moved tonnage. Then she gave the order on the open command channel in the measured, slightly clipped register her crews across 2 ships and 20 years had learned to brace against, the one that got quieter the larger the thing it carried. This is Admiral Whitfield, Frontier Command. By my authority, I am issuing a General Fleet recall, priority absolute, effective on receipt. All frontier formations are to break off current corridor engagements and consolidate. The Cold War is suspended, not settled, suspended by order. Every hull, every block liaison, every privateer charter we can reach. The quarrel over the corridors is over because something is coming that does not care whose flag flies on which lane. I did not raise my voice. I had never once needed to. We have been fighting each other in the front hall, while the front of the house stood open. That ends tonight.
She let that reach them, and the channel did what a command channel did when an order outran the belief behind it. It argued back. Rear Admiral Vance came in first, off the Oraline corridor, the cleanest voice on the loop, and the one with the most ships to lose. Frontier, Oraline Element. I have 2 formations in active contact, and a 3rd disengaging under fire. I'm ordering me to turn my back on a block that's shooting at me on the word of a returned ghost ship and a minister. I want that confirmed, and I want it in writing before I expose a flank. Not insubordination. Worse than insubordination for her purposes. It was reasonable.
Confirmed, Oraline. It's already in writing. It went out under my authority on the same burst as the order, and you can read it while you turn. You break contact toward the doorstep, not away from it, and you let the Combine keep the corridor. They can have the lane. There is nothing on the far side of this that wants the lane. She did not pause for him to accept it. An order accepted was an order delayed. Acknowledge the turn, Vance. A half-second. Oraline acknowledges, turning. A man choosing to spend his flank on her word, and she logged it and went on, because there was a second voice already building. The Combine liaison, not her officer, a liaison, a man whose whole posting was to make sure ISCA did nothing the Combine had not signed off on. Admiral, the Combine Charter does not recognize a unilateral frontier recall. My principles will regard any consolidation order touching Combine charters as a what, liaison? Still quiet. Quieter. Say the end of that sentence on a logged command channel and let the Combine own it. You were going to say act of aggression. You want to file that tonight, the night something fleet scale started toward all of us. Go ahead and file it, and I'll see it gets read out at the inquiry, alongside the part where you were told what was coming and chose the corridor instead. She let one breath go by. Or your charters break off with mine, and the Combine gets to say later that its hulls were at the doorstep from the first hour. They'll want the second one, liaison. Take them the second one. The liaison's channel went dark. Not agreement. Calculation, which from a block was the same thing arriving slower. And on the plot, the hard part, the part no register could order away, the Brightfall formation, the largest single mass on the board, did not turn. Its commander did not argue. He simply did not move, the formation sitting in its contested color while the channel waited. A flag officer who had spent 4 years being told the corridors were the war, and could not, in the space of an order, make his hands believe they were not. Brightfall. Whitfield put nothing into it, no heat, no plea. I know what I'm asking. To believe a thing you can't see yet, on my authority, before the proof reaches you. I've been a flag officer for 20 years, and I have never once given a recall I didn't mean. I'm not starting tonight. Turn your ships, Commander. Be wrong with me if I'm wrong. I'd rather answer for moving the fleet too soon than too late. The Brightfall mass hung there a moment more, long enough that the rating at the comms board went still, and then began, heavily, to come around. She let the rest reach them. On the plot, the corridors her command had spent years keeping from boiling over sat there in their contested colors, one by one going quiet as the formations broke off, and Whitfield watched her own life's work turn small on the plot. Years of careful pressure management. Years of keeping 3 blocks from each other's throats over choke points and tax exemptions and who got to call a road theirs. All of it in the space of one transmission, made small. Designate the arrival point, she told her senior watch officer. He had it ready, the quiet mark off the certified gate, lit now and labeled with a string of survey coordinates that no officer would ever say aloud in the heat of a fight. It needs a name, Whitfield said, something a frightened lieutenant can say on an open channel without losing half a second to it.
She looked at the mark, the quiet junction off the gate, the place the road from the far side led out, the threshold the whole war was about to walk in across. The thing humanity had built a causeway beside and never noticed was the actual door. "The doorstep," she said. "Log it fleet-wide. The doorstep. That's where they come in, and that's where we'll be standing when they do." The watch officer logged it. The doorstep. It went out on the command channel with the recall, and within the hour it would be on the lips of every flag officer on the frontier, and within the day on the lips of crews who would never know who had named it or why an 82-year-old admiral had needed it to be a word a scared kid could say. "How long?" Cole asked when the watch was working and the channel was carrying, and there was, for a breath, room for the two of them again. It was the right question. It was the question she had been holding off answering because the answer was the cruelty under the whole night. "Recall isn't arrival, Minister." Whitfield said it plainly because false comfort was a thing she had buried too many people behind. "I can give the order in a minute. The fleet doesn't fold in by morning. The formations are scattered across 8 corridors, half of them shooting at each other an hour ago, some of them weeks of transit from where they need to be. I have to break them off, turn them, route them, supply them, and get them to one quiet junction at the head of the map that wasn't on anyone's deployment plan because it had nothing on it worth fighting over." She looked at the plot, did the sums she had been doing in the back of her mind since the word months came off Mercer's burst. To bring the weight of the fleet to the doorstep, real weight, the mobilization, not a token, is the better part of 6 months. That's not slow. That's a fleet. A fleet is the slowest fast thing there is. She watched the arithmetic land on him, because Cole had spent 40 years near fleets and knew exactly what 6 months meant. "He said months," Cole said quietly. "Mercer, months until Tan rederives the route and comes." He did. And there it was, the shape of the thing, laid bare on the cold blue plot for the 2 oldest people in the room to look at. "So we're in a race we may already be losing. The clock to him and the clock to me are the same clock, Minister, and I can't promise you mine runs faster. Whatever holds the doorstep when this starts, holds it without the fleet. The fleet comes to a position that's already been kept, or it comes to wreckage and a name in a log." She let that be true in the room. There are people out there at the head of the map right now who don't know yet that they're the ones who have to hold it alone. She had spent a career running clean institutions so that the people who depended on her were never failed by it, and tonight she could not reach the head of the map in time. She straightened off the table and went back to the plot. Cole was silent for a moment, the relay's half-second delay making it longer. "The Lodestar's out there," he said. "Cross, and whatever he's pulled around himself. Then I'll pray your Captain Cross is the holding kind." Whitfield turned back to the plot, to the watch, to the order already running out across human space ahead of the thing it warned of. "Because the fleet's coming, Marcus. It's just coming late. They always do, the big, slow saving things. They come as fast as they can and never as fast as you need, and the people at the door pay the difference." "Hannah." Cole's voice had dropped into something older than rank, older than the relay, the register of a man who had carried a private weight a very long time and was, tonight, finally allowed to set part of it down. "Thank you for taking it as real, without making me earn it first." "You earned it 40 years ago, Minister." She did not look up from the plot. "I just hope to God it's not too late to spend." The order held. Across 8 corridors, the formations that had argued and balked and sat in their colors came around at last, heavily, unevenly, each one turning a few seconds after she had spent something to turn it, away from the quarrel they understood and toward a quiet mark at the head of the map that, until tonight, had carried nothing and now carried everything. toward the doorstep and the months and the dark on the far side of it that was already, by Mercer's count, beginning to come. Whitfield stood in the cold blue light of her command and watched the fleet begin, slowly, to move. She was 82. She had buried enough to know that this would likely be the last great order of her life. She picked up the coffee. It had gone cold somewhere back in the night. She drank it anyway and got back to the work because the order was given and the ships were turning, and the only thing left now that mattered was the count of months. Chapter 19. The Brief. The recall had gone out on Whitfield's authority an hour before, and the fleet was already turning toward home, and Marcus Cole sat alone in the study above the lake with the second thing the Endurance had asked of him, and understood that the first thing had been the easy one. Tell them the truth this time. He had the proof. That was the part that took the floor out from under a man who had spent 40 years standing very carefully on it. Mercer had not just brought a warning, he had brought a record, flung onto the public ledger in the same defiant breath as the alarm, untakedownable. A survey ship's 5 years of instrument logs from the far side of a sealed crossing, and folded into it, where Mercer had put it on purpose, the older thing. The thing Cole had spent a career not quite looking at. The cost of a fold, measured, dated, known. Not the invasion. The invasion was tomorrow's terror, and tomorrow's terror at least had the decency to come from outside. This was the other one, the one with Geneva's own fingerprints on it, and Cole sat with it open on the slate in his lap and read for the first time with the documents in front of him instead of the rumor of them, exactly how long the Directorate had known that the road ate something it did not put back. A century. More. Before he was born, Mercer had said that in the burst, and Cole had heard it land like a stone going into deep water. Geneva has known what a fold costs since before I was born. He had assumed, listening, that Mercer meant it as rhetoric. He had been wrong. The first measurements were 130 years old. A junior thermodynamicist on the early traversal program had written in the flat, careful language of a person who does not yet know they are writing the most dangerous sentence of their life, that the energy budget of a stabilized fold did not close, that something left the accounts on every crossing and did not come back, a fraction of a fraction, beneath every instrument's noise floor, easy to call error and easier to call nothing. And someone above her had read it and understood it and decided that a civilization which had just been handed the stars could not be told that the stars came with a meter running. So they had classified the meter. And every administration since had inherited the classification, the way you inherit a house with a room you were told not to open, and most of them had not opened it. And the ones who had, the small grim list of names across 130 years, custodians of a silence they each told themselves was wisdom, had closed it again and signed the renewal and gone home to dinner. One of the signatures stopped him. The hand was familiar. The minister who had sworn Cole in, 40-odd years gone now, the man whose coffin Cole had carried and meant every step of it. 3 renewals down the chain, countersigning the silence in a year when Cole had been a lieutenant who would have followed him off any cliff he pointed at. That was the thing the documents took out of him, line by line, the way a tide takes sand. It had not been monsters keeping the room shut. It had been the best men he had known, each in his good and reasonable turn deciding the same wrong thing and writing it down in a hand a young officer had loved. And the first of them, the supervisor above the junior thermodynamicist, 130 years in the ground, had set his own decision under her warning in 3 dry lines, and Cole read them and recognized the tone before he finished the first. Recommend continued classification. No operational purpose is served by disclosure, which would risk public confidence in the program at a formative stage. The formative stage had lasted 130 years. Cole had spoken in that exact tone in good rooms about smaller things his whole career, had believed it was the sound a serious man made. It was the sound careful men made to one another in good rooms, and had always been. Cole's name was not on that list. He wanted that on the record, in his own mind at least, in the last clean hour he would have to think it. He had not been a keeper of the brief. He had been something worse and more common. He had been a man who suspected the room existed and felt the draft under its door for 40 years and never quite made himself try the handle, because trying the handle was a thing you could not undo, and not trying was so very easy and so very reasonable, and let a man get on with the enormous good work of running a fleet. And a captain 5 years in the dark had just flown through the room they would not open, had come out the far side of a sealed crossing into a network that was the far end of the meter, a whole reach of human space run dark and spent, what the bill looks like when it comes due, and had reached past every custodian on that grim list to the one serving minister most likely to do the unforgivable thing, and handed him the room, the door, and a crowbar, and said, "Tell them the truth this time." This time, as opposed to all the times the institution Cole had given his life to had decided not to. The honest part of the decision took him no time at all. He had known what he was going to do from the moment he understood what Mercer had sent. The truth was going to be told, and it was going to be told whole, and it was going to be told by him tonight, because he was the only man positioned to do it who could no longer be silenced by anyone above him. There was no longer anyone above him who outranked the dead, and because doing it any other way was the thing the whole catastrophe was made of. The dishonest part, the part a lesser hour would have called the responsible part, took longer because it was reasonable, and reasonable was the trap. He could manage it. Of course he could manage it. He was minister for the fleet. Managing was the trade. He could convene the right people, brief the blocks in the right order, frame the disclosure so the proof landed inside a structure prepared to receive it, could give the accord time to absorb a truth that would, dropped raw, blow it to pieces on the very night a fleet was turning home to face something that needed the accord whole. He could be careful. He could be wise. He could open the room a crack, in the right room, to the right people, and let the light in by degrees so that no one was blinded. He sat with that option for a long moment, because it was good, and because it was exactly. He made himself see it, made himself hold the whole shape of it, exactly the thing Daniel Cross had done at the Causeway. The young captain whose certainty Cole had always half envied had been handed a truth that would break a fragile peace, and had reached, from the best motives a good man owns, for the structure, for the controlled disclosure, for the time to absorb it properly. And the reaching had been the lever a worse man needed, and the piece had broken anyway and taken the truth's credibility down with it. The brief had been managed for 130 years, managed by people every bit as careful and as well-meaning as Marcus Cole, renewed by wise men in good rooms, each of whom had decided that the species could not be trusted with its own bill. He was not going to be the 131st. He did it the way Mercer had done it, because Mercer had been right about the only thing that mattered, which was where. Not a briefing, Not a secured channel to the block principles, not a staged release, not a managed sequence of read-ins rippling out from the center at the center's pace. He took the whole of it, the 130 years of measurements, the classification chain with every renewing signature legible on it, the junior thermodynamicist's first flat, dangerous sentence, and Mercer's 5 years of proof from the spent dark, and he put it where no one could take it down. The public ledger, the immutable common record of human space, the thing every node wrote to and no node could erase. The proud machine the Golden Age had built to make a truth unforgeable and unburyable forever. He authenticated it with the one credential that could not be repudiated, the minister's own, so that no one could ever say it was a forgery or a ghost ship's fever or an anchorage forgery dressed in stolen seals. He signed the room open with his name, and he sat for one moment with his thumb above the commit, an old man in a study above a lake, and felt the full size of it, that the next pressure of his thumb would end the career and the reputation and very probably the liberty of Marcus Cole, and would do something far larger, would reach down the same network that carried the fleet's orders and the colony's grain and the peace talk records and every lover's letter in human space and tell all of it, all at once, in a voice no one could shout down, that the road had a meter and the meter had been hidden, and the people who hid it had names. He thought, absurdly, of the thing the ledger was supposed to be for, the safest place a truth could live. He had believed that his whole life, the way you believe a thing your civilization is proud of, and he believed it now, fiercely, in the last moment before he proved it, that there was no power on earth or off it that could reach into the common record and unmake what a man had written there. It was the one place a small true thing could stand against the whole weight of an institution and not be erased. He pressed commit. For a moment, nothing. The study was quiet. The lake held the late light the way it always had. An old man sat with his hands flat on the arms of a chair and a slate gone dark in his lap, and waited, the way you wait after you have done a thing that cannot be undone, to find out who you have become. Then the boards began to light. He had a feed running. He always had a feed running. It was the humming a man in his office did instead of pacing. And he watched the thing he had loosed go out across human space at the speed the network carried everything, which was nearly the speed of the now. He watched it reach Geneva first, because Geneva was close, and he watched the careful machine of the center's evening seize, the way a body seizes when a nerve fires wrong, a directorate statement drafted and not sent, then drafted again, then the awful silence of an institution discovering there was no statement that helped, because the document was already everywhere, and it was real, and it had their own signatures on it, going back a century and a third. He watched it reach the frontier, and the frontier did not seize. The frontier began, one node at a time, to answer back. The compact governor's channels lit, and stayed lit, and on the feed they were not noise, they were people, posting in the open, the way the proud machine had taught them they could. The governor of the Halix Compacts, a woman Cole had shaken hands with at a tariff summit, who had thanked him that day for the road that kept her 3 dry worlds fed, put a single line onto the ledger under his disclosure, and Cole read it twice. Transit through Halix junctions is suspended pending independent survey. We were not told. We will not be told again. No block had authorized her. No block would unsay it. It would stay where she had written it, beside his name, as long as the record stood. He watched a block principal's hail come up the priority routing, one of the Accord's 4 pillars, reaching for him in the first minutes, and he watched the routing flag turn over from connecting to declined without his hand going near it, because the principal's own staff had pulled the call back, having grasped, faster than their man, that there was no version of being on a channel with Marcus Cole tonight that did not look like complicity. The pillar that had taken the longest to bring into the accord withdrew its hand from him before it touched him. He marked the first crack in a thing he had built and went on watching.
And out on the Hellick line, where a frontier flag officer was running a scheduled fleet rotation through a contested corridor, Cole watched an order go out and an order come back. The local commander, a name Cole half knew, a steady one, had been told to hold station and screen the lane. The reply hit the ledger inside the minute. The rotation canceled on the commander's own authority. Hulls pulled home to the colonies that crewed them, until the people I am asking to die for this corridor are told what the corridor has been costing them. A flag officer countermanding the center in real time, in the open, where every other flag officer could read it and decide to do the same. Cole had spent 40 years inside a chain of command that worked because no one read it as optional. He watched it become optional, line by line, at the speed of the now. And the trouble with a road, Cole thought, watching it spread, was everything that rode it, not just the captains and the cargo manifests and the treaty couriers, the grain runs that fed 3 colonies that grew none of their own, the medical convoys that ran on schedules measured to the hour because a schedule was the difference between a transplant and a coffin, the ordinary unbearable weight of 1 billion people who had arranged their whole lives around a road they trusted and now did not. None of that stopped because a board lit up. It would stop tomorrow in 1,000 small refusals, each of them sane, a harbor master holding a string for inspection that had never needed inspecting, a governor closing a junction to think, a freight crew that simply did not lift, and the sum of all that sanity would be a network seizing exactly as the thing from the dark turned toward it. He had not just broken the peace, he believed it was still the right thing. He made himself keep believing it while he watched the cost arrive. And he watched it reach the people the institution had spent a generation calling cranks. That was the part he had braced for and could not, in the event, brace enough for. The anchorage, the slow-road people, the cost of it people, the ones Geneva's own talking points had written off as romantics and saboteurs for 30 years. The anchorage had been saying a version of this, without the proof, in the teeth of every official denial, for longer than some of the officials denying it had been alive. And now the proof was on the common record, under a minister's seal, and the cranks were not cranks. They had been right. They had been right the whole time, right in the way that ruins a movement as surely as being wrong, because being right too early and too long curdles into a grievance a civilization cannot easily metabolize. On the feed, an anchorage relay he would once have had flagged as hostile traffic put up his own document, his, the minister's, his seal on it, beside their 30-year-old pamphlets, with a single line: "We did not invent the meter. We only counted it before you let us." And folded into Mercer's logs were the 2 names the institution had spent itself trying to bury: Marsh, the agent it had exposed and disowned, and Aldrich, Mercer's own, who had stood the same 5 years on the spent far side and come home carrying the proof in her instruments. And Cole, who would never meet either of them, sat in his study and posted the thing that turned their whole disbelieved lives into testimony, and knew he had just handed the anchorage the one weapon more dangerous than the sabotage charge: vindication. A governor's suspension, a pillar's withdrawn hand, a flag officer's hulls turning for home, and behind each one, on the board, the others learning they were allowed.
He could see it on a screen in a quiet study, faster and worse than the most careful pessimist in his department would have modeled, at the exact moment a fleet was turning home, to ask all of them to stand together against something that did not care which flag a hull flew. He had known it would. He had done it anyway, because the alternative was one more wise man deciding the species could not be trusted with its own bill. And the wise men had had 130 years and spent them building exactly the silence that a captain had just flown 5 years through the consequences of. He had known it would. He had done it anyway, because the alternative was one more wise man deciding the species could not be trusted with its own bill. And the wise men had had 130 years and spent them building exactly the silence that a captain had just flown 5 years through the consequences of. The priority channels were already reaching for him. The directorate, 2 block principals, a legal officer he recognized by the urgency of the routing alone, all of them arriving in the queue with the speed of people who needed Marcus Cole to explain himself or be detained, or both. He let one through. The legal officer, counsel to the directorate, a careful man named Renton, whom Cole had liked for 30 years and never once heard raise his voice. Cole keyed it open and did not speak, and Renton's voice came into the quiet study above the lake, and it was not careful now. "Marcus, tell me you didn't authenticate it. Tell me it's a forgery and I can stand up in an hour and say so." A breath, the sound of a man reading his own ruin off a screen. It's your seal, Marcus, on 130 years of... Do you understand what you've... There is no clause I can find in an evening that puts this back in a box. You've handed every grievance in human space a court document with the ministry's name on it. On the night the fleet needs them quiet, and I cannot... The careful man stopped, because there was nothing at the end of the sentence but the thing itself. "Why didn't you call someone?" "Because someone would have managed it, Renton," Cole said, and cut the channel before the answer could become a conversation, which was the one thing it could not be allowed to become. The other calls went on arriving. He let the rest of them ring. There would be time for all of it. There would be, he suspected, a great deal of time, in rooms with no view of a lake, and he found he could look at that without flinching, which surprised him. He keyed, instead, one message of his own onto the same ledger, short, beneath the avalanche, addressed to no one and everyone the way Mercer's had been. He told them the cost was real and old, and theirs now to carry in the open. He told them the thing coming from the dark was real too, and that the fleet was already turning to meet it, and that the same network carrying this truth would carry the alarm and the orders and the long defense, and that they would need every hull and every flag and every grievance set down for a while if any of it was to mean anything. He did not ask to be believed. He had learned that much from a captain in the dark. You did not beg the frightened. You laid the situation down plainly, and you trusted them to be, in the end, better than the people who had decided they couldn't handle it. Then Marcus Cole set the slate down and folded his hands and let the channels ring and watched the lake hold the last of the light and waited, an old man who had spent his whole life keeping the institution's confidences and broken the biggest of them in a single evening, to find out whether a species told the truth at last, too late and all at once, could do the one thing the wise men had never trusted it to do. He thought it could. He had always, under the prudence, thought it could. Chapter 20. The Small Lie. June Vared stood in the ready room hatch with the end of the Accord behind him on every screen and did not come in, and did not leave, and Cross understood from the stillness of him that the conversation he had been avoiding for 2 years had decided, on its own schedule, to arrive now. "You've seen it," Vared said. "The whole Reach has seen it." Cross did not turn from the board. He had been watching it for an hour, the thing Cole had posted, the 130 years of it, and underneath the document the slower catastrophe of what it was doing to the map. He had a coalition out here. He had spent 5 days building it out of spit and necessity and the corpses of a relief convoy, a thing held together by his own certainty and Whitfield's recall and the bare fact that everyone at the doorstep was more afraid of the dark than of each other. And he was watching it come apart on the board in real time, lane by lane, as the news reached each crew's home, and each home began, sanely, to scream. The center holes had gone quiet, the bad quiet, the quiet of officers who have just learned their government lied to them for longer than they had been alive, and are waiting to be told what they are now. The frontier compacts were not quiet. On the shared loop, a frontier captain off the Carthol, 2 cutters and a tender, anchored off the south picket since the second day, came up clear and unhurried, and did not address Cross at all. He addressed the loop. "Carthol to the line. We came out here because Geneva put its hand on the book and swore the road was clean. I've just read what Geneva knew about the road and how long it's known it, and I'll not spend my people's lives standing a watch for the people who wrote that." A pause, and then the part that cost, because the Carthal's captain was not a coward, and the loop knew it. "I'm sorry. To the ones of you staying, I'm sorry. It isn't fear. It's that I can't tell the door from the men who lied about it anymore, and I won't die confused." The Carthal unhitched from the south picket and burned for home space, and a tender that had been taking on water from one of Cross's own hulls cut the line mid-transfer and went with her, and for a while the south picket had a hole in it the size of 3 ships, and the dark on the far side of the hole did not care whose fault it was. A second compact had already gone before the Carthal spoke. A third had gone dark to the shared plot entirely, which out here meant either grief or a gun being loaded. The thing that should have welded them, we are all of us standing in front of the same door, and the truth is the truth for every flag, had instead reached down and pulled the floor out from under every alliance Cross had, at the precise hour he needed them welded. He had spent the hour before Vared came trying to hold them one channel at a time, and losing. A Frontier Compact's captain, a steady woman he'd flown 3 hard actions beside, who had taken his word over her own admiralties more than once, had heard him out to the end and then told him, not unkindly, that she'd believed him because she had believed the thing standing behind him, and the thing standing behind him had just put 1.25 centuries of lying onto the public record under its own seal. "I'm not doubting you, Cross," she said. "I'm doubting what you're standing on." Then she had pulled her hauls for home space, and he'd had nothing to give her, because she was right, and the thing he stood on was gone. You could not hold a coalition together with your own face. He had been trying for an hour, the way a man bails a boat he already knows is going down, and it was not enough, and it was not going to be enough, because the authority he had been borrowing against all 5 days, the great quiet weight of "Geneva says the accord holds, the fleet vouches," was the authority that had just confessed in public to being built on a buried lie. He had been spending a currency that, it turned out, had no metal behind it. He had not known. That was the part he kept stumbling on. He had not known, and he had spent it anyway, in good faith, and the people who pulled tonight were not wrong to stop taking it. "Cole did the right thing," Cross said. "It cost him something to say it. And it's killing us out here." "Both," Vared agreed. "That's usually how it goes." Cross turned, then, because Verd had not come to the door at the worst hour of the campaign to agree with him about coal. June Verd was Anchorage, not the splinter, not Wren's people with their charges and their martyrdoms, the main line, the old slow road conviction that the network cost something it would not say, the conviction the center's talking points had spent 30 years calling romance. Verd had flown beside Cross for 2 years anyway, because the road existed and someone sane had to be on it, and Cross had come to rely on him the way you rely on the one man in the argument who is not performing. And the brief, tonight, had made June Verd right. Right about the thing his whole movement had been ruined for being right about. Right in the public record under a minister's seal, vindicated in a single evening after 30 years of being the crank in the room. He did not look vindicated. He looked tired, and he looked like a man who had come to collect a small old debt before the chance went under the water for good. "In the second year," Verd said, "the Harrow Transit, you ran false colors for a day." Cross said nothing.
You had your reasons. They were good reasons. They're always good reasons. That's the trick of it. You needed the Combine to think you were somewhere you weren't, so they'd hold a lane open you needed held, so a thing got through that needed to get through. One day. A small lie for an operational necessity told to people who'd have died otherwise. Vered's voice had no heat in it, which was worse than heat. And then the thing got through, and the danger passed, and you could have corrected the record, set it straight. Harrow Transit, the 11th, the Lodestar ran under false registry. Here is why. One line. You never did. It was classified. It was inconvenient. Vered said it gently. Correcting it meant explaining it, and explaining it meant a hearing, and a hearing meant the lane partner who trusted you learned you'd lied to them even for a day, and the relationship was useful, and the war was on, and you decided the truth could wait, because the mission couldn't. You put it under later and necessary, and you got on with the enormous good work of being Daniel Cross.
Cross heard it land. He heard the exact shape of it land, because he had spent the last hour reading 130 years of the same sentence, no operational purposes served by disclosure, written by men he would once have followed off any cliff, and he had sat there feeling clean, feeling like the man who would never, and here was the small true version of it, with his own name on it, 2 years old, never corrected, deferred by a captain who decided the truth could wait because the mission couldn't. The junior thermodynamicist supervisor and Geneva's century of renewers, and Marcus Cole's mentor signing the silence in a hand a young officer had loved, and Daniel Cross at the Harrow Transit in the second year deciding one small true thing could wait. It was not the same scale. He reached for that, the way a falling man reaches, not the same scale. A day's false colors was not a century's buried meter. One inconvenient line uncorrected was not a billion people kept in the dark. But it was the same sentence, and scale was the thing you told yourself about afterward. The sentence was the thing you said in the moment, and Cross had said it in his own small reasonable voice and meant it, and been, for 2 years, exactly the kind of man who keeps a true thing quiet because the mission is more important than the record. The certainty went out from under him like a deck giving way. He put a hand flat on the table, not for Vered, who would read it, but because the room had tilted and his body wanted something level under it. He did not have words for it, and he did not get the chance to find them, because Ackerman came through the hatch behind Vered with a slate and the next disaster, and Cross,
raw, with the floor gone, with 2 years of self-regard turning over in him like a hull rolling, turned the whole of it on the wrong person. "The Salat Compact's pulling for home," Ackerman said. "That's the third. And the Center Squadron wants written assurance from Geneva before they'll hold station, which Geneva can't send because Geneva's on fire. I need you to—" "You need me to what, Ackerman?" It came out flat and cruel. "Hold it together? With what? You've spent 5 days logging exactly how much rope I gave Castellan, every meter of it, very carefully, very correct. Where's the log that says how we hold a coalition that just found out the whole thing's built on a lie? You don't have one. You never have one. You have the break. You're very good at the break. You've been right about every single thing, and it has not saved one person. So spare me the slate." The ready room went very quiet. Ackerman was the break. Ackerman had been right about the warrant, about Castellan, about every meter of rope, right in the patient, unglamorous way that had kept Cross from worse than he'd done. And Cross knew it even as he said the thing, knew he was hitting the one person who had earned none of it precisely because she had earned none of it. Because the ones who deserved this were 130 years of dead administrators, and an old minister on earth, and Daniel Cross himself, and none of them were standing in the hatch. Ackerman did not flinch. That was the worst of it. She took it the way you take weather, and set the slate down on the table within Cross's reach, and said, "The Salat Compact, when you've got a minute," in a voice with nothing in it at all, and went out. Cross did not call her back. He should have. He knew the shape of the thing he should have done. "Ruth, that wasn't you. That was me coming apart." Knew it was 3 sentences and a hand on the shoulder, and it would cost him nothing he could not afford. He stood there with the apology fully formed and did not say it, because saying it would have been one more clean, correct thing performed by Daniel Cross, and he could not, in that hour, stand the sound of his own decency. So he let it stand, uncorrected. It can wait, he thought, heard himself think it, the exact words, in his own small, reasonable voice, and did not even have the grace to be surprised. The mission couldn't wait. The apology could. He got on with it. The Red had watched all of it from the hatch without moving. "Well," he said, "there it is." "Don't." Cross's voice was wrecked. "I'm not going to." The Red came in, finally, and that was somehow the thing that nearly finished Cross, that the man he'd just been proven to be a small version of came in, sat down at the table with the slate Ackerman had left, and did not gloat, and did not leave. "I waited 2 years to say that to you, and I'll tell you what I thought it would feel like. I thought it would feel like winning. 30 years my people get called saboteurs and romantics, and tonight it's on the record that we were right, and I came down here half wanting to watch you choke on it." He turned the slate face up. The Salat withdrawal bloomed on it, red. "And now I'm here, and you've gone and made it small and human, and I find I don't want to win at all. I want the lane held, same as you." "You were right," Cross said, "all of you, about the cost. We were right about the cost and wrong about the road." They'd said it like a thing he'd made his peace with on the way down. "We thought being right about the cost meant you stopped, slowed it, salted it, went home. And here's the door, and behind it is the thing that proves us righter than we ever wanted to be. A whole network that did pay the bill. And the only answer that isn't surrender is to hold the road we were right to be afraid of. Both things. I was right, and I'm still flying it with you, especially now." He pushed the slate an inch toward Cross. "So, the Sellout Compact. While you decide whether you're going to be a captain again tonight or finish coming apart on your own time." Cross looked at the red on the slate,
and at the door where Ackerman had gone out carrying a cruelty Cross was not going to take back, and at Verd sitting in the wreck of his own vindication, choosing the road anyway, and felt the certainty stay gone. It did not come back. He understood it was not going to. That whatever he was now, he was going to have to do it without the thing that had carried him this far, the clean interior conviction that Daniel Cross did the hard right thing and was therefore not the men who didn't. He was the men who didn't, in his small way, on the Harrow Transit, with Ackerman just now. He was going to have to hold the door anyway, exactly as compromised as everyone else holding it, exactly as guilty as the road itself.
"Selat," he said, and his voice came back about 3/4 of the way, which was as far as it was going to come tonight. He picked up the slate. "Get me there, Captain. Not a written assurance. Her on a channel. Me." He stood and put his weight down through his boots until it steadied, and hated a little how much he needed the floor to be there. "I can't give her Geneva. Geneva's gone. I can give her the door and the man standing in front of it, and that'll have to be enough, because it's all that's true." "That's more than Geneva ever gave anyone," Veyrid said, and it was not quite a kindness, and not quite not. Cross keyed the channel. Behind him, the brief still burned on every screen, 130 years deep, and the map still came apart lane by lane, and somewhere on his own ship a good officer carried an unfair thing her captain had said, and would carry it, now, into whatever came next, because Cross had decided in the moment that the truth could wait. The Selat captain came on guarded, and Cross found he did not know how to do this anymore. The old way had a shape he could have flown blind. The calm voice, the certainty offered like a handhold. "I've got this. Hold my line. Here's why it's safe." He reached for it, and it was not there. So he did the only thing left, which was tell her the truth, that Geneva had lied, that he had not known, that he could not promise her the institution behind him was clean because it was on fire and deserved to be, and that the door in front of them did not care about any of it, and would open in months whether or not a single flag trusted another, and that he had nothing to offer her tonight but the plain fact that he was going to stand in front of it and would rather not stand there alone. He heard how thin it was even as he said it. He had spent years sounding like a man who had answers. He sounded now like a man who had a position and a hope, and the difference was audible, and she heard it. She did not pull. She also did not commit. She gave him a conditional. She'd hold station through the next watch and reassess, which was not a coalition. It was a stay of execution, and they both knew it. It was the honest version of the thing, and the honest version bought him hours where the old certainty would have bought him days. The people who would stay were going to stay for reasons that had nothing to do with what he stood on, and everything to do with what they chose. He could not make them. He had never been able to. He had only ever made them think he could. That power was gone with the rest of it. He got on with the work. It was the only thing left that he knew how to do, and he no longer got to feel clean doing it, and he did it anyway. That, he was beginning to understand, was the whole of what was being asked of him from here. Chapter 21. Two Captains. They brought Julian Mercer across from the Endurance in a tender that had been patched so many times it had stopped being one color, and Cross met him at the lock, and the first thing he understood about the man was that he was looking at himself in a glass that ran 5 years fast. Mercer was not old. Cross knew the file. They were nearly of an age, and the body that came through the lock moved like a man should.
It was the rest of him that had aged. There was a particular wear to him that Cross had no word for until later, alone, when it came to him. Mercer looked like a road that had been driven all the way to the end and back, and had learned, somewhere out past the last marker, exactly what the road cost. "Captain Cross," Mercer said. His voice was quiet and used up, and entirely without ceremony. "I've been reading your war on the way in. You've had a bad week." "You've had a bad 5 years." "I have." Mercer almost smiled. It did not quite reach. "I'm told that makes me the man to talk to." They walked the Lodestar because Cross could not sit still, and Mercer, it turned out, could not either. 5 years on a ship he could pace in his sleep had left him needing to put his feet on unfamiliar deck, to prove to something in him that the corridors still changed. Cross took him the long way, past the bays, and watched him look at everything: the clean welds, the stocked lockers, the crew who had slept in their own beds last night and would tonight. Mercer looked at it all the way a man looks at a country he used to live in. They passed a junction box with its cover off, a tech elbow-deep in it, and Mercer's hand went out not to point, not to touch the tech, but to a bracket beside the open panel, 2 fingers finding it and pressing, testing the seat of a fitting that was not loose and had no reason to be checked. He took the hand back before Cross could remark on it, but not before Cross saw it for what it was: the reflex of a man who had spent 5 years in a ship where every fitting was the one that might be working its way loose toward the failure that killed you, where you put your hand on things in passing because the hand had learned to, because there had been no spares and no yard and no second ship within a year's fold, and the difference between a crew that lived and a crew that did not was sometimes a man's fingers finding a bracket a day before it let go. He'd done it without knowing he did it. On the Lodestar, the bracket was just a bracket. Mercer's body did not believe that yet, and Cross thought it might never. A little further on, 2 of Mercer's own people came toward them down the corridor. He'd brought a handful across with him. And Cross watched his own crew make room for them and then almost stop, because the Endurance people moved wrong. They went down the center of the passage in single file, with a hand always near the wall, never 2 abreast, never trusting the deck to stay where it had been, pausing a half-beat at every hatch, as though it might not open, as though the ship might at any moment cease to be the thing it had been a moment ago. It was the walk of people who had spent 5 years aboard a hull that lost a compartment a season and learned not to put 2 of themselves in the same place that could open to the dark at once. Cross's rating stepped aside for them and watched them go, and did not have a name for what they were seeing. Cross did. He just wished he didn't. A rating went by them at a run. A kid, 19 at the outside, late for a watch and mortified to be late in front of 2 captains, who threw a salute that was mostly apology and kept going. Mercer turned and watched the boy out of sight, and something moved across his face that Cross would not have intruded on if he had not been 3 feet away and unable to look elsewhere. "I had kids that age," Mercer said, "when we went out. The youngest of mine." He did not finish the sentence, and Cross did not ask him to, because the arithmetic of a 5-year loss did its own finishing, and there was a decency in not making a man say the remainder out loud. Cross thought of the cot 2 decks down, where the best pilot he had ever flown beside lay learning to talk through the pain of what the edge had done to him over Brightfall 2 days ago this week. The Lodestar's first taste of the thing Mercer had eaten every day for 5 years. The crew still thought it was an exception. Mercer's crew had stopped being able to remember a time it was. You forget what a ship full of people who haven't lost anyone yet even sounds like. That's the thing nobody warns you about coming home.
It's not the dark you can't unhear. It's this." He gestured, small, at the ordinary humming corridor, the late boy, the stocked lockers. The sound of a crew that still thinks the cost is somebody else's. I flew with that sound once. I'd give a great deal not to know what's on the other side of it. He started walking again. "But I do. So I came to talk to the man who's about to find out and is going to have to keep his people flying after he has." "You want to ask me something?" Mercer said, at the long viewport over the engineering deck. "You've wanted to since the lock. Ask it."
Cross had not meant to. He had meant to be a captain receiving a captain, to take the man's intelligence and his crew's data and route them where they needed to go, and keep the private wreckage of his own week behind the door where it belonged. But the man beside him had flown to the end of the road and back, and Cross was standing in the ruins of believing he knew where the road went, and there was no one else in the reach he could have asked. "How do you keep going," Cross said, "when you've found out the thing you were standing on isn't there?" Mercer was quiet for a while. He did not, Cross noted with a kind of gratitude, do him the discourtesy of asking what he meant. "You're talking about the certainty," Mercer said finally. "The thing that lets a man point a ship at the dark and say, 'Follow me, it's worth it,' and have them follow because he believes it's so hard they catch it like a fever. You've run on that your whole career, and this week somebody took it out from under you." He turned from the viewport. "The brief, and something of your own underneath it, I'd guess, or you wouldn't have that particular look. It's always something of your own underneath. The big lie only lands that hard when it shakes hands with a small one you already knew about." Cross said nothing, which was an answer. "I'll tell you the truth, because I've got no use left for the other thing." Mercer leaned on the rail. "You don't get it back. I'm sorry. I know that's not what a man wants to hear from the one person who's supposed to have come out the far side with wisdom. But I went looking, out there in 5 years of dark, for the thing that would let me feel sure again, sure I'd done right bringing them out, sure the next fold was safe, sure of the ground, and it doesn't grow out there. It doesn't grow anywhere. The certainty was never knowledge, Cross. It was a thing you felt. And once you seen it can be wrong. Once you buried people it was wrong about. You don't get to feel it clean again, ever. That door's shut." "Then what's left?" Cross said, and heard how raw it came out. "The work." Mercer said it the way Cross's own thought had said it the night before, and the echo went through him like cold water. "You keep going anyway, not because you're sure, because the door's still there and somebody has to stand in front of it, and sure was never what put you there. It was just the thing that made it feel good. That's not much to hand a crew."
"No," Mercer didn't soften it. "You do it scared, you do it guilty, you do it knowing you might be wrong again. Because the alternative is you stop, and the door doesn't care why." He looked at Cross, and there was something in it that was almost tenderness and almost contempt, and was, Cross understood, simply what was left of a man when everything performable had been burned off. "I flew a dead-end road 5 years with a crew that was dying, and a truth in my pocket that said the whole thing was costing us our future, and I kept flying, because flying was the only way any of them got home. I wasn't sure of one single thing the last 4 years." He stopped, and for a moment the words weren't there, and he let them not be there. "We came home anyway. I don't have a better answer than that. I went looking for one. There isn't." Cross stood with it. He did not look at Mercer. He looked at the viewport, at the engineering deck below, and let the silence run. You keep going anyway. He had been waiting, since the floor went, for someone to give the floor back.
Mercer had come 5 years and the width of the span to tell him no one was going to, and that he could walk regardless. "That's a terrible thing to be right about," Cross said. "Isn't it?" Mercer did smile then, fully, and for a second looked his own age. "Now, you've had your captain's confession. Let me give you the part I actually came over for, because my science people and yours have been talking, and they've found something that's going to ruin your day in a much more useful direction." Delgado was waiting in the science bay with a woman from the Endurance Cross had been introduced to as Hale, and the two of them had the specific incandescent focus of people who have stopped sleeping because the universe has handed them a problem better than sleep. "Tell him," Delgado said to Hale. "Tell him the way you told me. I want to watch his face do what mine did." Hale was older than Delgado, gray at the temples, with the flattened affect of someone who had spent 5 years rationing every feeling she had. She pulled a curve onto the bay's main surface. A long, shallow decline, almost nothing, the kind of slope you would call flat if you were tired or lying. "This is from out there," she said, "the far side of the span. Across the whole reach we crossed, junction after junction, system after system. This is the network's energy budget over time, the baseline, where it should sit flat, because a fold is supposed to give back what it takes." The curve declined. "It doesn't sit flat. It bleeds, has for longer than anyone there can measure. A fraction of a fraction per fold, under the noise, exactly the size of a thing you'd file as error, until you've got 10,000 years of it stacked up, and then it's not error, it's a sentence. The network out there is dying of subtraction. Every crossing they ever made took a little and put a little less back, and the books finally came due. And we flew through the answer to the question of what that looks like at the end. It looks like the dark we came home out of." "Now show him mine," Delgado said. He was very quiet, which anyone who'd worked a watch beside him would have read. Delgado quiet was Delgado frightened. Hale laid a second curve over the first. It was the same shape, shorter, a few decades, not 10,000 years, and shallower and noisier, and beyond any argument the same shape, the front edge of the long one. "That's Delgado's floor," Hale said. "The residual he's been logging since before you reached the causeway. The one his whole team calls measurement error, and he won't let them delete. It's not error. It's the same curve. It's the first inches of the same decline measured on our side, in our roads." Her voice stayed flat, rationed, the way it stayed for everything now. "Geneva's brief says the road cost something, and they hid it. That's an accusation. People can argue an accusation. This is the cost, drawn twice, once where it killed a civilization, and once where it started on ours. You can't argue a curve that's already happened somewhere else." She left the two slopes there on the surface, the long dead one and the short live one, the future and the present, drawn on top of each other in a quiet ship's bay. "We brought you the proof that the thing in the brief is real, and the proof is that we've seen the ending." Cross looked at the two curves, and his face did, he was fairly sure, exactly what Delgado had wanted it to do. It was one thing to read in a posted document that the road had a meter. It was another to stand in a bright room and look at the meter's reading taken at both ends of the same machine, here and at the grave. The threat from the dark had been, until this moment, a thing Mercer said, a man, an invasion, a clock. Now it had a second face, slower and worse and impossible to shout down, and it was not the invasion at all. It was the road itself. Tan was coming to drain a network that was already by this curve, beginning to die of exactly what Tan's had died of. They were not two threats, they were the same threat, arriving from two directions, and one of them was already inside the house and had been for decades, drawn faint on a curve a frightened scientist refused to delete.
"Don't post it," Cross said, before he had finished thinking it, and then made himself finish thinking it, and found he meant it. Not yet, not the way Cole posted the brief. The brief was an accusation, and it shattered us in an evening. This is worse than the brief. This is the thing the brief only points at, and if it goes out raw tonight on top of everything, there won't be a coalition left to hold anything. He heard himself, and heard the shape of it, and almost laughed, because it was the management instinct, the let me control the disclosure, the exact reflex that was Geneva's whole crime, and his own small one. And he stood in it and did not flinch this time, because the lesson of Cole's evening was not never manage, it was never manage the truth to protect the institution. This was a different thing. This was a wartime intelligence that would help no one and break everyone if it hit the open board tonight. And holding it for a week while there was a coalition to build was not the lie. It was the work. He was going to have to learn every single time where the line ran between the two, with no certainty to tell him, and get it wrong sometimes, and keep going. Mercer had just told him so. "Agreed," Hale said simply. "We didn't fly at home to start a panic. We flew at home so somebody who could do something would know." Ackerman found him after, in the corridor, with the thing he had been dreading and the thing he had been hoping for, both on one slate. She did not refer to the ready room. He had been unfair to her and not taken it back, and she had carried it through the whole shift, exactly as he'd known she would. And now she stood in front of him and did her job as if the wound he'd given her were simply a fact of the weather, which it was, which was the worst of it, and also the most generous thing she could have done. "The residue," she said, "from the spoof attacks? The routing windows? I had Delgado's floor data, and now I've got Hale's people pulling the ledger traffic from out at the Endurance's end, and," she turned the slate, "the attacks aren't just timed to maintenance windows, they're timed to routing windows. Somebody with live access to the lane timing models has been opening the kill boxes. Not a leak, not a guess. A hand on the actual controls, the whole campaign, every spoof we've bled for." She did not say the name. She did not have to. He watched her not say it, watched her keep the discipline of not quite naming a thing the proof did not yet completely close. "I'm not there. I won't be there until I can put the keys on one desk and prove no one else could have reached them. But it's a single hand, Captain. It has been since Saltire. I'd stake the log on it."
"Keep building it," Cross said, quietly. "When you can put it beyond doubt, bring it to me whole, and I'll—" He stopped because "I'll deal with it" was a thing the old certain Cross would have said. Clean. And he no longer had the clean version. "Bring it to me whole. We'll find out together what justice even looks like in the middle of a war we can't afford to lose. I don't know yet. I'm telling you that on purpose." Ackerman looked at him for a moment. Something in her face shifted. Not forgiveness. He had not earned forgiveness, and she was too honest to counterfeit it. But a kind of recalibration. The look of an officer revising her estimate of a man upward by a notch she had not expected to spend today. "That's the first thing you've said all week that I'd follow you into," she said, and went to build her case. And it was not, "I forgive you," and it was better than "I forgive you," because it was true. The last piece came from the worst-loved man in the coalition. Wren caught Cross on the open channel, and Wren's voice had the flat, exhausted quality of a man who had spent his life being right about things nobody wanted, and had stopped expecting to be thanked, and had decided to be useful regardless. He had been listening to his own people, the splinter, the beyond Wren cell, the ones who had taken his diagnosis and bent it towards something that horrified him. And he had a route key and a cell name and a set of coordinates that meant nothing to Cross and everything to the day that was coming.
"They're going to kill the door," Wren said. "Not take it, kill it. There's a junction in the quiet part of the region nobody's been watching because nothing's been happening there, which is exactly why my people picked it. And they're moving on it with charges and spoofed controls, and they don't care who's in the transit chain when it goes. I can't talk them out of it. I tried. I'm the reason half of them can think the thought at all, and they won't hear me. And the only thing I've got left that they don't know I have is where and when." A pause, and in it Cross heard a man handing over the people he had partly made to stop the worst version of the thing he had partly built. "Send me the fastest hull you can spare to these coordinates. I'll be there ahead of you. Somebody should be who knows them." Cross took the coordinates and looked at them on the plot. Medium pause. A quiet junction in a quiet stretch, exactly where no attack had ever fallen. The one dark place in a region that had been on fire for a week. Medium pause. And felt the last of it click into the shape it had been building toward all along. The pattern that bent toward the causeway. The hand on the lanes. The thing the enemy actually wanted under all the noise. Not to hold the door, to make sure no one ever could. He keyed Salazar's old console, where Vinter sat now, and gave the order to come about. The Lodestar turned toward the quiet place. "Take us there," he said. Chapter 22. The Scuttle. Wren came on to the channel the way he had the first time, sideways, off the books, through a back route that should not have reached the Lodestar's ops bay, and somehow had. Except that this time, Cross had been waiting for him. The season had carried them both that far. "Captain Cross." The dry voice, careful as ever, but there was a thing under it now that had not been there on the night he'd asked for a minute and got it grudgingly. Hurry. Tobias Wren did not hurry. "You're going to want your commander and your science officer on this, and you're going to want them in the next little while, not when it's convenient. My ears in the splinter end have gone quiet all at once. The whole underside's holding its breath, a beat. That only happens before something they're ashamed of." Cross had Ackerman at the rail inside the minute and Delgado coming up from the science deck, and he did not waste either of their time pretending he'd come to this without help. He had written the name down, finally, too late to matter the way it should have, but down, in a log Ackerman had read, and Inemeth had read, and Petrov had not been shown because Cross could not yet stand to be looked at by the one person aboard who read him for a living. "Tobias Wren told me the war was being shaped on that night before I signed. He had not signed. The man had still been right." "You've got all three of us," Cross said. "Say it plainly. I've had a season of people being clever at me." "The cell I've been tracking for you," Wren said. "The piece I gave you. The route key. The chatter. I told you they weren't afraid of the war. I told you they were afraid of what came after handing the war to one set of hands." The channel hissed, a man transmitting from somewhere a transmitter wasn't supposed to be. "I had the shape of them wrong. They're not afraid of the hand anymore, Captain. They've watched everyone in the Reach mass on the doorstep, your blocks, your fleet, the anchorage, the lot of you, and they've decided the war's already lost, and there's only one move left that wins it."
Wren let it land the way he let things land, flat, so the listener did the work. You don't stop the people fighting over the door. You take the door away. You scuttle the doorstep. No traversal, no war, no anything, ever again. Cross looked at the plot, where the quiet, under-mapped junction at the edge of the region sat lit now and crowded. The held ground, the rally point, the endurance, a scarred mark alongside it, and the evac strings threading through the throat in slow, careful order, getting people off the contested colonies and through to the certified side, while the lock was still something anyone trusted. Hundreds of them. Families on barges. The traffic of a frontier, deciding the doorstep was the safe road now. "They're going to murder the junction," Cross said, "with people inside it."
With people inside it, Wren agreed, and the dryness had gone somewhere cold. They know the evac chain runs through the throat. They've known a good while. That's not a thing they failed to notice, Captain. That's the point. You don't make traversal impossible by being gentle about it. You make it a place nobody will ever fly through again. A breath. I know the cell. I know the man leading it, and I know where they're putting the charges because I helped build the network they're using to get there, back when I still thought the worst thing on the frontier was the hand on the lanes. He said the next thing without weight, the way he said everything, and it cost him more than weight would have. His name's Dane Kedder. He calls the cell the last crossing, and he was mine, Captain. He came up through me. I'm the reason he knows how to do this. They moved on it the way you move on a thing you have almost no time for. Fast, ugly. Every guardrail Ackerman could write into a thing written in pencil because there wasn't ink time left. The last crossing was already inside the throat. That was the part Wren's piece bought them, and the part that nearly cost everything. The cell hadn't come at the doorstep from outside, hadn't massed a hull on the approach where the Coalition's guns could read it. They'd come up through the evac chain, 3 small workboats riding the transit strings in among the barges, registered as relief tenders, manifested as nothing, indistinguishable on the plot from the families they were hiding behind. By the time Delgado had them, 3 returns drifting wrong against the evac flow, easing toward the stabilized throat where no working hull had any business going. They were minutes from the place they meant to die. Spoofed manifests on all 3, Delgado said, hands moving. Relief charters. They came in clean, Captain. They came in as the people we're saving. I can't fire into that. They're inside the convoy. I put a battery on the lead workboat. I'm putting it on a barge full of... You're not firing, Cross said. Nobody fires into the chain. Get me Wren's read on what they're carrying. Charges, Wren said, before Delgado could ask. Shaped, seated against the stabilized veins. You don't blow a junction up. You blow its geometry into a state it can't hold, and then you feed it mass. They've got the charges to wreck the veins, and a workboat each they mean to drive into the throat after. Dead stick, masses the boundary can't solve. Charges first, then the bodies of the boats. They're not coming back out. I told you, they're not afraid of the war. They've stopped being afraid of anything. The channel hissed. And there's a thing you need to hear, and you're not going to like the timing of it. I'm not on the Lodestar. I'm on the chain. I came in the same way they did. Cross went very still. Say that again? I came in the way they came in, Wren said. Workboat, false relief manifest, riding the strings. It's the only way to get close enough to a last crossing cell to do anything but watch them on a plot. They'd have read a warship coming. They don't read one of their own coming home. A beat, dry, final. I'm closer to Kedder than you are, Captain, by a lot. You've got a cruiser that can't fire into a convoy and a junction full of families. I've got a workboat and a man who used to listen to me. We are not going to solve this the same way, and we are not going to have the argument, because there isn't time and you'd lose it. Wren, pull the families, Wren said, and it was not a request, and it was not asked of the captain. It was a man assigning the captain the part of the job that could be done from a bridge. That's yours. Get the evac chain out of the throat. All of it. Every barge, faster than the harbor master ever cleared a junction in his life. You've got a routing hand that can retime the strings in your sleep. Use it. Clear the throat. The people in the chain are the only thing I'm flying in here to save, and I can't save them and stop Keter both. So you take the families, and I'll take the man, and we'll find out whose half is harder. Cross took the families. It was the cleanest order he gave in the whole foul season, the one he was certain of in the giving, the one with nothing curdled in the middle of it. He did not reach for the full warrant, the hand on every road. He reached for the constrained partial he'd cupped since Brightfall, and spent it the only way it had ever been clean to spend. "Castellan," he said to the command channel, "I need the evac chain out of the doorstep throat, and I need it now. Every string, retimed, slots cleared, the families running for the certified side faster than the boundaries ever cleared traffic. This window, this run. Delgado watches every figure." "I have it, Captain," Castellan's voice, calm, already somewhere ahead of him, and Cross heard, under the calm, the thing he had no time to deal with tonight, and would have to deal with in the morning, which was that the man who had engineered the war was about to save several hundred people from it, beautifully, and would be no less guilty in the dawn for having done it. Retiming now. "Give me the lead barges clear before I bring the rest through. Hold them off the throat while I solve it." "Clear the barges," Cross said. "Go. Delgado." "Watching, sir. Every figure." And then, low, "It's a clean solve, Captain. There's nothing in it. He's just getting them out." "I know what he is," Cross said. "Get the families." On the plot, the strings began to move. Barges and tenders and a frontier's worth of families peeling off the throat in a long, ordered braid. The road going honest under them, the way it had gone honest the night the Lodestar ran for the Ghost, the poison tasting once again like nothing but water. Cross watched the chain empty and did not let himself feel the relief, because 3 returns were still inside it, drifting wrong against the flow, and a workboat that had Tobias Wren in it was sliding up the throat toward them with no warship behind it and no plan he was allowed to know. "Wren," Cross said, "talk to me. Where's Keter?" "He's seated the first charges." Wren's voice came thin now, a man transmitting and flying both, the workboat's drive noise under it. "Lead boats against the upper vanes. He's got the timers running, and he's bringing the other 2 up to finish the geometry before he feeds the boats in. I'm coming up his blind side. He thinks I'm the 3rd boat. I've been answering his cell traffic on the route key he doesn't know I still have." A grim small sound that was almost the old dryness. "He's glad I'm here, Captain. He thinks I came to help. He's been waiting for me to come around to it for a year." "Then get clear of it," Cross said. "You told me where the charges are. Mark them. Get out of the throat. Let you what?" No heat in it, just the cold arithmetic of a man who'd already done the sums. "You can't fire into the throat. You put a battery on a seated charge against the stabilized vein, and you do Ketter's job for him better than he'd do it himself. You can't board fast enough. Your craft reader's warship a kilometer out, and he triggers the second he sees one. There's no version where the cruiser saves this. I've run it. I ran it before I came in here.
The drive noise rose. "I'm the only hull in the throat that he won't shoot at. That's not a tragedy, Captain. That's a tool. It's the one thing I've got that you don't, and I'd be a coward to fly all the way in here and not use it." Cross stood in the well where a captain stood and understood, with the cold clarity that came at the wrong moments, exactly what the man was telling him, and that there was no order he could give that would stop it, and that Wren had built the whole thing, the workboat, the false manifest, the year of answering cell traffic, precisely so that no one with a flag could give him an order at the end of it. "He's hailing me," Wren said. "Keter. He wants me to bring my boat up alongside the lead and add my charges to his." A pause, and in it Cross heard the man decide the thing all the way through, the way you hear a boundary settle into its solution. "I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to bring my boat up against his lead boat, friendly, close, the way a man comes alongside the people he came up with. And then I'm going to take his lead boat out of the throat, with mine still locked to it. Both of us, the charges, the timers, all of it, out the far side, away from the veins, away from the families, away from the geometry he's trying to break. Wren, the charges are live. If you move that boat—" "I know what the charges do, Captain. I helped design the network that built them. That's why it has to be me, and why it has to be now, and why there's no clever third thing your commander's going to find in the next minute. I made the man, I made the method. I'm the one who gets to unmake both." The channel hissed, came back. "Watch where the fires go out. You remember I told you that. I'm going to go put one out." It happened the way it happened, fast, with no ceremony in it at all, because that was the only mercy the throat had to give. On the plot, two of the wrong drifting returns came together, Wren's boat sliding up against Ketter's lead, close the way Wren had said, a man coming alongside the people he'd come up with, and for a moment they sat locked, two small marks against the stabilized dark, and Cross thought, with no evidence and no right to it, that he could hear the cell traffic on the root key, Keter glad, Wren answering in the shorthand of people who had once been the same kind of people. Then the locked pair lit their drive and tore out of the throat, not away from the doorstep, across it, fast and graceless, hauling the lead boat off the upper vanes by main force, the third workboat too far back to do anything but watch, the two locked hulls accelerating away from the geometry Keter had meant to break, away from the empty braid where the families had been, out past the boundary's edge into the cold open dark where the charges could go off against nothing but distance. The throat held. The veins held. Delgado's hands stopped moving on the plot. And out past the edge, where Wren had taken it, the locked pair came apart in a hard, silent bloom of light. The charges, the timers, both boats, the man who had built the method and the man he'd built it for, gone together in the cold, where there was nothing left to break. And it was over, and nothing stopped for it. The third workboat was still in the throat, and the families were still on the move, and there was a junction to be counted, and a cell to be finished. "Third boat's broken off," Delgado said, fast, professional, the only register he had left to fly the throat in. "He's running. No charges seated. Wren took the lead boat and the geometry both. The third one's got nothing left to do but run." A breath. "Captain, the throat's clear. The chain's clear. The families are out." He looked up, and his face had the thing in it that Cross knew was on his own. It held. It's damaged. The upper vanes took load they weren't built for when Wren hauled the lead boat off them. The boundary's running rough. The lock's degraded. But it held. The doorstep's still a junction. It's just a hurt one now. "Get the third boat's track to Imeth's people," Cross said, and his voice held, which surprised him. "I want the runner caught, not killed. He came up through the same place. Somebody should ask him, before the end of all this, whether it was worth what his friend paid to stop him." He did not look away from the dark where the bloom had been and was already gone. "And get me the damage on the lock. Real numbers. We're going to have to hold this thing now, and I want to know with what." Later, the families through, the runner taken, the watch reset around a junction that hummed wrong now, where it had hummed clean. Cross stood at the observation gallery, with the plot small and patient off the station's flank, and let himself, for a while, with no one watching, to nothing at all. Ackerman found him there. She did not say the consoling thing, because she had served with him long enough to know he could not yet be consoled, and would think less of her for trying, and she had put away, somewhere in the last few days, the part of herself that had been right all along and wanted him to say so. She just came and stood at the glass a measured distance off, the way Imeth had stood there the night the Aoun broke, and shared the watch. "He won't get a name in the record for it," Cross said at last. "Wren, not the real one. The official line still calling that cell Anchorage Adjacents, Splinter Cranks, Malcontents. They'll write it that the last crossing tried to wreck the doorstep, and a man on the underside stopped them. And they'll leave out that the man was right about the war before any of us, and right about the worst version of his own idea, too, which is why he was the only one who could kill it." He turned the empty plot over in his eyes. "Nobody's going to say Wren was right, Ruth. The world doesn't work that way for men like him. He told me himself it wouldn't. I'm not asking you to believe me, Captain. I'm asking you to remember me." "Then remember him," Ackerman said, not gently, plainly, which was the only way it would land on him. "That's the job he gave you, not vindication, memory. You're the one who heard it, so carry it." Cross was quiet a long moment. He had written the name down too late to save anything with it. He had set the man under paranoia and skin in the game and the back-channel reflex, and the man had come up through the splinter end of the frontier and flown a workboat into the throat of the junction the whole species' survival now hung on, and taken the worst version of his own diagnosis out into the dark with his own hands, and the world would file him under cranks. Cross had a great many things he could not fix tonight. This was the one he could. "I'll carry it," he said, "and the doorstep's hurt, and we're holding it now whether the fleet comes in time or not." He straightened off the class, and the captain came back into him by degrees, because there was a junction running rough off the station's flank, and a lock degraded, and a count of months that had not got any longer. "Get me Hartley, and whatever's left of the Endurance's people who can stand. If we're holding a damaged junction, we're going to have to build something to hold it with, and we're going to have to start tonight." Out past the glass, the doorstep hummed its rough, wrong note across the dark, hurt and held, and still a junction, and the families ran their last barges through to the certified side, and somewhere in the cold beyond the edge there was nothing left at all of 2 boats and 2 men. And Cross stood and looked at the place where the fire had gone out, and remembered, because it was the only thing left that the man had asked of him, and the only one he could still give. Chapter 23. The Keys. Ackerman laid it out on the bridge's main surface, the way a prosecutor lays out a body, without heat, in order so that the order itself did the accusing. "Timing's first," she said. "Every spoof since Saltire opened inside a routing window, not a maintenance window. a routing window. The few minutes Elaine's timing model is being rewritten and the safeties are soft. Delgado pulled the windows. I overlaid the attacks. They don't correlate. They're identical. A layer came up, the two patterns falling onto each other with the sickening neatness of a thing that was never chance. Packet misuse next. Hale's people pulled the ledger traffic from the Endurance's relays, the honest record, the one nobody thought to scrub because nobody knew it was watching from out there. The lane timing rewrites in every kill box came signed, not forged, signed, with a real authority, used the way you'd use a key you were allowed to hold and weren't allowed to use like this. The last layer. And Wren gave us the human end before he died for it. Which cell, which route, who paid the introductions. It threads back through 3 cutouts to a desk. One desk. One hand has been holding every lane that killed anyone this week, Captain, and I can finally put the keys in it and prove no other hand could have. She did not say the name even now. She had the discipline to make the board say it. The board said, Castellan. Cross looked at it for a long moment. He had wanted this, had been hungry for it since the metal turned to an accusation in his hands, since the Pellin dead were read into the record beside the new ones. The clean, useful hunger of a man who could fix the world if he could only find the throat of the thing doing this. Here was the throat. Here was the whole proof, whole the way he told Ackerman to bring it to him. Justice, assembled and undeniable, and his to deliver. And the damaged door behind him needed the man whose throat it was, and Cross had known that, too, for a day, and had let Ackerman build the case anyway, because he had not yet been able to make himself say the thing he was about to have to say out loud.
Castellan knew before the hail came. He had known, in the abstract, that this day was always coming. You did not hold every lane in a war and expect to stay invisible forever, not with a survey ship's honest relays suddenly watching from a direction he had never had to account for. The Endurance coming home had been the one variable he could not have modeled, because it had been written off, a closed file, a name on a list of the lost. And dead ships did not keep records, and this one had, 5 years of them, from outside his entire weather. He had felt the floor of his deniability go the moment he understood what was aboard her. The rest had only been arithmetic, and Castellan was very good at arithmetic. Castellan was not afraid, which would have surprised the people who hated him, and not surprised the very few who knew him. Fear was for people who had not already calculated the board. He sat in his small leased compartment on the relay platform, with the routing models live around him. His real life, the only place he had ever felt entirely himself. 1,100 lanes held in a lattice in his head that no institution in human space could hold, that no committee could hold, that the great lumbering accord, with its doctrine and its safeties, could not hold, and had never been able to hold, which was the whole of why a man with his gift had ended up where he was. He had not started corrupt. He had started unused. The Reach had handed him a mind that could see the whole moving weave of the lanes at once, and then handed him a job processing transit clearances 3 at a time. And a man does not sell his gift to the first buyer out of greed. He sells it because the buyer is the first person who ever asked to see all of it. Dahl's people had asked to see all of it. Open these windows at these moments and make it look like physics. It was the most beautiful problem anyone had ever set him. To use the network's own truth, its real timings, its honest weave, to kill, and leave the weave looking innocent.
He had told himself the things a man tells himself, that the Accord's peace was a lie anyway, that he was only revealing how fragile the precious roads really were, that the people in the windows were going to die in some war or other regardless. He believed about half of it. The other half he simply did not look at, because looking at it did not improve the routing, and the routing was the thing.
There was a place in him he did not go. He was disciplined about it the way he was disciplined about everything. He had built the avoidance into himself as carefully as he held a lane. In that place was a window over Saltire he had opened to the width of a few seconds, and the relief hulls that had threaded it in good faith on a clearance his own models had blessed, and the 4 of them that did not come out the other side, 4 families who had trusted the road the way you trust a floor. He had known their registries. He had needed them to time the window. You cannot time a thing without knowing precisely what you are timing it against. So they were in him, kept in the place he did not go, and on the rare nights they came back up, he did not argue with them or excuse himself. Argument was a kind of looking. He simply waited them out, the way you wait out weather, until the lattice of the lanes closed over them again and he could feel like himself. He was not a man without conscience. That was the thing the people who hated him got wrong, and it would have frightened them more than the alternative if they had understood it. He had a conscience. He had simply learned to route around it, the same gift applied to the same weave, and a man who can hold 1,100 lanes in his head can hold one small grief somewhere it never touches his hands. And now there was a hail coming in from the Lodestar with Cross's authority behind it, and Castellan ran the board one more time, coldly, the way he ran everything, and saw, with a flicker of something that was almost, not quite awe, that the board had changed shape under him while he was playing his elegant little regional game. There was a thing behind the door now, a real one. He did not believe in it the way the frightened believers believed. He believed in it the way he believed in a load he could not see, but could read in how the lanes bent around it. Something enormous was pressing on the far side of the quiet junction, and the jury-rigged lock the coalition was trying to stand up over it could not be coordinated, not the routing of it, not the live retiming of a dozen fleets worth of hulls around a damaged throat under fire, by anyone in human space but him. He had checked. He always checked. It was not arrogance, it was the reading. They could kill him for what he'd done, and they would be right to, and the door would fall the day after, because the one mind that could hold its lanes would be in a cell or a grave. He keyed the hail open before it finished chiming, because he had decided how this went, and he preferred to be early. "Captain Cross," Castellan said pleasantly, "you found me. I imagine you'd like to talk about the door." Cross had rehearsed nothing, because there was nothing to rehearse. The proof did not need a speech. He put it on the channel, not the whole architecture, just enough that Castellan would know it was whole, and waited, and Castellan took the last of the ground out from under him. He did not deny it. "Yes," Castellan said, "that's all accurate. Your XO does good work. I'd have hidden the relay residue if I'd known a dead ship was going to come home and read it. You can't account for resurrection." So, a pause, courteous, almost warm. "You can arrest me. You have the authority and the proof, and frankly the moral standing. I won't insult you by pretending otherwise. People are dead because of the windows I opened, and you're decorated for trying to save them, and there is a clean, straight line from my desk to your grief, and you would be entirely right to walk it." Another pause, and now the blade came out from under the courtesy, no less courteous for being a blade. "And the door falls the next day. You know it falls. Your scientist knows it falls. Ask her how the lock retimes itself around a damaged throat with a dozen fleets worth of hulls in the approach and a clock running. It doesn't.
There is one hand in the reach that can hold those lanes, Captain, and you spent all week hating how good it is, and it's the same hand. You can have justice, or you can have the door. You genuinely cannot have both. I've checked. I check everything." It was, Cross understood, perfectly true and perfectly monstrous, and the monstrousness was not in the lie, because there was no lie. It was in the man's serenity. Castellan had killed people for the elegance of it, and was now offering, with the same even pleasantness, to save vastly more for the necessity of it, and he felt the weight of neither, and that absence was the most frightening thing Cross had encountered in a week full of frightening things, because it could not be appealed to. You could not reach a man's conscience to bargain with it, if the conscience simply was not load-bearing. The old Cross, the one from before the brief, the one with the floor still under him, would have found a third way. That was what certainty did. It convinced you there was always a clean exit if you were only good enough to see it, that a sufficiently righteous man never actually had to choose between justice and survival, because the universe rewarded virtue with options. Cross stood in the wreck of that conviction and saw with the cold clarity Mercer had promised him that there was no third way. There was a man who had to be kept alive and used, and a debt that would not be paid, and a door, and a choice with no clean face on it at all. "Here's what happens," Cross said, and his voice was flat and certain in the way a thing can be certain without being clean. "You run the lock. You hold every lane the defense needs. Under a warrant, I'm going to constrain until it chokes you." He did not wait for Castellan to answer. He turned the orders out across his own bridge as he gave them, each one aimed at the officer who would carry it. "Ackerman, abort authority on every route he touches. You kill his access mid-keystroke, no warning owed him." "Building it," Ackerman said, not looking up. "Imeth, veto on anything that smells of the kind of cleverness he likes. Delgado, floor data on every fold he orders. One reading drifts wrong, he's done." A breath, and he's guarded, every hour, every watch. Then back to the channel, to the man himself. "You'll be a brilliant instrument I'm holding by the throat. The moment the door's held and the fleet's here and your hands aren't the only ones that can do this, you face all of it. The whole straight line from your desk to my grief." He made himself say the rest, because it was the part that cost. "I'm not forgiving this. I'm deferring it, because the people in the next windows matter more than walking you to a cell today." He did not look away from the board. "Log it in my hand, Ackerman, that I know exactly what I'm choosing and what it costs, and that I'd give a great deal to be the kind of captain who got the clean one instead." Castellan was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, there was, for the first time, something underneath the pleasantness. Not remorse. Cross did not flatter himself it was remorse, but a kind of professional recognition, one reader of hard boards acknowledging another. "You've changed since Saltire. You used to sound like a man who believed the right answer would save him from the hard one. You don't anymore." He almost sounded approving, which was obscene, and which Cross set aside to be sick about somewhere private and later. "All right, Captain. You hold my throat, I hold your door. I'll run the most beautiful defense anyone's ever seen, because that's the only thing I was ever actually loyal to. And when it's over, you can have the rest of me. It's a fair trade. I'd have offered worse terms in your chair. A beat. Though we both know you won't enjoy the part where it works, and I save thousands, and you have to watch yourself be grateful to me." He cut the channel before Cross had to find an answer to that, which was, Cross thought, the one mercy the man had in him, and probably accidental. The bridge had heard all of it. Cross turned to find Ackerman already pulling the abort architecture onto her board, jaw set, doing the work of holding a murderer's leash with the same flat competence she brought to everything, and Imeth folded very still at her station, with the look the Null got when a human thing offended something in them too old to translate. It was Imeth he answered first, because Imeth was owed it. "You don't have to take the veto," he said. "I can give it to Ackerman. You've spent this whole campaign choosing us. I won't make you spend that choice watching over a man who timed the deaths of families to the second." Imeth was quiet for a moment, in the way that on a Null meant weighing and not hesitation. "That is exactly why it should be mine," she said at last, the human words careful in her mouth. "I chose your people, not the clean ones. There are no clean ones. Mine taught me that before yours did. I chose the ones who would use this man and hate the using, and write down that they hated it. Give me the veto, Captain. I will be the hand that does not let his cleverness become another window. It is a better use of what I chose than standing at a rail being sad about it." And she took it, and something in the taking steadied Cross more than any of Mercer's hard wisdom had, because it was the thing itself, and not advice about the thing. A person choosing, with both eyes open, to stand inside the compromise rather than above it. Cross stood on his bridge, with the door waiting, and the worst hand in the reach now bound to him by a warrant and a leash, and felt the thing Mercer had told him would come. The survival without purity, the keeping going on no ground at all. He had wanted, this morning, to be the captain who delivered justice. He was, instead, going to be the captain who used a murderer to save a fleet, who deferred a true debt because the war could not afford it paid today, who would spend the rest of the campaign grateful to a man he intended to destroy. There was no version of this he could perform as clean. The certainty was gone, and it was not coming back, and underneath where it had been, there was only the work and the cost, and the next lane that had to be held. "Log it the way I said," he told Ackerman. "All of it, especially the part where I said I'd rather not." "Already have," Ackerman said. She was looking at him with that recalibrated thing again, the estimate revised. For what it's worth, the captain who'd have jailed him this morning and let the door fall clean would have been the worse man. I logged that too. You don't have to believe it tonight. He didn't, quite. But he noted that she'd written it down in the record that outlived them both, and that Ruth Ackerman did not write down things she didn't mean. And he carried it with him to the next thing the way you carry a coin you haven't decided whether to spend. Not comfort, exactly, but ballast, which was its own kind of floor for a man who had learned this week to walk without one. The warrant went out, and Cross built the cage around it himself, clause by clause, in his own hand, because if he was going to carry this, he was going to own the exact shape of what he carried. No lane Castellan timed went live without Ackerman's abort sitting over it, her thumb on the kill and the standing to use it without asking him first. Nothing ran that Delgado wasn't reading the floor beneath, cleared to pull it the instant a figure drifted wrong. Imeth held a veto on anything that smelled of the particular cleverness the man loved, and the man knew she held it. A guard on the cabin, around the clock, and no route anywhere in the theater went down without a named hand, human or Null, answerable for it by name, so that nothing Castellan did could ever again be nobody's fault. Useful, Cross had made him. He had not made him the thing the man plainly expected to become the moment he was indispensable, the single hand the whole map ran through, the clean shortcut everything quietly bent toward. He read the architecture back once, the constrained, ugly whole of it, and understood it was not a document he had signed. It was a loaded thing he was going to have to pick up and fire in front of everyone he had left, and they were going to watch him do it, and some of them were not going to forgive the watching. He let that be true. Then he went to hold the door. Chapter 24. Her Own Flag. The order came up on the Vrogny's board in the cold, reasonable language desks used, and Marchetti read it twice, and the second time she knew the man who'd written it had finally found the watch he'd been building toward since the day he first put her under his flag. It was not a complicated order. That was the whole of its cruelty. She had learned by now that he never wrote a complicated one, because complication was for people who weren't sure the gun would do what they pointed it at. The evacuation transit designated Saltaire Relief was to be held at the approach boundary pending block authorization, and the Vrogny was to enforce the hold. And under it, in case she went looking for the part that let her refuse, the way she always went looking, lethal authorization granted against vessels breaking the boundary. She had covered the Saltaire evac for 2 watches and knew its hulls the way you knew the faces in a small bad town. The bonded freighter with the patched port side, the migrant barge riding low with everything 400 people owned in her holds, the little harbor tug that had no business this far out and had come anyway because the family that owned her was in the barge. She had nursed them through a closing window the watch before, her cutter low on their flank, eating fire so they didn't have to, and now the order told her to turn round and stand in front of the same people with a gun. He had not asked her to fire on them. He never asked the simple thing. He had asked her to be the wall, to park the Vrogny across the throat with lethal authorization and let the Saltaire evac pile up against her while Quint's regrouped force pressed the far side and the lane behind them closed, so that 400 people would die at her gun in a flag she hated, and the record would show a compact captain holding the combined line under order correctly to the letter. Lena. Taller, off the Vrogny's portside wing where she'd flown 11 years, Rensky Toller, who ran the second cutter of Marchetti's little compact pair, and had a face like a shut hatch, and gunner's hands that had never once been wrong. She had read the order as fast as Marchetti, because that was the job, and her voice came flat and quiet on the band only the 2 of them kept. "That's the Saltaire string. That's the barge. I know what it is. He wants us to hold the barge. I know what he wants." Toller did not say anything else. She set her hands on her board the way she set them when there was about to be work, and she waited, because she had flown second to Marchetti long enough to know that her captain was doing the arithmetic, and that nobody alive could do it faster, and that when it was done, there would be exactly 1 order, and it would not need explaining twice. What she did in the waiting was hum. Marchetti could not hear it over the band. Toller killed her own pickup the second the work got close, an old courtesy, 11 years deep. But she knew it was happening the way she knew the Vrogny's portside drive had a tick at full burn. 3 bars of the same harbor song, the one they sang in the bad little town off the South Road, where Toller had been born and where Marchetti had once, exactly once, been carried home from a boxside table too drunk to fly, and had woken to Renska Toller, asleep upright in a chair by the door with a wrench in her lap, having decided that a captain who couldn't stand was a captain who got watched. They had never spoken of it. Toller hummed when the dying was coming. Marchetti had learned to listen for the place where the 3rd bar stopped, because Toller always stopped it clean, on the beat, and reached for the guns. Cross had the whole ugly shape of it on the Lodestar's plot before the Saltaire evac knew it had a wall in front of it. The doorstep filled the head of the board, the held junction, the half-built watchline strung across its throat in lights that flickered toward live and back toward dark as Hartley and the Endurance's people fought to make a jury rig of survey instruments and enol anchors and relay buoys do the work of a fleet that would not arrive for months. The coalition held it, barely. Castellan ran the defense's routing from a guarded cabin 2 decks down. The constrained warrant on him like a leash, Ackerman watched and Imeth could cut. And his routing was the only reason the ragtag of hulls strung across the approach had not already come apart into the thing the war wanted them to be, which was a crowd. And down the approach, where the Saltire evac ran for the junction, a Combine escort line had peeled off interdiction and turned. The Vragny turned with it. Cross watched her come about, the lean, square-shouldered cutter he'd watched hold a shot once while his string died, swinging onto the approach boundary with the Combine flag fresh over her mark. And for one bad second he thought the watch he'd been counting on had come the wrong way, that the bending had finished, that the gun had finally pointed where the hand that owned it said. "Marchetti's on the approach boundary," Ackerman said. "On the Combine line. The Saltire evac's running straight into her." "I see it."
Quint's force is pressing the far side, Delgado. Flat, the flatness worse than alarm. Pinching the lane behind the evac. Captain, they're going to be held against the Vrogny with the road shutting on them. That's not interdiction. That's a kill box with a flag on the lid. Vinter had the far throat up on his own repeater and went very still over it, the way he went still when the plot was telling him something the numbers hadn't caught up to yet. "That's her hand on it, Captain, not the order, the shape of the close." He traced it without touching, a pilot reading another pilot's signature off the dark. "She's not committing the line. She's feinting the center to make us read a straight pinch, and tucking her own hull onto the boundary edge, where the shear's worst. So when we move to break the close, she's already behind us on the side nobody flies. Salazar showed me the afterplot from Brightfall. It's the same hand. She crowds you toward the safe water and waits on the edge for you to take it. She's not shutting the lane. She's building a place to be when we open it. Where are we?" "Wrong side of the evac to reach her boundary before the lane shuts." Delgado's hands moved anyway, looking for the heading that wasn't there. "We can take Quint's pinch or Marchetti's boundary. Not both. There's one of us." Cross looked at the Vragny sitting across the throat with 400 people running at her, and at Quint's force closing the lane behind them, and felt the order land on him whole. The elegance of a man who had built a box where every wall was someone you respected, holding a gun they hated. He keyed the joint channel, off the supervised band. Captain to captain on the line a factor couldn't read. "Vragny, cross." A pause that was not hesitation. A captain deciding how much of herself to put on a channel. "Captain," worn smooth, giving nothing. "I've an order on this approach. I expect you've read what it says." "I've read it." He made his voice even, made it the small grant he'd made her once before. "I won't make you perform. I'm not going to ask you to break it, Lena. You broke one once and your colony paid the season for it, and I'm not the man who gets to hand you that bill again." He watched the evac close on her gun. "I'm going to take Quint's pinch and open the lane behind them. You hold your boundary however you have to hold it. I'll get them a road out the back if you can buy them the time." Silence on the channel, long enough that he thought she'd closed it. Then low, even, a thing she clearly had not meant to put on a band a record could keep. "You're a generous man, Cross. You always were. You'll talk yourself blue, giving people a clean way to do the obscene thing." A breath. "But there's no road out the back. Quint shuts the lane, and I hold the boundary, and 400 people die in the middle of a sum 2 captains did correctly. That's the order. That's what it's for. Then buy them the time, and I'll find the road." "There's no road," Marchetti said again, and the channel closed. What Marchetti hated, sitting in the Vrogny's cramped command well with the Combine flag burning over her own mark like a brand somebody else had paid for, was not the work. The work she could do. The work was simple. and the man who had written the order had made sure of it, so that nothing stood between her and the obscene thing except the one part of her he had spent a season trying to wear smooth. The part that had broken an order once, years back, a younger captain's certainty that she was the exception to a rule written by cowards, and had been right, and had watched her colony pay for being right until she swore she'd never spend them on her conscience again. That was why he kept handing her the gun. The Saltire evac came down toward her boundary, the patched freighter and the low, slow barge and the little harbor tug, 400 people running for a held junction with a compact cutter parked across the throat in a flag that meant stop or die. And behind them Quint's force began, hull by hull, to shut the lane. Marchetti looked at it the way she looked at weather. She looked at the order and the flag and the 4,000 on her own colony's road who would pay the season if she broke ranks, the cold, reasonable sum that said 400 Saltire souls weren't worth her own 4,000 standing with the block that fed them. She had held a shot once on the strength of it, while a center captain bled, and she had been right, and Cross had logged it true and not given her the absolution she'd hated, and she had gone home to 4,000 people who would never know. And she found, sitting there with the barge running at her gun, that she could not carry it one watch longer. It was not a noble thing, and she made herself be exact about that, because she would do this with her eyes open or not at all. The man who'd built the order had built it 1 degree too far, had asked her at last to do the thing she would not have her own crew watch her do, not stand still while strangers died in the right colors, stand in front of a barge full of families and be the gun and call it the order discharged. She would not. Whatever it cost her colony, whatever the man at the desk had built into the bill, that was the degree past which she did not bend. Rensky, Captain, like the Combine escort line, all of it, drive bells and weapon mounts. Marchetti's voice did not shake because she would not give the order that, even now, even with no factor left to perform for. Not the evac, the escort. A beat. The first beat Toller had taken all watch, a woman making sure she'd heard her captain right and not the watch she'd been racing for. And under it, on the band Toller thought she'd muted, 3 bars carried for half a second before the pickup caught it. The harbor song stopped clean on the beat, on the 3rd bar, the way it always stopped. Then her hands moved, and the second cutter's targeting came up in cold, honest colors. Not on the barge, not on a single hull of the Saltire string, but on the Combine escorts strung either side of them, the line she was flagged to, the line about to shut the wall while Quint shut the lane. Lit, Toller said, all of them, Lena. And then, because she'd flown 3 seasons to this woman and earned it, about time. Marchetti killed the Combine flag off her transponder with 1 stroke, and the quartered mark of the Frontier Compact came back over the Vrogny where it belonged, and she opened the joint channel wide. Not the private band now, all of it, every hull and every factor and the record itself. This is Captain Lena Marchetti, NV Vrogny, Frontier Compact. Flat, even, carrying. I have a Combine order to hold the Saltire evacuation under lethal authorization. I am refusing it. I am not the Combine's gun, and I never was, and there are 400 people on this string who are going to live, and the man who wrote this order can read about it in the open record like everyone else. A breath. Saltire relief, Vrogny, come up my port side and run. I'll cover you through. And she put the Vrogny's guns into her own escort line. The thing about Marchetti, Cross thought afterward, was that she didn't do it beautifully. She did it like a working captain emptying a hold, fast, economical, no margin spent on show. The 2 nearest Combine escorts hadn't believed it either, And that was the half-second that bought everything. A combine theater order did not get refused, and the hull's flag to enforce it had been sitting fat and certain on either side of a cutter they thought was theirs. When the Vrogny lit them and fired, they took the first pass flat-footed, the way you took a blow from a hand you'd shaken. Marchetti raked the nearer escort's drive bell open in one clean line and put her second burst into its weapon mounts before it had come around, and it sheared off into the dark, trailing fire, alive and out of the fight, which Cross marked even then as a choice. She'd shot to break them, not to kill them. "She's turned." Ackerman's voice had no flatness in it now, none of the cold she kept for the things she despised, something careful, close to grief. "Combine captain, on the combine line, just turned her guns on her own escort. She's breaking ranks, Daniel. She broke first." "She broke first," Cross said, and felt it go through the bridge like a current. A captain with 4,000 of her own to lose, deciding the bill was hers to pay, and paying it where everyone could see. "Delgado, the pinch, now. She just opened our half of it. Take Quince Lane and don't you let it shut."
Taking it. Delgado was already moving, the heading there now where it hadn't been, because the Vrogny turning had pulled the geometry open. Vinter laid the Lodestar over in the chair Salazar couldn't fill, Salazar's voice live in his ear from a medical cot 2 decks down, advising, not flying, and drove her hard down the dark toward the lane's far throat, where Quint's force was shutting the road on 400 people who had just, in the space of one captain's choice, stopped being trapped. The Saltire evac ran, the patched freighter up the Vrogny's port side first, then the migrant barge, low and slow and full, then the little harbor tug riding her wake, and Marchetti put her cutter between the running string and the second escort and held there, eating fire, a frontier compact hull doing the only thing it had ever owned a gun for. The second escort got its line straight and fired, and the Vrogny took it on her flank and did not move, and Toller's cutter came down off the port side wing and worked the guns where it had worked them 11 years, breaking mounts and bells and leaving crews alive, and the wall the order had built across the throat came apart into the one thing the war had never managed to make a frontier captain into, which was a wall on the right side. Far throats contested, Vinter tight, flying the middle. Quint's not committing to the kill. She knows the evac's running. She'll try to round behind it and shut the lane from the dark side. If she gets behind the barge, I can't shoot through the hull I'm covering.
"Then don't let her round it," Cross said. "Crowd the bow. You know this one." "I know this one," Vinter said, and crowded the bow, and the Lodestar came down on Quint's line, 900 tons of cruiser, the slow, honest way, off the lane's poisoned center, and forced the Sundog's force off the throat it was trying to shut. The lane behind the evac stopped closing. Then, hull by hull, it opened. It took the better part of a watch to run the Saltire string through, the Vrogny covering them the whole way. And when the last hull, the little harbor tug, a family aboard who would never know what their road had cost, slipped into the held junction and out of the fight, Marchetti brought her cutter around and sat a moment in the dark, drive bells ticking, flank scored open, her own flag back over her mark. Cross-keyed the joint channel, private now, off the supervised band. "Vrogny." A silence. Then, even, worn smooth, but not the same smooth it had been, a thing with a crack let into it. "Captain." "You broke first." "I broke last," Marchetti said. "I should have broken on the watch I held the shot and let your string take the cost. I knew it then. I told myself the arithmetic. I've been telling myself the arithmetic for a season, and the man at the desk has been counting on me to keep telling it. And tonight he asked me to stand in front of a barge full of children and be his gun, and I found out the arithmetic had an end.
It's not a clean thing what I did. My colony's gonna pay for it. I just decided finally that I'd rather they paid for this than for the other. I'm not going to give you the absolution you didn't ask for, Cross said. You'd hate it. I would. I'll log what happened. A Frontier Compact captain refused to combine order to hold an evacuation under lethal authorization, turned her guns on her own escort, and covered 400 civilians clear of a closing lane at cost to herself. He looked at the Vrogny sitting scored and steady, her flag where it belonged. Accurate, that's all. Same as last time. Except this time the record reads the other way, and I find I don't mind logging it. Another silence, longer, and then low, a thing he could tell she'd meant to send. He'll come for me now, not the privateer, the man behind him. He'll spend my colony standing first, then my road, then whatever's left. I've opened the account. A pause. And I find I don't mind that either. It turns out you can carry the obscene sum a long time, Cross, and the relief when you finally set it down isn't a thing I expected to feel in a fight. When the fleet comes, and it's coming, late the way the big slow things do, it's coming to a position somebody held first. People, then institutions. You held it first. I'd like that on record too. Then log it. The channel did not close yet. And log the name of my wing while you're at it. Rensky Toller. Flew my wing 11 years. She lit the line before I finished the order. A beat, and under the flat, very dry, very far from amused, the first thing close to warmth Cross had heard off her on any band. She said, "About time." Put that in your record, Captain. I'd like it kept. Rensky Toller, Pross said. Logged. About time. After, Marchetti said, but it wasn't the word she'd given him once before, the word she didn't believe in. It was the other kind. Run your watch, Cross. Mine's clear. I'll hold the approach. It's my flag now. The channel closed, and Cross watched the Vrogny turn back toward the throat she'd just torn open, scored and steady and flying her own colors, a good gun on the right flag at last, and the cost of that, Marchetti's and her colonies, and the bill the man at the desk was already writing off the board, was a thing he could see the edge of and not yet the shape. Behind her, at the head of the map, the watchline caught and flickered and caught again, and held a little longer, and the road stayed open for the people running down it. Chapter 25. The Chair. The chair had been a dead man's, and then it had been Salazar's, and now it was Vinter's, and the worst of it was how exactly it fit. It had been refitted to its gimbals 2 decks down from where it had carried Salazar out of Spindrift, and the engineering crew had said nothing about putting it back, only put it back, and Vinter had sat into it the way you sit into a thing you have been pretending you would never have to. The straps fell where they fell. The duplicates were not duplicates anymore. They were the controls, and there was no senior hand a centimeter off them waiting to take over, because the senior hand was in a medical cot and would never take a control again. "You're holding it too tight," Salazar said in his ear. He was patched live from the medbay, voice clean, voice steady, the body that had stopped agreeing which way was down, nowhere in the words, just in the fact that the words were all there was, now, that the man who could once feel a lane through his hips could only tell a boy about it. "I'm not holding anything yet." "You're holding the chair. I can hear it in your breathing." A pause that, on a better day, would have had a grin behind it. "Loosen up, Jonah. The chair's not going anywhere. The doorstep is." Ahead of them, through the canopy, the doorstep filled the dark, the quiet junction nobody had bothered with, until a 5 years dead ship crawled out of it, and around it now, the unlovely scaffolding of people trying to keep it. The cannibalized hulk of the Endurance hung at the center of it, dark and patient, her survey boom stripped and restrung outward in a rough sphere of instrument masts and anchor spars, and threaded between them, half-finished, the relay buoys the engineers were still flying out and bolting on by hand. The span watch lattice. It was not finished. It was not anywhere near finished. And the dark beyond it was full of inbound. "Plot's clean for now," said Ackerman, behind him, at the rail where Cross usually stood. Cross was on the open coalition channel, holding a dozen frightened captains together with the warmth he had less of this season, and spent anyway. "Quint's force is forming up wide. She won't come straight at the lock. She'll come at the build." "She'll come at the build," Vinter agreed, and found that he meant it, that he had read it the same way without being told, and the small surprise of that was a thing to hold on to. He did not let himself wonder whether it was the chair making him think like Salazar. The chair was just a chair. Maddox came up on the channel from somewhere that did not transpond, and the rough voice had not changed for the war. "Lodestar, tell me there's a job out here worth the fuel, 'cause I've come a long way on a feelin'." "Maddox." Cross off the coalition net, onto the salvage man's own private carrier, and Vinter heard the careful nothingness in the captain's voice that meant, "Do not let him hear how badly we need this." "I didn't call you. The warrant doesn't reach you, and Geneva won't pay for what's about to happen out here." "No," Maddox agreed, "it won't. I read the public ledger, same as everybody with a receiver in a bad night. A dead ship, and a man saying a name, and a clock in months." A beat, the salvage man taking his own. "Funny thing about a clock in months. Makes a man wonder what he's been saving the fuel for." "I can't pay you." "Did I ask?" Something flat under the amusement, the older, harder thing. "I've spent 30 years being the man who climbs the fence for a price, Captain. Turns out there's exactly one fence I'll climb for nothing, and it's this one. Where do you want me?" Cross was quiet for a beat too long, and Vinter understood it, that the captain had not braced for this, that a man who had built a career on people doing things for reasons had just been handed a thing done for none, and did not have a clean place to put it. "The buoys," Cross said. "Hartley's flying relay buoys out to the lattice frame by hand, and she's losing them faster than she can place them. Quint's outriders are picking off the build before it's wired. We need the unglamorous junctions worked, the dark angles, the routes that aren't on anyone's plot, the ones a warship can't fly and a yard tug won't." "The gaps," Maddox said, pleased the way he was pleased at Orellin. "You want a man who flies the gaps." "I want a man who flies the gaps." "Now you're learning." And the tug was already moving, off into the dark angles of the half-built lattice, hauling relay buoys through transits no chart admitted to a frame that needed them, or the whole watch was a sphere of dead masts and a man's name on a ledger. "I'll want a receipt," Maddox said, "for nothing, so I can frame it." What Maddox did, then, was the part nobody would put on a docket. He flew a battered salvage tug into the worst angles of the build and did the ugly, patient, unglamorous work of a man who had spent his life moving things through places no one else would go. Vinter watched the tug's track on the plot wander off into the unlit transits between the masts, the dead reckoning routes the lattice frame turned its blind side to, and haul a relay buoy out of the Endurance's gutted flank, slow and heavy, no elegance in it at all.
Maddox cursed the buoy's mass and praised the rigging in the same breath, talked an engineering crew he had never met into slacking a tether at exactly the right second, and set the buoy into the south frame by hand, by voice, by a long memory of where things drifted when no one was watching, while an outrider that wanted that exact buoy went looking for it in the open dark where a sane pilot would have flown, and found nothing, because Maddox never used the gate. "He's a vandal," Delgado said, watching the tug vanish into a transit the plot insisted was empty. "And he's the only reason the South Quadrant has a single buoy on it. I still can't make those two facts sit still."
"You're not supposed to," Vinter said, because Cross had said it to him once about the same man, and it was true, and saying it steadied his hands. "That's the man." Hartley's voice came across from the Endurance on a working channel, Manchester Flat, and under it the rolling clamor of an engineering crew doing 40 things at once inside a tomb. "Bridge, engineering. The core's coming up. The old girl's reactor logic still talks, which is a small miracle nobody's got time to enjoy. Hale's married her far pocket instruments to the survey anchors, and we've got the spine of the lattice reading the junction's throat. It's watching, which is the whole point of the bloody thing." A clatter, a curse not meant for the channel. "What it isn't is live. Half the relay buoys aren't wired. The frame's a colander. And every time Quint's outriders shoot a buoy off the build, we lose a quarter of the read, and I get to do the maths again from the spar in." "How long, Chief?" Cross.
"Don't ask me how long. Ask me how quiet." Hartley, holding panic by main force and keeping it out of her voice. "If nobody shoots at us, give me till the next watch. If they keep shooting at the build, I can't promise you it ever stands, because I can't wire a buoy that's debris. Keep them off the frame, and Hale and I will give you a watch line. Let them in, and you've got the most expensive scrapyard in the Reach. That's the deal."
It was, Vinter thought, the strangest kind of battle to be flying for, not a thing you won by shooting, but a thing you won by letting two engineers do their jobs in peace inside a dead ship. He could see it on the Endurance's flank through the long optics when the geometry let him, figures in pressure suits out on the stripped survey booms, tethered, hauling cable hand over hand between the instrument masts, Hale's people splicing the Endurance's far pocket sensors into the human relay met, while Hartley's ran power off a 5 years dead reactor that had no business still talking. There was nothing clean in it. It was cable and clamps and a Manchester woman doing the maths from the spar in every time a buoy died, building a thing meant to watch the dark out of a wreck, a borrowed survey net, and whatever the salvage tug could drag in before the next knife came. On a working channel he was not meant to be carrying, a younger voice said, "Cut the dorsal trunk." A pause. "Hale, the trunk. We need the run for the south anchor, and there's no other line that carries it."
"I heard you," Hale's voice. Then a long nothing, and the optics caught what the silence was for. A suited figure at the spine of the ship with a cutter, hesitating at a cable boom as thick as a man's leg, the main power trunk that had carried the Endurance home from the far pocket with 158 people aboard. The cutter went in. The trunk parted in a slow snow of frozen condensate, and a row of telltales along the dorsal spar that had been amber for 5 years went dark, one after the other, the ship's own nerves going out under a hand that had ridden those nerves home. "Aft habitat's dead," Hale said, flat. "Galley, berths, the long corridor, all of it, off the board." She did not say the rest of it. Whoever had drifted that corridor for 5 years, whoever had eaten in that galley with the lights low to save the load, was now a dark line on an engineering schematic being read out for cannibalizing. The optics held a moment longer than Vinter wanted them to, and he saw the second suited figure, narrower, the wrong proportions for a human in a pressure suit,
an hull who had come home on this hull and stayed with it. The figure was at the survey boom Hale's people were stripping, one long hand flat on the hull plating below the boom's root, not working, just resting there, over a scuffed alloy plate too small to read at this range, and too plainly a name to be anything else. Then the hand came off the plate and went back to the cable, because the work did not wait, and a buoy died somewhere on the south frame, and Hartley swore and started the maths again from the spar in. There was no time in it to be a funeral. That was the cruelty of the thing. The old girl was being taken apart for parts while she was still warm, her trunks cut and her boom stripped and her habitat killed deck by deck to feed a frame that might not even stand. And the people doing it were the people she'd carried, and not one of them could stop to grieve a ship that was dying under their cutters, because the dark beyond her was full of inbound, and the buoys would not wire themselves. Vinter looked away from the optics. There was nothing in the looking he could use, and a great deal he could not afford to feel, with Quint's force forming up wide. "You'll have your quiet," Cross said, which was a promise the day had no business letting him make, and Vinter heard him make it anyway, because somebody had to, and went on holding the chair too tight for one more breath before he made himself loosen.
"Vinter," Salazar in his ear, "you heard the chief. The job's not the kill. The job's the frame. You're not out here to beat anybody. You're out here to be a wall between a salvage tug and the people shooting at it, and stay a wall while a Manchester woman wires a colander. That's the most boring flying there is, and it's the only flying that wins this. Can you fly boring?" "I can fly boring," Vinter said. "Then go and be the most boring thing in the dark."
Quint came at the build, exactly as Ackerman had said, and the dark filled up with the work of breaking a thing before it could stand. She did not come herself, not yet. Vinter could see the sundog holding wide and patient on the plot, mended at the flank where Emath's guns had caught her at the Endurance, waiting the way a blade waited, and he set the wanting her there off to one side the way Salazar had taught him to set the things that would slow your hands. What she sent first were her outriders, fast and cheap and aimed at the masts, and behind them, low and ugly on the plot, two hard-line nail craft running a line that made no sense for a fight and perfect sense for sabotage. Ralhoun's people, threading toward the survey anchors that were the lattice's spine, to pull the spine and leave the rest a sphere of dead glass. 3 knives, Vinter thought, and none of them coordinated with the others, and that was the only mercy in it. Quint wanted the prize, Ralhoun wanted the watch stillborn, and the leftover charges still drifting in the throat from the scuttle wanted nothing at all, which made them the most dangerous of the 3. "Outriders first," Salazar said. "They're cheap, she's spending them to make you spend yourself. Don't chase. You chase one, and the others are in among the boys while you're proving a point in open dark. Hold the build. Make them come to the frame and pay at the frame." So Vinter held the build. He flew the way the Academy's most boring instructor had flown, the way Salazar himself had flown over Brightfall when the prize was a race and the trick was the middle. He did not chase the margin. He took the center of the thing he had to protect and made the outriders fight the wall of it. He put the Lodestar between the build and the open dark and read the closing geometry the way you read a lane, not where the fast hull wanted to be, but where the slow truth of the road said it had to pass. When an outrider committed to a buoy, Vinter was already in the lane it would have to fly to reach it, not because he was faster, but because he had read the road and trusted it, and the forward battery reached out and the outrider became a hard, silent bloom of structure short of the mast it had wanted.
"Good," Salazar said. "Now the next one's going to try the same line, because they always do, because the first one's death looks like bad luck and not like you reading him.
Let him think it. Sit in the same lane. He'll fly into it. The outrider flew into it. It was not brilliant. Vinter knew it was not brilliant the way he knew his own hands. There was no moment in it that anyone watching would have stood up to cheer. No roll at the marker, no edge run that left a port screaming. It was patient and it was correct. And it was, against everything the boy he had been would have wanted, boring. And the buoys stayed on the frame, and out in the dark angles, Maddox hauled another one into place, and Hartley's people wired it, and the colander grew one hole smaller. "Frame's reading," Hale's voice, across from the Endurance, younger than Hartley and steadier than anyone had a right to be inside that hall. "South anchor's talking to the core. If the spine holds, we've got a watchline in." The spine did not hold. Ralhoun's people reached the survey anchors while Vinter was holding the outriders off the buoys, and the low, ugly line on the plot resolved into what it had always been, a precision cut at the one part of the lattice that could not be flown back into place. The null survey anchors that no human instrument could replace, drilled at by people who had helped build the survey net and knew exactly where it broke. "Spine's gone dark," Hartley said, and for the first time the evenness cracked. "South anchor's off the reed. Bridge, I've lost the south quadrant. Somebody's pulled the anchor. I can't wire round a null survey spar. That's their maths. I don't have it." Emeth. Cross. "I see it." Emeth. Level. The only voice on the channel that never rose. And under the level, a thing Vinter had not heard in her before. Not fear and not anger, but something colder and more personal. The sound of a woman watching her own people break the thing she had bet her life were better than that. Ralhoun's craft. The crew signatures are, "Captain, I know 2 of these pilots. I trained beside them." A beat. "They will not answer me. Sevoth is hailing them on the Alliance line, and they have closed it. Can you stop them?" "Not from here, and not alone." Imeth's voice did the cold personal thing again. "Naral and Seon are aboard the Endurance. They have been to the spent space. They know what the watch is for, in a way Ralhoun's line refuses to. If they will fly with me—" She stopped. "I am asking my own people to fire on my own people, Captain. Give me a moment to find whether any of them will." The leftover charges in the throat woke up while Vinter was holding the build, and that was the knife with no hand on it, and it nearly took everyone. He felt it before the plot showed it, the same wrongness Salazar had described from the cot at Spindrift, a boundary moving when no one had touched it, the throat of the junction flexing where the last crossing Scuttle charges had cracked it and never finished the job. One of the charges, drifting, half-fused, found a resonance with the junction's strained geometry and started to build, and the throat began to tighten toward a collapse that would take the lattice and the Endurance and every hull holding the build down into the dark with it. "That's not Quint," Delgado said, fast. "That's the throat. There's an unfired charge in the boundary, and it's loading, Captain. The geometry's going to shear." "Ensign, can you pull the core back from the throat?" "Not without dropping the watch line. I just spent an hour standing up," Ensign Hartley, ragged now. "If I pull the Endurance off the throat, I lose the reed. And if I lose the reed, we've got nothing. And if I don't, and that charge fires, we've got less than nothing. We've got a grave." There was a breath in which someone had to choose, and it was not Vinter's choice to make. And Vinter understood with a clarity that left no room for the fear standing behind it, that he could not save them by being brilliant, that there was no edge run,
No margin, no Salazar move that flew a ship out of a junction eating itself. There was only the road and reading it. "The charge is loading off the throat's flex," Vinter heard himself say, to Salazar, to the chair, to no one. "It builds when the geometry tightens. It eases when the geometry eases, like a lane breathing." His hands were already moving, not fast, not brilliant, quiet by main force. "If I put a hull through the throat on the easing side, not against the flex, with it, I can ride the flat of the breath and pull the charge's resonance off true. Not stop it, just knock it off the beat, by the seconds." A silence in his ear, and then Salazar, very quiet, the voice of a man hearing his own lesson come back at him in a shape he had not taught and could not have flown. "That's not a move I know, Jonah." "No," Vinter said. "It's the middle. You taught me the middle. I'm just flying it somewhere you never had to."
"Then fly it," Salazar said, "and don't let me hear you counting. You read the breath and you trust it, and you fly the flat. Hands quiet." "Hands quiet," Vinter said, and put the Lodestar into the throat of a junction that was trying to close on her, not against the flex, but with it, riding the long, shallow easing of a wounded boundary, the way a man takes the middle of a road that has agreed, for one more breath, to be a road. And behind him on the plot, Maddox's tug hauled the last south quadrant buoy toward a frame that did not yet have a spine to wire it to, and Hartley swore and started the maths again. And somewhere on the Endurance, and Hall, who had been to the spent space, decided whether to fly against her own. The dark beyond the lattice gave up nothing. The clock she could not see went on counting down in the only number that mattered now, and Vinter flew the flat of the breath, patient where a better pilot would have been brilliant, into the closing throat of the junction they had all come a long way on a feeling to hold.
Chapter 26. The Watchline Holds. The doorstep had no glory in it, and the warboard on the gallery floor would never carry what it was, a quiet junction nobody had valued, hung now with a half-built array of stolen instruments and survey anchors and human relay buoys, and around it a battle being fought at the top of everyone's lungs over a thing that looked, from the well, like a string of lamps somebody had strung across a dark room and dared the dark to take. "Lattice is at 40% and climbing," Hartley said, Manchester flat gone tight at the edges. "Hale's running her off the Endurance's core, the old girl's logic plant carrying more than her drives ever did." A silence on the loop, and then the thing under it, because Hartley was tired enough to say it. "She's cooking herself to do it, Captain. That core wasn't built to be ridden this hard. We hold the door, it's because a ship that kept 158 people alive for 5 years is being burned down to a stump to do it, and Hale's watching the gauges on the thing that brought her crew home and not saying anything, and neither an eye." "Understood," Cross said, which was all he had. There would be time to grieve a ship if any of them lived to do it. Cross stood in the well where a captain stood and made himself hold the whole pitched mess without flinching, which was the only thing the well was for. Out past the canopy, the dark was full of small, fast violences. Marchetti's Vrogny ran the high approach with 2 compact cutters that had crossed her own broken ranks to follow her, fighting people who had been her escort that morning. Maddox's tug sat low on the lattice itself, ugly and patient, holding the relay buoys in their string by main strength while the throat tried to shrug them off. And under all of it, on a channel Cross kept half-muted because he could not stand the calm of it, Castellan's lanes ran the whole moving weave live, the murderer's hands timing every safe corridor in the fight, under Ackerman's abort and Emeth's veto, and a guard on the cabin door.
Captain, Ackerman at the rail, reading 3 boards at once. 3 things want us dead, and none of them want the same thing. Quint's coming for the core, take the lattice intact or break it, Dahl's paying either way. The hardline null are on the array. Emeth's flagging sabotage on the survey anchors, slow and quiet, the kind you only catch if you're a null watching another null. And the splinter left charges in the throat the scuttle didn't burn. She turned. We can't be in 3 places. Then we don't pick, Cross said. Vinter has the core, Quint's his. The null have the anchors. I'm not running that fight for them, and I couldn't if I tried. Maddox and Hartley have the throat. All 3 at once. Go. He keyed the flight channel. Vinter, where's Quint? Coming up the cold side of the throat, Captain. Vinter's hands lay quiet on the controls, the way they had learned to lie quiet this season. Hard burn, not threading the lit channel, running the boundary edge where the geometry's faster and the shear's worse, the way she always does. A breath, the way she did over Brightfall. Salazar. He heard you, Vinter, repeating it, because the man on the cot 2 decks down could speak, but the bridge could not always hear him clean. He says, she'll come edge fast and put herself between us and the core, so we can't fire through the thing we're protecting. He says don't chase her on to the edge. You can't outfly her there, and neither can I. Then don't, Cross said. Fly the middle, crowd her onto the sheer, and let her fight it. And he was already turning off the duel before it was won, because that was the whole of the new arithmetic. He had given Quint to the boy, and he had to trust the boy with her, and turn his own hands to the thing only he could spend, while the most dangerous pilot in the Reach came up the cold side of his ship. Emeth, talk to me about the anchors. They are dying. Her voice was the only one on the channel that never rose, and it was not level now. Ralhun, he is reversing the anchor, phase 1, buoy at a time, slow, plausible, the kind of failure your people will read as the array simply not holding. If 3 more invert, the lattice cannot stabilize, and it will not matter what Vinter does to the sundog. The lock will not stand. And the calm voice came onto the command channel before Cross could answer her, somewhere ahead of all of them, reading weather. South anchors are dropping phase, Castellan said. It scans as drift, the array fighting the throat, the buoys settling wrong under load. Give me the buoy controls and the survey ring timing, and I'll route the whole south quarter's weight off them before it spreads. 1 pass, clean. It frees you to put everything you have on Quint, Captain, which is where your battle actually is. You don't have the margin to do this slow. He didn't. That was the knife in the man. He was right about the margin, right about Quint, right about everything his clean, fast eyes could reach. Take the wide hand, and the south came off Cross's plate, and he could give the whole ship to the boy and the blade coming up the cold side. It was the most reasonable thing in the room. It is not drift, Emeth said. It is shaped, Ralhun's hand. His models will read it as settling and route around it, confident, and the anchors will fail behind him. And he will never know why, because the shape of the lie is not in his numbers, it is only in ours. I'm reading drift, Castellan said, unbothered, certain. The buoys, Captain. Every breath we spend on this is another buoy I have to put back.
Delgado said it because he was honest, past the point of comfort. His pass would hold, Captain. I've got the figures. Clean, fast, the way he says it. And I can't see the sabotage either. If Imeth's wrong and you refuse him, we lose the south quarter for nothing, and we lose it while Quint's inside our guard. Say the rest of it, Tom. Ackerman did not look up from the board. Her hand was flat over the abort she held on every lane the man touched, and her voice had gone to the flat place it went when she was making the record true, whether the captain liked it or not. Say that if you give Castellan the rings, you've put the whole south quarter inside the hand of the man who timed the deaths at Saltire, with no one able to see what he's doing in there but him. I'll log it either way. I'd like it logged that I made you hear it before you chose." "Heard," Cross said, and it cost him to say it in front of her, in front of the boy on the open flight channel, in front of the record, which was the point of her making him. He had a few seconds the throat would give him, and no way under heaven to know which of them was right. "No," he said. "Castellan, you keep the lanes you have. You don't get the buoys, and you don't get the rings." Before the man could be reasonable at him again, he turned to the one person in the reach who could see what the clean table never would, and spent the only thing the brief had left him, which was not an order. "Imath, I can't command you onto the anchors. They're your people in that fight, and whether you move against your own is yours to choose, not mine to spend. I'm asking, we'll hold the rest off you as long as there's a rest to hold." It cost from the first second the way the slow, honest thing always cost. A relay buoy off Maddox's string went dark, while the Null were still deciding whether they had standing to act. The south quarter's load, with no clean table to lift it, came down on the cutters holding the line by hand. And Coreside, where Quint was burning in, the margin Cross had refused to buy with Castellan's pass, narrowed by exactly the width of the help he hadn't taken. He had made his ship's worst hour harder on purpose. He stood in the well and let it be true, and did not reach for the comm channel to take it back. Two fights closed in the same minute, and Cross stood in the middle of both and won neither. On the cold side, Quint did what her whole life had trained her to do. Vinter did not chase her up the edge. He let it go, the way Salazar had let the edge go over Brightfall, and took the slower, truer middle of the throat where the boundary ran honest. And Quint, who had spent a season and a great deal of someone else's money to reach this exact gark, read the middle as the timid thing a flagship's ensign would fly, and slid the sundog over to cut him off it, onto the cold side, between the Lodestar and the Endurance's burning core, onto the churning edge, exactly where she wanted to be, and exactly where Vinter needed her. He did not fire. He read the boundary the way Imath had taught him to read a cold lane, and the way Salazar had taught him to read a settling one, and he saw, a beat before the plot could show it, where the churn was about to close, and he gave the Lodestar to the middle, and waited, hands quiet, while Mara Quint fought the wall. The sheer closed on the sundog the way it had closed on Salazar, harder the harder she flew, and Quint loaded the drives and tried to outmuscle a thing built to punish exactly that, and ran out of the margin she had lived her whole career on the wrong side of. And on the array, in the same handful of seconds, what Cross had asked for happened in a language he would never learn. Sevoth moved first. The moderate war elder, who had risked nothing all season, put his vessel between Ralhoun's and the anchors and held there, standing against standing, an elder facing an elder on Null ground over Null work, the one thing Imath had no standing to do, and Sevoth did. Narrow came up beside him, and Son beside Narrow, the two who had been to the spent network and seen what humanity's noise was supposedly drawing down on them all, and they did not fire and did not need to. They refused Ralhoun's standing. On the spot, in front of the whole array, the hands inverting the buoys, one quiet betrayal at a time, stopped being permitted to be Null hands, and the south anchors, bought slow, bought by a dark buoy and Toller's cutter off Marchetti's wing, which had put itself between a stray pod and the string, and gone quiet and not come back, steadied and held. The two things landed within a breath of each other, and neither was Cross's.
the sundog tumbling crippled out of the sheer with her cold flank opened, and the south anchors coming back green, and Cross in the well having fired not one shot and won not one of it, only refused the fast clean hand and asked the right people to be in the right places, and paid for the asking in the dark. "She's caught," Salazar said, through Vinter. No triumph in the relayed voice, only the flat grief of a pilot watching another pilot meet the wall. "Don't shoot her. She did it to herself. Just hold the middle and let the road do it."
"Crowd her gently," Cross said. "Ackerman, a boarding party. She's worth more talking than dead. She knows who pays her and what they wanted with the Endurance, and I don't shoot a beaten pilot out of a chair. Get her aboard under guard. Tell Petrov she'll be in a temper." It was not clean and it was not quick. The Lodestar came alongside the crippled sundog with the throat still live around them, and the boarding party went across into a hull whose captain had stopped being able to hurt them and had not stopped being Mara Quint. It cost a man of Ackerman's a broken arm against a bulkhead when the spin caught him, and it took longer than anyone wanted. She did not fight them. She'd stopped spending herself on lost positions a long time ago. But at the lock she stopped and looked back once at the Endurance's burning core, the prize she'd crossed a season to take and never would now, and what crossed her face was not defeat. "Tell whoever's paying me they spent it on the wrong week," she said, to the guard, to the relay, to the record. "And tell your boy in the chair the middle only holds till somebody stops being afraid to die on the edge. There's more of us than there are of him." Then she let them walk her to the brig, unhurried, a woman putting a loss away to collect on later, and a guard went on the door. And low on the array, through the same minutes, Maddox had been fighting the third thing, the one nobody would write a song about. His tugs hauled the Splinter's leftover charges out of the throat one at a time by cable and brute patience, dragging live death off the lattice so it stopped trying to chew through from the inside. One charge went before he could clear it and took the tug that held it. He got his people off her first, barely, and did not stop to watch her go because there was another charge behind it. He answered for nothing the way he'd said he would, and did the work no one would thank him for, and the throat went quiet. The anchors hold. Eyemouth's level was back, and under it was something that had been broken in her since Spindrift, and was not whole now, but was, for the first time in a long while, no longer alone. Ralchun is answered. He could not be killed and could not be argued, and so he was unmade, on the array, by his own, and he had to watch the one he named a traitor be the reason the moderates could face him at all. He will carry that into whatever the Nhal become. So will they. The lattice has its spine. Imath. Cross found he had to say it. "It cost me my aoun," she said, simple and exact. "I paid it before tonight. Tonight I only watch the receipt." A silence. "Hold your ship. 70 and climbing." And on the command channel, when the south steadied, Castellan spoke once. "They're back on phase," he said, reading weather. "You did it the slow way, and it cost you a buoy off Maddox's string gone dark, and a cutter on the South Mine that hasn't answered its hail since it put itself in front of a pod. My pass would have cleared the quarter in a third the time, and on every figure I can see lost none of it. A pause, courteous, certain, without heat. I'd have been faster, Captain. You know I would." "I know," Cross said, and let him have it, because inside the walls of what Castellan could see, it was even true. He did not say the rest, that the fast, clean table would have read a shaped knife as honest drift, and routed neatly around it, and lost the whole south quarter into the dark without ever knowing a hand had been in it. He left it where it lay.
The dead buoy and the silent cutter were not a point to be scored. They were a bill, and he would read it standing up in the morning with the rest.
The lattice came up to live over a junction full of wreckage and the dead, and it held. It did not close the door. Cross made himself keep that straight, standing in the well, watching the string of lamps steady across the dark. The junction would open again in months. That was the whole grim arithmetic of the thing. The lattice was a watch, not a wall. It would hold the doorstep and read it and delay it and give the recalled fleet, months out and mobilizing across a region, a place to stand when the seal, a better man had set on the far side, finally decayed. A place to stand, bought alone, by a company nobody had ordered to be here, over a junction nobody had valued, at the cost of a ship being burned to a stump at the heart of it, and a buoy gone dark, and a cutter that wouldn't answer. "She's holding, Captain," Hartley said, and her flat voice had gone rough in a way she'd deny later. 100%, stable. The core's carrying the whole load and carrying it clean. A pause, and the other thing, because it was true and somebody on the loop should say it while the ship that did it was still warm. "She's not going to fly again after this. Whatever's left of the old girl when the gauges come down, it won't be a ship. We'll have spent her. Hale knows it. She held the door anyway." Cross looked out at it. Marchetti's cutter and Maddox's tugs and the Moderate and Howe steady on their anchors, and the Sundog dark in his brig, and the scarred wreck at the center, burning itself out to keep a string of lamps alive. The fleet was months away. The Accord was dead, and the war they had won was the wrong one, and the real one was a clock he could not see, counting down on the far side of the very throat they had bled to hold open. And the door was held, barely, alone. "Log it," Cross said. "Every hull that stood the line by name, the buoy crews and the cutter that didn't answer and the people on it. Then Hal who broke their own elder to hold the anchors, the endurance and what holding it cost her in full. I won't have her written down as components. The fleet's going to want a clean victory with a flag on it, and they're going to get the true one instead, with everyone's name and everyone's price, because somebody held this until they could be bothered to come, and it wasn't them." He did not take his eyes off the steady line of lamps. "Start with the cutter. Toller, Marchetti's wing. She held the south. Start there." Chapter 27. The Bill. The watchline came up to full hum over the doorstep after the last gun went quiet, and Cross stood in the well of his bridge and looked at what it was humming over. It was the part of command nobody put in the citations. You could read the cost off a board. Delgado had it laid out clean, in the cold, honest colors the Lodestar used when she'd stopped pretending. And a board was mercy, because it turned the dead into marks, and the marks into a number a man could carry up a passage without his knees going. Cross read it. The lattice steady, the jury rig holding, the Endurance's gutted core singing in the center of it like a struck bell that had decided not to stop. The approach owned. And, ringed in the worst color the plot had, the things the owning had cost. He made himself read those last, and out loud, because the dead deserved a captain who'd say them with his mouth, and not let the board carry them for him. "Tell me the count," he said. "Ours or all of it?" "All of it. Give me the whole bill first." Delgado gave him the whole bill, flat. The way you read a thing you've decided not to soften, because softening it is a lie you tell to feel better while somebody else stays dead. The lattice had held. That was the top line, and Cross held it there a moment because the living had paid for it and were owed the saying of what they'd bought. The junction was the coalition's. The fleet, when it came, would come to a position already kept. Under that line, the rest of it.
the evac string out of Harrogate, the civilians they'd pulled into the transit chain when the assault opened, farm world families and a clinic's worth of staff, and a long, ragged column of people who'd had the bad luck to live near a junction nobody was supposed to want, had lost its tail. Not to Quint, to the leftover charges the last crossing had seeded in the throat before Wren died, killing the men who'd set them. The ones the coalition hadn't found in time, because finding them took hands no one could spare with a fleet of blades inbound. The back six of a string of 19, strung nose to tail into a lane certified clear by people who'd certified it in good faith and been wrong. And the throat had moved on them, patient, the way the spoofed lanes moved. By the time the lattice came live enough to read it true, the back six were already gone into it. 240 souls on those six, Delgado said, give or take. The manifests aren't clean. Half of them loaded in a hurry off a world coming apart. We'll never have the exact figure.
Names where we have them, Cross said. Where we don't, the world they loaded from. I'm not signing near enough into a log. I'll sign the ones we know and account for the rest and the world that lost them, and somebody will come asking one day, and the record will be honest when they do. Aye, Captain. A breath. There was no clean version of holding this, whatever it's worth. It's worth saying. It isn't worth comfort. Cross didn't look up from the markings. The lantern. Delgado put it up, and the bridge went the quiet of people who'd all stood in it. Bexorsa came up on the channel herself, because, of course she did, and because the crisis for her was not over, and would not be over for a long time. Lodestar. The brass was in it. The brass that was how she told you she'd decided not to count the cost where her gangs could hear. But it was laid thin over something Cross had heard in her only once, on the last cruise, when she'd named the veins the way you name dogs, and a man called Davor Sale had been alive to hear her do it. You held it. I watched from inside a machine that was holding it open for you. So before anything else, well flown, all of you. The boy especially. Tell the boy. I'll tell him. Cross looked at the lantern on the plot, and could not read it at first, because the shape of it had changed too far for his eye to take in at once. Bex, what's the count on the machine? A silence. When she came back, the brass had gone, and what was under it was a repair gang chief reading a chart she'd decided not to pretend was smaller than it was. Half of her. Flat. Plain. The arithmetic of a woman who'd buried for a road before and stopped flinchin' at the doing of the sums. 6 veins dark. The anchors cracked along the spine where I drove it past every number that machine was ever certified to hold, because you needed the fold open and I wasn't going to be the one who closed a road with your people standing on it. So I held it open. And it held. And it'll never thread clean again. Bex, don't be sorry yet. I'm not done, and I want it told before you start, because sorry doesn't run a vein. Nobody built the lantern. We found her. The only machine of her kind humanity ever managed to keep lit. And I spent 30 years learning to talk to her, and taught a crew of fools to talk to her after me so there'd be somebody who could when I was gone. That's the whole of what I made. A breath. And the brass came back by main force. The brass she put on so her gangs wouldn't hear the rest. Half of her's dark now, and she'll thread maybe a third the traffic and never clean. The engineer in me says scarred's not the same as gone, same as I said over the last gantry. The tired woman who loved the machine says it's the same as born for everything that mattered about why I loved her. Cross said nothing for a moment, because the thing she'd handed him had no captain's answer, and he wasn't going to insult her by reaching for one. You alive. Your gangs. Davor's sister. Alive. All of mine that were alive this morning are alive tonight. I drove the machine past where it could come back,
and not one of my people went into the dark doing it." Something moved in her voice that was not quite relief and not quite grief, the thing you felt when you'd kept the people and lost the reason you'd kept them. "So I got the trade I'd have taken if you'd offered it clean, my people for my machine. I'd take it again, and take it again tomorrow when I wake up and it still hurts." A pause. "Come see her when there's quiet. There's still a machine. It's just not the one I spent my life keeping." "There's still a machine," Cross said, and let her have the last word, because it was hers, and because the underthing was that she'd spend the rest of her life keeping a wounded thing she'd loved whole, and no comfort in a captain's mouth was worth a damn against that. The channel closed. On the plot, the lantern held its half-fold open, 6 veins dark where the last cruise had left it with one, a cathedral half-fallen, and still somehow a cathedral, a woman inside it who'd kept her people and would never forgive the road for what the keeping cost. The Vrogny came into dock with her colors wrong, and Cross went down to the lock himself, because some things you did not do from a bridge. Marchetti had flown the assault under her own flag at last, torn the Combine theater mark off her transponder in the middle of the fight, and fired on her own escort to open the approach, the first proof the coalition had that the bend-in could break the other way. Cross had needed that break for 3 weeks. He'd watched her make it and felt the need go sour in his mouth, because a man got what he'd hoped for and then had to look at the bill for the hoping. The bill was in the Vrogny's number 2 berth, where a smaller hull was being walked in by a tug because it could not come in under its own attitude control, because the woman who'd flown it was dead. Marchetti came through the lock square-shouldered and dry-eyed and worn smooth the way she wore everything, a folded flight jacket over one arm, compact cut, the patches still on it, held the way you hold a thing you've not yet decided where to set down. "Captain Cross." "Captain Marchetti." "You'll have heard." Flat. A hatch dogged from the inside, the way it had been on the joint channel the day she held the shot, except the thing behind the hatch had changed, and they both knew it. "Rensky Toller, my second hull. Flew my wing 11 years, since before the Vrogny was mine. When I broke for your approach, somebody had to hold the line I came off, the Watchline south anchor, the buoy string nobody could spare a warship for. That was Rensky. It was always Rensky. She held the thing I left, so I could go do the loud part." Her voice did not shake. She would not give the dark that. "A pod off Quint's last rack got past the duel and went for the anchor, and she put her hull between it and the buoy. There wasn't a clever thing to do, and she knew it. She did the unclever thing, and the anchor held, and the lattice came live on a south string she bought with her own hull. That's all of it. I'd like it logged accurate and not pretty." "It'll be logged accurate," Cross said. "She wasn't yours. I want that clear, too. She was mine, and the cost of my break is mine. I'm not handing you a piece of my grief so your conscience can square the day. Your day's got enough on it. I read your board coming in. You don't get Rensky. I broke ranks, and it cost me my oldest hand, and I'll bury her under my own flag the way she should have flown under it from the start. A beat, and the only thing that cracked in her the whole time was this, low and fast and then put away. I told her once we'd fly clean when the war was over, both of us, under our own mark. Made her wait 11 years for a thing I was sure I could give her, and the day I finally took the flag off my hull and flew the way she'd earned, that was the day it killed her. So no, you don't get to be sorry to me, Cross. Same as the lantern woman, I'd guess. There's a lot of that going round tonight." "There is," Cross said. He didn't reach for the absolution she'd refused him in advance, the way she'd refused it once on a supervised band. He gave her the only thing she'd take. I'll send your second haul home under the Vrogny's flag with the Lodestar's mark beside it, if you'll have it there. Not instead, beside. The lattice lives because she did, and I'll log it whether you give me the grief or not. A compact captain's oldest hand bought the South String, and bought it the day the captain finally flew under her own flag, and the price of that flag was the friend who'd been waiting 11 years for it.
Marchetti looked at him a long moment, and something in the set of her shifted, not softened. She didn't have softening in her tonight, and he hadn't earned it, but shifted, the way a thing shifts when it's been holding a position and decides to hold it a degree differently. "Beside," she said, not instead. And then, because she was the kind of captain who could not let a thing close clean, "She'd have liked your boys flying. Watch the duel on the South String between counting her own dead, her last clear send before the pod who taught the warship's kid to fly the middle." The ghost of something crossed her face and was gone. "You tell him. Tell the boy a woman he never met watched him beat a privateer and approved of his line. He'll carry it better than the rest of tonight." "I'll tell him," Cross said, and Lena Marchetti carried Rensky Toller's flight jacket back down the passage to bury her own under her own flag. And Cross let her go and did not follow, because the grief was hers, and she'd said so, and she was right.
Petrov found him before he'd made the medbay, which meant she'd come up to find him, which meant she'd decided he should hear it standing. "You're going down to see Salazar." "I'm going down to see Salazar." "Then hear it from me first, in the passage, the way I gave you the rest." She didn't soften it, she never did, and tonight he was grateful for the one fixed thing. "I've signed it, filed with the Fleet Medical Board, gone out on the relay with the after-action. Lieutenant Marco Salazar, medically grounded. Permanent?" Medium pause. "Not pending review, not pending recovery, not let's see in a year. Permanent, in the only language the board reads. So no future captain, short a pilot and long on a war, can ever look at his record and wonder if there's a way back." She held his eyes. "I made it permanent on purpose, Daniel. The kindest thing I had was to leave nobody, not the fleet, not him, not you on a bad night with a hole in your line, anywhere to stand and hope." He knows. He knew the day it happened, worked it out before I did in that chair. What changed tonight is it stopped being a thing his body was telling him and became a thing on a form. And a thing on a form is a different kind of dead. You won't tell him it'll come back. We agreed on that the first day, and it's truer now than it was. A breath. "Go in. Let him run the medbay. It's the only chair left that moves under him." Cross went in. Salazar was in the cot they'd given him when the chair finally let him go, propped up, working a slate with the heels of his hands and the two fingers that mostly answered a sim he'd built for Vinter. The South String duel laid out as a problem. The line that beat a blade who fought the wall. The hands moved badly, and the work was beautiful. That was the thing Petrov had warned him about, how good he still was at the part that lived in his head. "Captain." His eyes came to Cross and took the moment to settle that they took now, and the taking of the moment was the hold of it. "You held it. You held it from a cot. I watched the boy fly your line on your voice. He flew his own. I just reminded him he had one." Salazar set the slate down badly and let his hands lie where they lay. "Petrov caught you in the passage. I can tell. You came in with your face fixed. She signed it tonight, made it permanent." "She did." "Good."
He said it flat, and meant it, and Cross saw what Petrov had given him, a man who'd spent his life flying past the place where stopping was possible, left nothing ajar to lean on. "I'd rather a wall than a maybe. I can build something against a wall." His eyes went to the sim, the boy's problem, the line. "I'm going to teach every pilot the fleet sends out here, because there's a fleet coming and a war after it, and somebody has to put the middle into them before the edge kills the good ones, the way it nearly killed me a lot earlier than it did." The corner of his mouth pulled toward what had once been a grin. "The part of flying worth a damn was always in my head, and the board can't ground that. They grounded the hands. The hands were never the pilot." "No," Cross said, "they weren't." "Tell the boy he flew it clean." Salazar picked the slate back up and pulled the south string geometry into the center of the problem, where Rensky-Toller had died and the lattice had come live, though he didn't know her name and never would, and it didn't change the line. "And then go count the rest of your bill, Captain. I can hear you not counting it. You taught me to fly the middle of mine, and you fly the edge of yours every time." His ruined hands moved on the slate, building a thing for a boy who could still fly. "Go count it. I've a wall to build against. You've a war to be honest about. Same job, different chairs."
The after-action board hailed before Cross had made it back to the well, which told him something on its own, that the fleet's record machinery had been waiting on the relay for the doorstep to fall quiet so it could begin tidying, the way the cleaning detail moves in the moment the surgeons step back from the table. The officer on the channel was a Commander Aldous Frame, fleet documentation, who had not been within 4 jumps of the doorstep, and never would be, and whose voice carried the particular care of a man whose whole craft was getting 150 contradictory truths to lie flat enough to file. He was not a villain. Cross made himself hold that. Frame was a tired man, doing honest work in a system whose honest work was smoothing. That was worse than a villain. A villain you could shoot. "Captain Cross, outstanding result, and let me say first, the board's relieved you're standing. We've got the after-action to compile for Admiral Whitfield's Vanguard brief, and the minister's office wants a clean summary for the coalition partners by end of cycle, so I'll be quick." A pause, the small, dry sound of a man pulling up a draft. "I've a working narrative I'd like to walk you through so we're not contradicting each other into the relay." "Walk me through it." The watchline at the doorstep was established and held by a coalition task element under your command, denying the junction to hostile traversal ahead of the Vanguard. Privateer Commander Mara Quint captured intact, considerable intelligence value. The Lantern Fold machine sustained battle damage and is being assessed for refit. The lane coordination through the engagement was handled by an attached specialist asset working under task element control. That's the cleanest way to carry it, given the asset's status. The minister's office is twitchy about the provenance there and would frankly prefer the name not travel. And the Endurance, the recovered hull's logic core, was repurposed as the lattice's processing element. Component recovery from a derelict. It reads well. It's the kind of resourcefulness the partners like to see. Cross stood in the passage with his hand flat on the bulkhead and felt the whole shape of it come at him at once. The day made flat enough to file, everybody in it pressed smooth. He started with the one that would cost him least to argue and was therefore the test. "The hull's name is the Endurance. You'll carry it by name." "It's a derelict, Captain. By the time the load came down, it was barely—" "It kept 158 people alive for 5 years on the wrong side of a dead network, Commander. We burned it to a stump to hold this junction, and the chief who rode its gauges to a cinder said nothing while it cooked because she had a door to hold." Cross heard his own voice,
and did not soften it. It's not component recovery. Write the endurance expended, not recovered, expended. A silence on the channel, the small adjustment of a man redrafting a line. Noted. Expended. Frame did not fight it. It was a word, and words he could give. On the specialist asset. His name is Castellan. Cross said it plainly, because the plainness was the refusal. And you'll carry it. The minister's office. I know what the minister's office wants. It wanted the murderer of Saltire vanished into attached specialist asset, working under task element control, a clean gray phrase you could file beside the medals. Castellan ran our lane coordination through the engagement. He did it well. He did it under a continuous abort, a null veto, and a guard on his cabin door because he's the man who timed the deaths at Saltire, and he ran our lanes from inside the brig that's holding him for trial. A beat. Carry both, the work and the cage. Captain, with respect, that level of detail in a partner-facing summary. Then write 2 records. Cross had the answer. He'd been building it for 3 weeks while he held the man's lanes half-muted on a channel he couldn't stand. Give the partners the clean line. Coordination under task element control, fine. The fleet's own after-action carries Castellan by name. The abort, the veto, the door, all of it. Whitfield reads the true one. A beat. Because Whitfield sends the next company out here to do this again. He sends them ignorant. The next captain spends his Castellan without the cage because the record told him it was fine. I'll log it myself if your draft won't hold it. He heard Frame breathe and heard the craftsman in the man, the one who actually cared about getting it flat, lose the argument to the part that had compiled enough after-actions to know when a captain meant it. And Quint, Frame said, quieter, dropping the script. Considerable intelligence value. You'll grant me that one's just true. She's worth talking to. I'm not pretending otherwise. She knows who paid her and what they wanted with the endurance, and the next company will need it. A beat. But she's not an asset. An asset's a thing on a shelf. Mara Quint in a person we beat and caged and are going to lean on hard, and she'll spend every hour of it trying to spend us back. She told my boy to his face, there's more of them than there are of him, and she meant it. So, what? Captive? Captive. One who talks because we've made it her least bad option. Cross let the rest come flat. The day a board writes the people we've caged as assets is the day we've stopped noticing we're holding them, and a thing you stop noticing you're holding gets loose. A long pause. When Frame came back, the smoothness had gone out of his voice, and what was under it was a documentation officer 4 jumps from the fight, looking at a draft he'd thought was a mercy, and finding out it was a sanding down. You're making my job considerably harder, Captain. I'm making it honest, usually the same job done worse. Cross softened it a degree, because the man wasn't the enemy. You compile 100 of these, and they all want to lie flat. I know. This one doesn't get to. There's a war coming through this throat, and the one thing the fleet'll have that the enemy can't spoof is a record that says what holding cost and whose hands it took. A beat. Smooth that, and you've handed the next captain a fairy tale. Send Whitfield the true one. I'll sign every word standing up. I'll need your full log on the relay within the cycle, then, unsmoothed. You'll have it within the hour. The channel closed, and Cross stood a moment with his hand still flat on the bulkhead. It was a quieter fight than the one over the throat, and he was not at all sure it was the smaller one.
Cross went back up to the well and counted it, and did not reach for the tool that would have made it not have to be paid. "Log it," he said, "all of it, the win at the top, because the living earned the saying of it, and every line of the cost under it, in full, no rounding the dead up into the victory. The endurance by name, expended, not recovered. Castellon the work, and the cage, both. Quint a captive, not an asset. Frame can have his clean line for the partners. The fleet's own copy carries the lot. Aye, Captain." Out past the hull, the lattice threw its thin light across the doorstep, the Endurance's gutted core singing in the center of it, the dark on the far side giving up nothing yet. They'd won the small war, and won it by tearing themselves apart to do it, and the tearing was permanent. He got back to the work, because the junction was held, and the dead were honest in the log, and the fleet was coming, and there were, by Whitfield's arithmetic, not nearly enough months left to spend on anything but the next watch. Chapter 28. The Company. The biggest space the Lodestar had was the aft cargo hold, and by the second day after the door held, it had filled, without anyone ordering it, with the survivors of a coalition that had no name yet, and was not, technically, supposed to exist. Cross stood at the rail above it with a cup of the bad coffee that was the one thing every flag in the Reach made identically badly, and watched a thing he had not believed he would see. Center ratings and Frontier compact crew and the Vrogny's hard cases and a knot of Null who had chosen this side were all down there in the same low light, not mingling exactly. You did not undo a Cold War in 2 days, but sharing the space, sharing the urn, too tired and too recently alive to keep up the geometry of who was supposed to despise whom. A Combine engineer was showing one of Marchetti's people something on a slate. 2 ratings off ships that had been pointing guns at each other a week ago were asleep against the same crate, back to back, the way you sleep when standing watch over a position you have decided, without discussing it, is now shared. The treaties would come later, or they would not, and the blocks would quarrel again the moment they were safe enough to afford it. Down there, a center rating Cross had last seen running a targeting board against the Vrogny was holding a flashlight steady while one of Marchetti's people had her arm to the shoulder in a coolant trunk, and neither of them was talking about it. The thing he watched longest was the Null. There were 3 of them down there among the humans, and a week ago that sentence would have emptied any hold in the Reach. Now a Frontier compact gunner, a man Cross knew by reputation as the last in the Reach who'd share air with one of them, who'd lost a brother to a Null cutter off Saltire, and said so to anyone who'd stand still, was sitting across a crate from the one the Endurance crew called sane. The 2 of them were not talking. There was no common tongue between them, and the gunner had the manners not to pretend there was. But when he filled his own cup, he pushed the urn across the crate, and the Null took it and poured, and set it down within the gunner's reach again. Imeth saw it from across the hold. Cross watched the stillness come into her, the thing he had learned to read in her as a held breath, and he did not try to name what it was for her. He knew it had cost her an awn to be standing here at all. He let the urn moving across a crate be what it was. Marchetti came up to the rail beside him and didn't speak for a moment. "Doll's finished," she said. "You'll have heard." He had. No tribunal, no grand exposure. The Sundog's command packet had come off her hull when the boarding party went across to take Quint, the real orders behind the spoofs, the instruction to seize the Endurance and her proof and make sure none of it could ever be verified, and it carried Doll's authority on it, plain. Marchetti had confirmed the signature.
She had taken combine orders under that same hand for 2 years and knew it the way you know a thing that has lied to you. Then it had gone on to the ledger, beside everything else, where it could not be taken down, and the combine had woken on the second morning to find their man's grab for a dead ship's bones written into the common record of human space in his own hand, the same week the door he'd been knifing had held without him. They came to the table by the afternoon, Cross said. Their liaison didn't apologize, laid it out like a balance sheet. The door holds, the region stays stable, they've got the only heavy lift yard inside a week of here, and they'll put it on the watch if the grab gets hung on Dahl and not the block. He drank the coffee. I took it. The door doesn't care why a hull holds it. You took a combine yard onto our watch the same week a combine block tried to bury 158 people, Marchetti said. Not an accusation, a reading. I did. Good. She looked down at the hold. A month ago, you'd have made a speech about it. Your signature confirmed it. 2 days ago, you fired on your own escort to hold a lane. Today, you put your name on the thing that broke your own block's grip here. Don't make it noble. She said it flat, looking down at the hold. I confirmed a signature I'd have died before confirming a month ago, and I did it because Toller's dead, and somebody had to make her death cost the right people something. That's not principle. That's grief with a use. She drank the bad coffee. But I'll take it that it landed where it needed to. My colony's road is in that company down there now, tangled up with people I spent my life calling the enemy, and I find I'd rather it were tangled than alone. So, there's your turn if you need one. Don't dress it. I won't, Cross said. And they stood and drank the identical bad coffee of every flag in the reach, and it was enough. Ackerman found him on the gallery before he could go looking for Salazar, with a slate and the flat working voice that meant she had come about the ship and not about the two of them. Briglog needs a signature, she said. Quint, Petruff's cleared the arm she broke on one of mine during the boarding. He'll keep the cast a fortnight. Quint's eating, she's talking to no one, and she asked the guard twice what we mean to do with her. Ackerman held the slate out, not quite to him. She's a prisoner of nobody, Captain. There's no flag left to hand her to that didn't try to use her, so she's ours until somebody decides otherwise, and somebody is you, and the log wants it in writing that we're holding a private contractor with no charge under our own authority, which is the kind of thing that reads badly later. Hold her under my authority. Note the irregularity. Note that there's no clean place to put her, and I decline to invent one. He signed it. He was aware, signing it, of where Quint was, 2 decks down, alive, fed, the most dangerous pilot in the Reach, sitting in a cell 40 meters from the cot where Salazar's right hand shook, because Cross had ordered her taken alive instead of shot out of her chair. He had wanted her alive for what she knew. He had not thought, in the well, about having to keep her, about the daily fact of her breathing on his ship, the woman who'd put Salazar in that cot, fed at his expense, a problem he had bought and could not yet spend and could not put down. There was no clean version of it. He signed it anyway. Did she say anything worth logging? She said the boy in the chair flies the middle, and the middle only holds till somebody stops being afraid to die on the edge. Ackerman almost smiled, and didn't. She's not wrong either. That's what I'd flag. Flag it. He handed the slate back. There was a beat where the working business was done, and the other thing was in the air between them. The thing from the doorstep run. The cold, flat words he'd put on her over the open channel when she'd been right, and he'd needed to be obeyed faster than he could afford to be kind, and had not taken back since, because taking it back would have been for him. Ackerman did not give him the opening. She took the slate, checked the signature was where it needed to be, and turned to go. Ackerman. Captain. Level. Not warm.
She'd carried worse than a cold word from a frightened captain, and she'd carry this, and she was not going to make it easy for him to feel better about having said it. "The abort you held on Castellan the whole fight," Cross said, because it was the nearest true thing he had that wasn't an apology she hadn't asked for. "If you hadn't had your hand on it, I'd have taken his pass and lost the South. I knew you had it. That's why I could refuse him." "I know," Ackerman said. "That's the job." And she went, and it was not mended, and they both knew it wasn't, and that was where it stood. A working ship, two people who would hold the same line again tomorrow, and a thing between them he had broken and not fixed, and she had not let him pretend he had. He found Salazar where Petrov had told him he would be, which was at the back of the hold near the drop court the crews had chalked onto the deck plates, watching Winter. Salazar did not fly anymore. He would not fly again. Petrov had put it on the form in the cold, permanent language of the medical board, and the form did not care that the hands in question had threaded a relief convoy out of a closing window not 2 weeks ago. He sat at the edge of the court with a tremor in his right hand he had stopped trying to hide, and watched the ensign who had taken his chair. Winter was not playing. Winter was being shown a thing by Salazar. That was the shape of it when Cross got close enough to read it. The kid had come to the grounded man and asked him something about a fold he'd flown badly in the Doorstep fight, and Salazar was walking him through it, drawing the geometry on the deck with a finger that shook, talking, and Winter was listening the way you listen to the only person who can teach you the thing you now have to do without him. "You took the middle," Salazar was saying. "Good. The middle's always there. The middle's the thing they don't teach you because it doesn't look like flying. It looks like waiting, and nobody decorates waiting." His hand moved, the trimmer and the knowledge both in it. "You'll get better than I was. You've got the patience I never had. I flew like I had something to prove, because I did. You fly like you've got something to protect, which is the better engine, and lasts longer, and doesn't—" He stopped and looked at his own hand, and finished it anyway, because Salazar had decided somewhere in the last 2 weeks to be a man who finished things. "Doesn't end you up here, watching, if you're lucky. Be luckier than me. That's an order. I outrank you in everything except the chair now, and the chair's the only place that counts, so take the order while I can still give one." Winter said something Cross didn't catch, low, and Salazar laughed, a real one, surprised out of him, and Cross moved on before he was seen, because the beat belonged to the two of them, and a captain hovering would only make it about the captain. The drop court had a game on it by the time Cross came back through. Hartley was refereeing, which meant Hartley was cheating, and the hold knew it, and that was half the entertainment. "That's out," Hartley said, in the Manchester flat that brooked no appeal. "That is not out." This from one of Maddox's tug crew, a wide woman with grease still under her nails from clearing the throat. "That's a hand inside the chalk. I've got 2 ratings off your own ship saw it land in." "They're partial. I'm the only neutral party in this hold." "You're the only crooked party in this hold," Maddox said from the crate he'd parked on. And the corner of the hold went up. The tug crews, a couple of the center ratings, even the combine engineer who'd been on the slate, all of them laughing at the comms officer who'd held the lattice loop together for 6 hours straight and was now defending a bad call to the death over a chalk square on a deck plate. Hartley took the abuse like a queen taking tribute. Somebody threw the marker token back into play. The wide woman scored, loudly, and demanded the point be logged, and Hartley said the official record was regrettably full, and the hold jeered, and nobody's name went on anything, and nobody owed anybody for any of it. Cross watched it from the rail. It was a bad game of drop with a crooked ref. The knife came at Brant, and Cross was close enough to watch it land, and there was nothing he could do but witness, which was, he understood, sometimes the entire job. The Endurance's people had been getting their acknowledgments for 2 days, the network reachable again after 5 years, the letters they'd sent on the way in finally finding the people they were sent to, and the answers coming back. Most of it was joy, the unbearable kind, people who'd been mourned calling home to mourners who'd given up. Cross had watched a dozen of those land on the Endurance's people and look away each time because it was not his to watch. He was not quick enough to look away from Brant's. She was the young one, the pilot, the one who'd flown the Endurance home through the throat of the span. Cross knew the story the way the whole company knew it by now. The green ensign who'd become the hand that brought them all back. She'd been waiting on one acknowledgment in particular. You could see it in how she'd held herself for 2 days, the specific waiting of someone who has sent a message to a lakefront house in Cleveland and is afraid of the math. Cross was near the comms bay, on his way somewhere else, when the answer came, and he saw her read it, and he saw the exact moment the 5 years arrived, all at once. Her father had fixed barge engines. She'd told someone on the way in the way you tell people the small true things when you're afraid of the large ones, and it had gone around the company the way things did. He had fixed barge engines on the Cleveland lakefront, and he had died 18 months into the 5 years his daughter was a name on a list of the lost, and she had flown a starship through a closing door between 2 warring powers to come home to a house with no one in it who'd been waiting. She had been mourned and had come back. He had been waited for and had not. She did not make a sound. That was the part that went into Cross and stayed. She read it, and her face went the way a face goes when a hope it has kept alive for days is simply gone. No drama, just gone. The weight of it dropping through her all at once, and she put her hand flat on the bulkhead the way Cross had put his on a table the night the floor went, and she stood there inside the worst minute of a 5-year journey, alone in a crowded hold. And the watch caught her before she could fall into it. A board chimed, the routine, relentless, indifferent fact of a coalition holding a door, a relief query she was the nearest qualified hand to answer. And Brant straightened and wiped her face once with the heel of her hand and answered it, because the war did not pause for the worst minute of anyone's life, and she was an officer, and the query needed answering. Cross did not go to her. Every instinct he had built a career on said, go, say the thing, be the captain who has the words. He stayed at the rail with his bad coffee going cold in his hand and let her answer her query in peace, because there was nothing in him that would change the math on that slate, and the only thing he had to give her was to not make her carry her father's death across a crowded hold for her captain's benefit. He marked it, Mia Brant, 2 days home, a house in Cleveland with no one in it. He kept her name where the cost was kept, and he left her alone inside the minute. Mercer was at the rail when Cross came back to it, looking down at the company the same way Cross had. He had the worn-down quiet of a man who had spent 5 years not performing anything for anyone, and Cross had stopped this week, finding it strange. It holds together, Mercer said. It was not quite a question. For now, as a foxhole, half of what's down there will come apart when the fear does. Cross looked at it. The shared urn, the sleeping ratings back to back, Maddox arguing a drop call, the N-Hall with the cup set back within the gunner's reach, Brant at her board with her father 2 days dead. And it held the door. Both things, Mercer said. Usually is both things. He watched the hold a moment longer. I came a long way to tell you a captain doesn't get the ground back under him. Set it up as a whole speech in my head on the way. He drank the identical bad coffee and made the identical face every flag in the Reach made at it.
Then I get here, and you've already gone and held the door, standing on nothing. Saved me the speech. I'm not standing on nothing, Cross said. No, Mercer looked down at the company. At all of it. The enemies asleep back to back. The grounded pilot teaching the kid. The combine engineer laughing at a crooked ref. No. You're standing on that. So am I. 4 years now. He pushed off the rail. Get some sleep, Cross. The door'll still need holding in the morning, and you've a combine yard turning up to argue with. He went. Below, the company breathed, and somebody scored on the chalked court and demanded it be logged, and Hartley refused, and a board chimed, and Brant answered it, and the door held in the dark beyond the hull. Cross stayed at the rail until his coffee was cold past drinking, and did not look away from any of it, and then he went to get some sleep, because Mercer was right about the morning, and about the yard, and about the door.
Chapter 29. The Fleet at the Door. The first hulls of the recalled fleet folded in on the third morning, and Cross watched them arrive on the plot and felt none of the thing he had expected to feel, which was relief. They came in clean and bright and in good order, a vanguard, not the fleet, because the fleet was months from full mobilization, and everyone now knew it. But a vanguard was a great deal more than the coalition had owned an hour ago, and the lane board bloomed with friendly transponders the way it had not bloomed since before Saltire. Center hulls mostly, with the heavy formal beauty of ships that had never had to be patched with whatever was to hand. They formed up around the doorstep with the precision of a thing that had drilled this, and took up stations on the perimeter the coalition had been holding with Spit and the Vrogny's Pemper and a murderer's routing, and began with great competence to assume the watch. The Lodestar's bridge watched them do it without a word, and Cross found there was no relief in it. The vanguard had arrived at a position that was already held. He did not say any of that. He stood in the well and let the ache be its own size. What he did instead was key the log. Hartley, read me the perimeter as it transfers. Every station the vanguard takes against the hull that held it before them, by name. He wanted the order of it on the immutable record, while the order was still true. Who had stood the line when the line was a coin toss, and who had arrived to relieve it once the toss had come up survival? Not as a grievance, as a fact, set down before the institutions could round it off. "Aye," Hartley said, and began to read it off. Combine heavy hull relieving Maddox's number 3 tug, Vanguard cutter pair relieving the Vrogny's high station, and under every clean handover the rougher hull it replaced, the spit and patchwork thing that had held the spot when holding it was not doctrine but luck and temper. Cross listened to the whole list. It took longer than the arrival had. The Vanguard's lead captain came across to take the watch formally, the way doctrine required. She was young and clean and exactly correct, and she had the good manners not to perform briskness. She had clearly read the log on the way in, and she carried herself through the Lodestar's battered corridors with the careful respect of a person walking through a church she had not been at the building of. At the bridge, she saluted, and Cross returned it, and she looked at the plot, the lattice, the held door, the perimeter her bright hulls were assuming. Then she looked at the Lodestar's bridge crew, the ones still on their feet after a week of it, and something honest crossed her face. "My orders say relieve the coalition at the doorstep," she said, and then stopped and looked at the Lodestar's bridge crew still on their feet after a week of it, and the polish went out of her. There isn't a clean way to say this. You can't relieve people for being who they were when it counted. I can take the watch. I can't take what you did." She straightened, back onto the script and grateful for it. "Half my wardroom still thinks the door's politics. I've read the latest data. It isn't. We have the watch, Captain. Stand your people down." She turned to go, and her eye caught the plot on the way, the bright lattice steady over the throat, and snagged on the dull mass at its heart, the one return on the board that did not move and did not signal. "What's the core hull?" she said. "The one the lock's reading off of. My data calls it a fixed survey and placement." "That's not a survey and placement," Hartley said, before Cross could decide whether to spare her. Manchester gone flat. "That's the Endurance, what's left of her. Her logic plant's carrying the whole lock. We ran her core hot enough to do it, that she'll never fly again. The fleet wants a fixed emplacement on its board. What it's actually standing its watch on is a ship that kept 158 people alive for 5 years, burned down to a stump to keep your door open. Hale's still aboard her, won't come off till the gauges come down." The captain looked at the dull return for a moment longer and said nothing while she looked. "I'll have my data corrected," she said. "It will carry her name." It was a small thing, and they both knew it was a small thing, and she offered it anyway, which was why Cross thanked her and meant it, and gave her the station-keeping data, and added one more honest captain to the short list of things this week had given him to set against everything it had taken.
Whitfield's order came by relay, her image steady on the command channel, and she did not waste a word, which Cross had come to understand was the whole of her. "Captain Cross." She had the file in front of her. She always had the file. "The coalition's conduct at the doorstep is logged, and it will be remembered, by me, in the places remembering matters. You held a position that should have taken a fleet, with a week and a wreck and whatever you could talk into staying. I'm relieving you with real tonnage, and putting the weight of the fleet on the watch you invented." A short pause. "The Vanguard takes the perimeter as of this transmission. Full mobilization follows as the recall completes." "That's months, Captain, not weeks. I won't pretty it. The lattice holds the door until the junction settles enough to reopen. And when it reopens, the fleet will be standing where your coalition is standing now. That's the order. That's mine to give and yours to hand off." And then, because she had read the same data he had, and was too honest to close without it, "Get your people some rest. The part you held was the easy part. I've seen what's behind it. Whitfield out." The easy part. Whitfield sat with that after she'd gone. An admiral did not say the easy part about a week that had cost the Lantern and a convoy and Renskitoler and Salazar's hands and 100 other things the log would carry. Delgado found him with the reason Whitfield had said it. He came onto the bridge with Hale a step behind him, and the two of them had lost the incandescence of the science bay. They moved slowly, and neither of them spoke first. "The lattice," Delgado said. "It's working. It's hearing the junction the way it's meant to, the strain on the boundary, the way the throat's settling, the clock until it reopens. All of that's good. That's the watch doing its job." He put the reed on the main surface, and Cross saw the doorstep at the center of it, the familiar shape of the thing they'd bled to hold. But the lattice doesn't only hear the doorstep, it hears wider. It can't help it. "Because it's hearing through her," Hale said. She had not sat down.
She had the look of someone who'd come straight from a long shift in a hall dying under her hands and hadn't found anywhere to put that down yet. The lock isn't a fleet emplacement. It isn't my instruments bolted to a frame. It's the endurance, her core. 5 years that ship listened across a whole reach to keep my people alive, and we didn't build a new ear to make your lock. We spent hers. Ran it hot enough it'll never do either again. Something moved under the flat, and it was an ear before it was a lock, so it's still listening. It can't stop. While it holds your door, it's hearing the rest. Hearing what? Cross said. She didn't answer straight off. When she did, the words came flat, the carefulness of someone who'd checked a thing 3 times and hated the answer all 3. The pressure isn't on one bearing. The doorstep isn't a door in a wall, Captain. It's the nearest one. Same signature, fainter, further out, on bearing after bearing. She looked at him. We've been thinking about a door. It's a coastline. Hale put the wider reed over the first, and Cross looked at it, and the bottom went out of the weak, small, hard Victory. The doorstep sat at the center of the surface, the junction they had bled into a held position. Around it, further out, fainter, the wider reed laid down its weather. The same boundary signature, the same strain on bearing after bearing, until the surface stopped looking like a door in a wall and started looking like what it was. A house seen from the lawn at night, every window a place the dark could lean on. The doorstep was simply the nearest one, the thinnest, the first the tide could reach. How much larger? Cross said. I don't know yet. Bigger than I want to say out loud on a bridge. We held the front door. I'm telling you there's a back of the house, and sides to it, and the instruments can hear weather coming against all of it. Not now, not soon, but coming. The thing your coalition stopped this week was the rain hitting the one window we were watching. She let the wider reed stand there, faint and vast. We didn't win a war, Captain. We won the right to find out how big the war is.
Ackerman had come up while Hale spoke, and she looked at the wider reed for a long moment with the expression of an officer recalculating a great many things at once. We built everything around one junction, she said. The warrant, the lattice, Castellan's leash, all of it scaled to hold one door. If she's right, every assumption in our planning is sized wrong by an order we can't see yet. It was not panic. Ackerman did not panic. It was worse than panic. It was arithmetic. The break of the ship doing the thing she did and not liking the answer. I'll rerun the contingencies against a front instead of a point. It'll take time I'd rather spend sleeping. I'll do it anyway. Do it quiet, Cross said. I don't want it on the open board the night the Vanguard arrives and people finally get to believe they won something. They did win something, Delgado said, with the stubbornness he got when a true thing was being undersold. That's what I keep needing to say out loud, because the reed's so big it wants to eat it. We held the door. The people on the other side of that wider signature, whoever they are, however many doors they've got, they sent the part of themselves that could reach this one, and it was Quint and the spoofs and a Scuttle and a hard week, and we held it. He looked at the faint, vast signature spread under the doorstep. I'd just rather approved it somewhere smaller. Cross nodded once. Hold the wider reed between the 4 of us for now, he said. I'll decide where it goes. Get some sleep, both of you. Hale did not look like a woman who was going to sleep. She was going back to the Endurance to sit with her gauges until there were no gauges. He did not tell her not to. The Vanguard's clean arrival did not, it turned out, clean up anything Cross actually had to hand off. He found the first of it on the routing channel, which was still running because the throat was still live and the buoys still wanted timing, and the only hands fast enough to give it to them through the handover belonged to a man under guard 3 decks down. Castellan's voice came up on the loop when Cross keyed it, courteous and unhurried, reading weather as though nothing had changed, because for him nothing had. The lanes did not care whose record was clean. "South string settling under the new hulls," he said. "Your vanguard's flying it by the book, which is slower than it needs to be, and the book doesn't know the throat the way I do. I can hand their pilots a corridor map that'll cut their transit risk by 1/3, 1 file. It frees your tired people to stand down faster." A pause, certain, without heat. "I'd recommend it, Captain. It's the right call, and you know it is." It was. That was the thing that never stopped being true about the man, and never stopped being unbearable. He was right, and his being right was bought with hands that had timed the deaths at Saltire. And the vanguard out there forming up clean had no idea that the corridor keeping their bright hulls off the sheer was being threaded by a murderer on a leash in a guarded cabin. Ackerman stood at the rail, with her hand flat over the abort she still held on every lane he touched, the way she had held it through the whole battle, the way she would hold it until somebody took the man off Cross's ship. "You can give the vanguard the corridor map," Cross said. "Ackerman vets every line before it goes out. You don't speak to their pilots direct, and you don't get told what their stations are. You route the throat and nothing else." "As always," Castellan said, mild, and under it Cross heard the patience of a man who knew he was a problem nobody had solved, content to wait inside that arithmetic for whatever it eventually bought him. The channel went back to its quiet timing pulse. Ackerman did not take her hand off the abort. "He'll outlast the watch," she said, not looking up. "He'll outlast us. We never decided what he is. We just decided we needed him longer. That's not a decision, Captain. That's a debt we keep rolling over." She did not say, "and one day it comes due," because she didn't have to, and because she was too tired to score the point. She vetted the corridor map line by line and sent it out clean, and hated that it was good. Cross went down to the brig on his way to nowhere, because he found he wanted to see the other unresolved thing with his own eyes before he handed the ship its first quiet night. Quint was sitting against the bulkhead of the holding cabin with her wrists in a restraint she could clearly have made trouble inside of and hadn't bothered to, the way a person doesn't bother fighting a chair they intend to be sitting in. She looked up when he came to the port. She did not look beaten. She looked like a woman doing sums. "Come to gloat," she said, "or to ask me who pays me? Your spook's already tried. I told her the same thing I'll tell you, which is nothing, because the people who pay me pay better than your brig feeds." She tipped her head at the hull around her. "Fleet's here." I felt the burn signatures change. Big, clean hulls. Something that was nearly a smile. "Bit late, weren't they? You held my prize with a wreck and a week, and that's going to bother me for a while. But I notice it's your wreck holding the door, and somebody else's clean hulls taking the credit. You want to think about who that makes you. Same as me, near enough, the one they use and don't thank." "You'll be transferred to the Lodestar's permanent custody," Cross said, because he was not going to fence with her, and because it was true. "You're not a body to leave at a junction. You know who paid you and what they wanted with the Endurance, and that makes you worth a great deal more aboard than dead." "It makes me worth keeping," she said. "Not the same thing. You'll find that out." She leaned her head back against the bulkhead and shut her eyes, a captive settling in for a long campaign she fully intended to win on a longer clock than his. "Get some sleep, Cross. You look like a man who held a door. I'll be here. I'm always going to be here now. That's your problem, not mine."
He left her there, with a guard on the cabin and a transfer order to file, and went back up through his ship that had a murderer routing its lanes and a saboteur's paymaster sitting in its brig and a gutted hull holding its door, and understood that the vanguard arriving had relieved him of none of it. The clean hulls took the perimeter. The dirty things stayed his. Cross did not announce the coastline. There was nothing yet to announce. A wider strain on a boundary, a warning from an instrument that had listened across the grave of a network and could not stop listening now. It was not a thing you put on the open board the night a vanguard arrived and a tired company finally got to sleep. He kept it between himself and Delgado and Hale and Ackerman until there was a hand that could do something with it, and a moment when knowing would help more than it broke. He had stopped pretending the line was clean. He walked it anyway. A relay came in while he stood there. Routine, the kind of traffic that meant the wider fleet machine was already turning the Doorstep into a line on a deployment board. Mercer's name was on it, and a ship's name Cross had not seen before, ISV Longwake, working up out of a yard at the back of the Recall. Mercer to take her out past the settled lanes once the vanguard had the watch. Not here, further. The man who had taught Cross that you did not get certainty, you got the next step, was already taking his, away from the held door toward whatever the wider reed was a first faint word about. He noted it without comment and did not let himself feel it as abandonment, because it wasn't. It was the shape of a war that was about to be too big for any one hull to stand at the front of. The blocks that had knifed each other since Saltire were drifting back to their assigned perimeters out past the canopy, professional and apart. The whole human quarrel over who owned which lane gone quiet. Not one, just suddenly small, a thing the wider reed had walked into a corner without anyone declaring it over. The war that had defined his command was finished. The one Whitfield called the hard part had not started. Cross stood in the gap between them, on a held door, with a coastline of dark faint on the instruments, and a season of months before the weather came. He gave the order to stand the coalition down by watches and let them rest, because Whitfield was right about that too, and because the people who had held the door first had earned the few months of breath before the rest of it came. The company began, quietly, to come apart, the way he had known it would and which hurt anyway. The watches rotated. The vanguard took the stations. The foxhole arrangement that an hour of shared danger had welded resolved back into its parts. The frontier compacts drew off to their own perimeter assignments. The combine hulls took the stations their liaisons' cold bargain had bought them, professional and apart. And the Vrogny signaled intent to detach. Cross opened a personal line. He kept it short, because Marchetti would have hated a long one. "You're cleared, wherever you're going." Colony, road, a reckoning of my own that didn't stop being mine because I came here. Her voice had the gravel it had carried since she'd buried her wing on the South Anchor. "This was a thing of the door, Cross. It doesn't pack up and come home with me, and I won't pretend it does. But—" a pause, and the gravel got rougher, not softer. "Toller flew my wing 11 years. She died holding your South Anchor for a coalition she'd have called a bad joke a month ago. When the hard part comes, and your spook's right, it's coming, I read the same set of faces you did. You signaled the Vrogny. You don't ask Geneva. You signal me. I'll come for her, not for you. Don't make it more than that." And she was gone before he could answer, which was the only way she'd have allowed it. He let the company disperse and did not call it a failure, because it wasn't. It left a residue, flags that had stood the same watch and would remember it, a handful of people who had learned the enemy across the lane could be the body beside you in a bad hour, the Vrogny that would come if he signaled, for her dead and not for him. He set the residue down where he could find it again in the months, when the company would have to be summoned back out of its parts. Then he stayed on the bridge longer than the watch required, with the wider reed faint on the surface, and the gutted Endurance dull at the center of the held door, and a woman in his brig who intended to outlast him. He did not name what he was looking at. He just looked at it for a while. The windows, the long dark wall, the one they'd held. And then he sent Hale a private line that said only, "Come up and eat something, the gauges will keep," and stood his own watch a few minutes more before he went to find out whether she would.
Chapter 30. The Dark on the Far Side. On the seventh night, Cross stood at the forward viewport with the lattice's light strung across the doorstep like a fence of small, steady stars, and beyond them, the dark that the Endurance had come home out of, and let himself, for a little while, simply look at it. It did not look like anything. That was the part he had not been ready for. He had expected the dark on the far side of the worst week of his command to declare itself somehow, to press, to loom, to have a face. It had no face. It was a stretch of ordinary night sky, with the home network's beacons glittering across the near half of it, and nothing at all across the far. And the lattice's instruments listened into the nothing, and heard, faint and patient, along a front too wide to think about, weather that had not yet arrived. The ship was quiet around him the way a ship goes quiet only after it has been let rest. He had stood the coalition down by watches. Below him the corridors ran on a skeleton watch, the off-duty asleep in the deep way that comes only after a thing is survived, and the bone-tired hum of a vessel running easy came up through the deck like a held breath let part way out. He had walked it before he came here, past the bays and the mess and the medbay, where Salazar slept with his ruined hands curled like a man still flying in his dreams, and had not interrupted any of it, only counted them by the sounds of their sleeping. It was the best hour he'd had since before the medal. Winter found him there, off watch, with both hands full again, and Cross felt the day's one unguarded thing arrive before the boy even spoke, because he knew what was in the ensign's hands. It was a cup of soil, a galley cup, the cheap kind, packed with growing medium scrounged from somewhere in the Lodestar's hydroponic stores, and in the middle of it a pale, crooked shoot no longer than a thumbnail, leaning toward the viewport's light. "It came up, sir," Winter said, "and there was nothing of the ensign in it, just the boy. Calla Orsels. I ate the fruit, shared it round the mess. It was the best thing I've had off a ship, sir. Everybody said so. And I kept the pips because it felt wrong to print over them. And Hartley helped me rig a cup, and I didn't think anything would happen. You can't usually just... But it came up. Look, it came up." Cross looked. A pale shoot in a galley cup, the size of nothing, leaning at the light. The boy had carried it past a maiming and a scuttle and a door they'd held by hand and a homecoming knife and a coastline of dark, carried it without being asked twice, and it had come up. "You told him to carry it," Cross said before he'd decided to, and his voice did something he didn't entirely control. "Carry it where it'll get light, Ensign. That's an order." "Aye, sir." Winter looked at the chute, then out at the dark, then back, and the undefended wonder was still on him. The thing 3 cruises and a war and a chair he hadn't wanted had not knocked out of him. Cross let the boy have the moment, the way you let a junior have the things that are theirs, and Winter took the cup away to find it light. The other warmth came from the Endurance, and Cross caught only the edge of it, which was as much as a man not of that crew had any right to. The home network had been answering the lost ship's people for days. Most of the answers had been the good kind, Brandt's knife the cruel exception, not the rule.
And that evening, one of Mercer's people, a rating shipped out a single man and 5 years a corpse on every list at home, had gotten through to a partner who had refused, against the lists and the law and 5 years of everyone's gentle counsel, to stop waiting. He didn't hear the words. He was crossing the hangar deck when the answer landed on the man, and he saw a grown adult go down onto an equipment crate with his hands over his face and his shoulders going, and 2 crewmates catch him without a word and hold him up while it went through him. Joy kept waiting so long it arrives indistinguishable from being broken open. The man laughed and could not stop and was not ashamed, and the Endurance's people gathered in around him the way that crew did everything, close. Cross went on across the deck and did not intrude.
Mercer came up to find him with 2 mugs and the particular tiredness of a man who has run out of ship. He lost the Endurance in pieces over the week, and Cross knew better than to call it anything else. They had taken her logic plant for the lattice core first, then the survey suite, then the long-range listening rig that was the only reason any of them knew there was a coastline at all. What stood out on the perimeter now was a hull with its lights down and its drives cold, holding station because the tugs held it there. And inside it, a crew that had crossed 5 years of dead road to bring the warning home and had watched the thing that carried them get cut up around their feet to build the watch. They finished pulling the forward listening rig an hour ago, Mercer said. He put a mug in Cross's hand without asking and stood at the viewport beside him, looking out at the dark hole that had been his command. Hale signed the last of it off herself, wouldn't let a yard rating do it. Went down into the bay and pulled the rig with her own hands and logged each piece by the name of whoever section it came out of. He drank. She didn't say anything. She's not going to. But she put her hand flat on the frame on the way out, the way you'd... He stopped. 5 years. You don't carry 158 people across that on a ship and then watch her go for scrap and have a word for it. No, Cross said. There wasn't one. He looked at the cold hull and did not dress it up. Whitfield's giving me the long wake, Mercer said, after a while to the dark. Came down on the relay tonight. New hull, fresh out of yards, every instrument working and not one of 'em broken in. ISV Longwake. I'm to take the Endurance's people into her and stand the long watch on the coast. He turned the mug in his hands. Clean ship, right name for it, and I'd give it back tomorrow for the old girl flying, and I can't say that to my crew, so I'm saying it to you once, and then I'm not saying it again. Say it as long as you need to, Cross said. Once is enough. Mercer looked out at the spent ship a moment longer, then deliberately away from it, to the rest of the line. The Vanguard's clean hulls bright on the perimeter, and behind them the ragged residue that had held the door first. A combine hull that had been knifing them a week ago, on station now because the arithmetic finally pointed here. The null strung into the human formation as if they had always belonged. 2 compact cutters off the Vragny's old wing, holding the south where tollers hadn't come back. Look at that. A week ago, half of them were trying to kill the other half. I keep waiting to feel cynical about it, and I can't get there. It won't hold once they're not scared, Cross said.
No, but it held this week. Mercer drank. That'll do. That's the whole of what I've got left to believe in, that it held this week, and not one of them clean, and it held anyway. He set the empty mug down on the rail. I'd better go tell my people they've got a new ship. They're going to hate her for a year and love her by the second cruise. And I'm going to stand on her bridge missing the dead one. And we'll stand the watch all the same. That's the job. He paused at the hatch. Get some sleep, Daniel. The coast'll keep till morning. Then he went down to tell the Endurance's people that the ship that had brought them home was scrap, and a new one was waiting, and Cross was alone with the viewport again, and the cold hull on the perimeter, and the dark.
He did not go to his cabin. He took the long way again instead, down through the ship that was finally sleeping, because there were two things he wanted to see with his own eyes before the night closed. The first was in the med bay. Salazar was awake. He slept badly. The regrowth itched. The new hands were not yet his, and he had Venter's flight logs from the throat propped against his knees, and was reading them with the screen tilted to catch what light there was, reading the road the boy had flown to crowd Quint onto the sheer. He did not look up at once. He held the middle a half-second too long on the second pass, Salazar said when he did. Worked out. Won't against a better pilot. I'll have him fly it cold tomorrow till it's clean. His ruined hands lay on the blanket, splinted, useless for a stick now and probably forever, and he was using them to teach the boy who had taken his chair, and there was no bitterness anywhere in the room that Cross could find. "Sit down or go to bed, Captain. You're hovering." Cross sat for a minute, and did not say any of the things that wanted saying, because Salazar would have hated them, and then he went on. The second was 2 decks down, on the brig door, where a guard stood the watch he would stand for months. Through the port, Mara Quint sat against the bulkhead with her knees up, awake, unhurried, a woman doing the time the way she'd told them she would, and waiting to be worth something to whoever she got sold to next. She saw him at the port, and did not get up. "Your boy flew it well," she said, through the glass, conversational. "Tell him the middle only holds while the people on the edge are afraid to die. There's more of us than there are of him, Captain. There always will be." She put her head back against the bulkhead and shut her eyes, a debt set down to collect on later, and Cross moved off and left the guard to it. She was a problem he had bought with the rest of the week, alive in his hull, and he would pay for her too, in the months, when somebody came to ask what she knew. He came back up to the viewport with those two behind him, the hands that would never fly and taught anyway, the captured pilot waiting in his brig, and stood with the lattice's small, steady stars strung across the door and the spent hull cold on the perimeter, and the dark patient on the far side of all of it, and let the dark have him for a while. It gave nothing back. He had half expected it to. It did not know what the week had cost. It would not slow for the boy's green chute, or the grounded pilot's lessons, or the endurance burned to a stump to buy the months. It was weather, and the weather did not grade to people it fell on. He stood in front of it with no certainty left, and a great deal of cost behind him, and found that he could, because the door was there, and someone had to stand in front of it, and the company slept at his back. Behind him, far down the dark and quiet ship, a green, crooked chute leaned toward a window, looking for the light. The months began to count down. And there it is, the end of the Doorstep. Thank you for listening, truly. If these hours stayed with you, I'd love to know what you made of it. So jump down into the comments and tell me what you thought. It's the best part of doing this. And this is only one thread of a much larger story. The Fracture Cosmology continues, an entire universe being brought to life on this channel, book by book. Subscribe and you won't miss what comes next. If you'd rather not wait for the next reading, every book is on Amazon, and the link is in the description below, so you can always read ahead. And if you want to go deeper, ship schematics, blueprints, star charts, and companion material for the whole universe, it's all waiting at the website fracturedcosmology.xyz, linked below. Until the next chapter of the story, thank you for listening, and safe travels out there.